Audiobook title Aircraft Warfare starting from Gundam OO new name Aerial Mecha Warfare. Chapter 201 to 250 Part 02. Yang Hui led him through the corridors, pointing out the sights and giving him the rundown. The fortress was still just a shell of its former self, small and basic, so the tour didn't take long. Soon enough they were back in the central hall. You're back, yes. Still a bit bare bones, so didn't take long. Right, time to fire up the two-way passage. Mephais, Yang Hui walked over to the edge of the hall, where a massive metal gate was now embedded in the wall, sleek and futuristic. Commander, the Phantom's voice echoed in their minds, flat and without emotion. Activate it, yes, Commander. Activating Traversal Gate. Connecting to Gundam AGE world coordinates. Complete, before their astonished eyes, a tiny blue dot of light appeared in the center of the gate. It grew, expanding into a small vortex, then swelled to fill the entire archway, a swirling tunnel of inkai black fringed with brilliant blue, turning at a slow, hypnotic pace. Gundam AGE world connected. World connection function unlocked. Traversal gate access unlocked. Permanent and temporary permissions unlocked. Commander, congratulations on successfully connecting to your first world. There'll be more to come. Promise Fortress will be back to its old glory soon enough. Mephais, what's this about permanent and temporary permissions? Stay permissions in Promise Fortress are divided into permanent and temporary. Permanent permission allows for an indefinite stay. Temporary permission allows the holder to stay for a maximum of 1 week, after which they will be forcibly returned to their original world. Without temporary permission, no stay in Promise Fortress is possible. Mephais's voice was a monotone, devoid of any feeling. The explanation hit home. They all finally understood the countdown timers they'd seen on their own status panels, compared to Yang Hui's and Sumeraga's. How do you get these permissions? Temporary permission is granted by high-level Fortress personnel, with a maximum duration of 1 week. High-level members can set the duration freely. Permanent permission can be obtained in 4 ways. 1. Complete 1 mandatory monthly mission. 2. Sign a permanent employment contract with the Fortress, binding your life to its service. 3. Use a follower binding slot to bring someone back from a mission world, not yet connected to Promise Fortress. 4. Currently locked. Yang Hui's face scrunched up in frustration. Hold on, what do you mean locked? Commander's authority is insufficient. Please upgrade the central hall to unlock more permissions. So for now, it's just the first 3 options. Correct. And what's this permanent employment contract all about? Instead of answering, Mephais just projected a contract into the air in front of Yang Hui. The group read it over and got the gist straight away. This contract was for the non-scrappers. Promise Fortress wasn't just some military outpost in the void. It was a potential city, ready to expand infinitely, with residential areas, tradden zones, entertainment hubs the lot. Even the central hall had a massive, ring-shaped counter that looked like it was meant for admin work. All these places would need staff. Sign on the dotted line, and you'd be assigned a non-combat job, serving the fighting crew. It wasn't slave labor, mind. As the fortress grew and prospered, there'd be a proper currency reward points, and you'd get paid based on your job, enough to live on inside the fortress. But that wasn't enough to earn you a permanent stay. The real catch was the bonding. Sign the contract and you were tied to Promise Fortress, body and soul. For better or for worse, till death do you part. If the fortress flourished, so did you. If it got destroyed, you went up in smoke with it. Why so harsh? Mephais explained. According to the central database, there was a traitor incident in the past that caused a major crisis. To prevent future betrayals and to strengthen the bond between Fortress members and the Fortress itself, the previous commander tightened the restrictions. I see. At first, they were a bit taken aback by how strict it was, but after hearing Mephais's explanation, it made sense. Promise Fortress was too important, its existence crucial to the balance of countless universes. They couldn't even imagine the chaos if that balance was lost. To keep it safe, no rule was too strict. Looks like upgrading the central hall and getting more authority is the top priority, then, Yang Hui said. The others were about to agree, but Mephais chimed in with a word of caution. It is not recommended that the commander upgrade the central hall too quickly. Why not? Yang Hui asked, surprised. The level of the central hall determines the difficulty of the mandatory missions. The higher the level, the harder the mission. It is recommended that the commander proceed gradually and within his means. There's a rule like that. Why didn't you tell me before? Yang Hui demanded. That was a proper bombshell. If they hadn't known, they could have gone nuts upgrad in the hall to get more perks, only to find themselves chucked into a high-level mission world they weren't ready for. That was a one-way ticket to oblivion, and they wouldn't even know why. According to Rule 99 of the Promise Fortress AI Operational Guidelines, if it is determined that the current commander's choices may threaten Promise Fortress, the AI is to intervene in a timely manner and provide reminders and corrections based on the previous commander's records in order to protect the existence of Promise Fortress. Hearing that, Yang Hui shot a look at Sumeragi, a weird expression on his face. Sumeragi just shrugged, a small knowing smile playing on her lips. Looked like her earlier advice had been spot on, even if it meant they'd missed out on some crucial info. But better late than never. All right, then. Anything else I absolutely need to know? Yang Hui asked Mephais, not wanting to miss any more vital intel. With the commander's current authority, no. Well, thanks for that. My duty is to guide the commander in rebuilding Promise Fortress. Listening to Mephais's deadpan response, Yang Hui slapped a hand to his own face. What was he doing, trying to have a laugh with a bleeding AI that had no sense of humor? Commander, any further instructions? Nah. Wait, he was about to wrap it up, but a crucial question popped into his head. Mephais, what's the deal with how missions are given out? What's the link between missions, rewards, and the mission worlds themselves? The others looked confused, but Graham got it straight away. They'd both noticed it back in the AGE world. All their missions revolved around the diva. And from what Yang Hui remembered, the whole 100-year history of that world spun around that ship. Did that mean the diva was super important to the AGE world? And with the rewards they got just some kinda conversion of something they'd obtained from that world? Authority insufficient. Unable to answer, right. I get it, he hadn't got a straight answer, but in a way, that was an answer in itself. It didn't change what they had to do. Rebuild Promise Fortress, get stronger, fend off any threats, and slowly, piece by piece, uncover the secrets of this place they now called home. Chapter 227. Upgrade, new perks after the queue and a wrapped up. The crew split into 3 mobs, each with their own agenda. First up was the decision-making crew, the top brass. Yang Hui, Sumeragi, Wangliu, Urin, Flit, Algrius, and Zehart. They buggered off to the meeting room to hash out the future of Promise Fortress, the air already thick with serious chinwags and strategic debates. Next were the pilots Graham, Setsuna, Lyle, Tyria, and Assam. Proper petrol heads, the lot of M. They headed straight for the training room, itching to have a friendly scrap, get a feel for each other's moves, and see who was top dog. And last, you had the non-combatants, the chilling crew Emily, Anoa, and the rest. With no say in the big decisions and no stomach for a fight, they were left to their own devices, either wandering around their new gaff or just kicking back in the central hall, tacking it all in. In the meeting room, Yang Hui kicked things off, giving a quick rundown of the whole mission, filling in Sumeragi and Wangliu on the bits they'd missed. You're saying the mission took nearly 100 years? Sumeragi and Wangliu gasped, their eyes wide as saucers. For them, stuck in the fortress, it had only been a week. The thought of Yang Hui and Graham living a whole new, complete life. It was mind-boggling. Yes, took me by surprise too, Yang Hui admitted with a wry, tired smile. Didn't reckon the Gundam AGE world would be a full-on, single-stretch epic. Proper different from the Gundam 00 job, which was all in stages. Sumeragi and Wangliu's eyes softened, their gaze filled with a deep, tender affection for Yang Hui. Then they looked at Urin, and their eyes shone with gratitude. They couldn't even imagine how Yang Hui would have got through all those decades without her by his side. So what about the rewards? What you lot get? Sumeragi asked, pulling herself together, switching back to business mode. Yang Hui laid out the whole for her. The resource packs were already open for her to check, and the skill drawers and upgrades were personal. The real meat was the construction and reinforcement chances. 3 build chances and 5 reinforcement chances in total. Sumeragi mused, her sharp mind already whirring. Right, my 2 cents. We build a residential block, an entertainment district, and a minin area. For the reinforcements, we spend 1 on the central hall, 1 on the research zone, 1 on the production zone, and 1 on each of the 2 new minin areas. An entertainment district. Is that really necessary? Flit, Algrius, and Zehart all frowned, their military minds balking at the idea. Build-in and reinforcement chances were rare as hen's teeth, only common from missions. They didn't fancy wasting M on fun and games. Absolutely, Sumeragi said, her tone firm. explaining her logic with the calm authority of a master strategist. After this last mission, I think a bit of work-life balance is essential. Stick someone under that much pressure for that long, and they're bound to snap. You all know what Yang Hui's capable of, but you must also know what kind of state he was in for all those decades. Flit, Algrius and Zehart went quiet. Zehart might not have known the full extent, but Flit and Algrius did. For decades, Yang Hui had barely rested. He was either fighting, stuck in a lab researching, or on his way to one of the two. His only downtime was training the younguns, if you could even call that downtime. On top of all that, he had to worry about completing the mission's Promise Fortress set. If they put themselves in his shoes, they didn't know how they'd have lasted. And besides, Sumeragi continued, a sly glint in her eye, the entertainment district has another very important function, information exchange. Information exchange, that's right. Right now, Promise Fortress is only linked to one world. It's small, not many people, so it's hard to see. But as we connect to more worlds, the fortress will grow, and so will the population. We won't all know each other, and we won't all know the ins and outs of every world. Sure, we can gather intel and dish it out, but that makes people lazy, reliant. And we can only get the big, official stuff. A lot of the juicy gossip, the whispers on the grapevine, will miss that. And don't knock the gossip, sometimes it can be more useful than the official reports. I see, and like I said, with more people, not everyone will know each other. A place to relax, have a laugh, that's the best way to build bonds, make mates. Especially for the blokes, a few pints together and your best mates for life. As she said this, Sumeragi shot a cheeky, knowing look at Yang Hui. Yang Hui, oh, for flip's sake. What's it got to do with me? It's not my fault Billy Katagiri couldn't get a look in with you, went to the pub to drown his sorrows, and ended up macking a right tit of himself. Hang on, maybe it is a little bit my fault. The three military men all thought it was a solid point, but it was a bit awkward, so they just gave a slight nod instead of saying anything. And the reason for the residential area is also because of the growing numbers. Everyone here will have high-level clearance, their own digs, no problem. But not everyone will start at the top. At this, Sumeragi looked at Yang Hui. Yang Hui, I think we need to set up a proper merit system. A merit system. Yeah, I agree with Miss Sumeragi, Flit chimed in. Take us, for example. We're new here, we don't know Miss Sumeragi. People from the same world or the same mission know each other's skills, but people from other worlds don't. How do you decide who gets what authority, what rank? You can't just go off your own gut feelings forever. That's a recipe for resentment, people getting narked off, and eventually the whole team splitting apart. I'm on board with that. Me too. Agreed. With everyone else back in Sumeragi's idea, Yang Hui wasn't about to argue. He knew it was the right move. When it was just a small crew, it didn't matter so much. But now and in the future, as more and more people from different backgrounds joined, Promise Fortress would become a massive, complex organization. And a big organization needs proper, clear rules to keep it from falling apart. All right, I agree. We've got a month till the next mission. Let's get the promotion system sorted within a week. Done. Any other business? Yang Hui asked. The group looked at each other, confirming there was nothing else pressing that needed to be discussed in the meeting, and shook their heads. Right, let's get these upgrades started, then we can all get some rest. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. Sounds good. The meeting wrapped up for now, and they started the build-in and reinforcement process. Before they kicked it off, Yang Hui made sure to give everyone else a heads up, so they didn't get a shock. One residential area, one entertainment district, and one minin area to be built. The central hall, research zone, production zone, and the two new minin areas to be reinforced. He double-checked the list, then hit confirm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A faint tremor ran through the ground, and a series of roars echoed from outside. In the void, strange singularities appeared out of nowhere, their powerful gravity pulling in the scattered debris, forming new floating landmasses that then docked with Promise Fortress. The uneven ground smoothed out, and three never-before-seen substances, each distinct, turned to liquid and seeped into the new land. Then one by one, elegant, futuristic buildings shot up from the ground. The trembling stopped, the roaring faded, and just like that, the new areas were complete. The building upgrades were just as spectacular. Void gold, ether gas, and chaos crystals appeared from thin air, merging with the existing land. The buildings on the ground shifted, transformed, becoming more intricate, more grand. The central hall expanded by about a third, the floating screens around them no longer displaying a mess of code, but humming with life, ready for use. The ring-shaped reception desk in the middle was repaired, ready for business. Central hall level increased. Authority level increased to LV. 1. Squad function unlocked. Number of direct subordinate squads increased by 1. Random selection of team members cancelled. Commander can now form 2 squads to carry out mandatory missions in 2 separate worlds. Maximum of 6 members per squad. Mission world selection rule changed to a random selection of 2 worlds, with the 2 teams having the right to choose which world to go to. Here in Mephai's announcement, Sumeragi, Wang Liu-mei, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria's eyes lit up. The change to the random rule was perfect timing. No more waiting for Lady Luck to smile on M. They hadn't come to Promise Fortress to sit on their arses. They were here to get stronger, to help young Huey. None of them wanted to be left behind, watching others go off on adventures to other worlds. Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria felt it most keenly. In the short time they'd been in the meeting, they'd had a quick spar with Graham, and they could feel how much he'd grown. Decades of life or death battles. You couldn't get that kind of growth from a week in the training room. But now there was a new problem. 6 members per squad, 2 squads, that's 12 people in total. They had way more people than that. So even though it wasn't down to luck anymore, some people were still going to be left behind. And with the choice of who went on which mission now up to them, the team selection, that was gonna need some serious thought. Young Huey, I'm going. Young Huey, so you can't leave me at home to mind the gaff again. I have to go. And just like that, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria were all staring at young Huey, their eyes burning with a fiery determination, a look that said, if you don't say yes, we're gonna have a right old Barney. And it wasn't just them. All the other non-combatants had the same look on their faces. No one wanted to be left behind. That's not why they'd come to Promise Fortress. Looks like there's no rest for the wicked, young Huey said with a weary smile, shaking his head. If this hadn't come up, he could have had a day off. But now, if he didn't get the teams sorted, no one was getting any sleep tonight. Come on, then. Back to the meeting room. Let's get this sorted, young Huey said to Sumeragi and the others. Right, this time, it wasn't just the decision-making crew that went. All the combat personnel trooped along, a massive, determined crowd marching towards the meeting room. They wanted to hear the results firsthand, and if they weren't picked and couldn't be convinced otherwise, well, they weren't going to take it lying down. Chapter 228. Skill draws and upgrades. Sorting out the 2 new squads wasn't the brain-buster you'd think. First off, young Huey's crew was a dead cert, a proper no-brainer. 6 spots, 6 names. Sumeragi, Wang Liu-mei, Setsuna, Lyle, Tyria, and young Huey himself filling out the roster neat as you like. It was only fair, in net. They chucked their lot in with him and Graham from the jump, back when Promise Fortress was just a mad whisper, a gamble in the dark. You don't leave your first mates out in the cold. And on paper it was a dream team, a top-level gaffer, a tactical wizard, an intel guru, and 3 ace pilots. Plus, they were the old guard, the originals. Sumeragi and Wang Liu-mei already had big jobs in the fortress. They needed to get some proper results under their belts to keep everyone else in line. The second squad wasn't much of a head-scratcher either, at least half of it. Graham Aker was a shoo-in. Besides young Huey, he was the only one who'd done a mandatory mission, and he was the undisputed number 2 scrapper. You needed that experience, that raw fighting power. Next up, Flitasuno. Graham was a demon in a cockpit, but ask him to plan a strategy. Forget it, not his cup of tea. Flit, on the other hand, was a master strategist, filling that gap perfectly. And he was no slouch in an MS himself. Third was Zehart Galette. Even though he was here now, and the AGE world was linked up, and the beef between the Feds and Vagans was mostly squashed, you still had to think about balance. Keep the different crews happy. Zehart was the face of Vagan. Him being on the team meant they had a stake in it, a chance to prove their worth and not lose face. It was about politics, yeah, but it was also about forging new bonds. Nothing builds camaraderie faster than a proper life or death scrap. That left 3 spots up for grabs. And that's where it got tasty. Best way to sort it. A mock battle. Winner takes all. One thing worth mentioning, though. Urin, Lyle Dylandi, ever the gent and sharpest tool in the box when it came to people, offered to give up his spot in young Huey's crew for her, saying he'd go to the second team. But Urin turned him down flat, asking to stay behind and mind the gaff. She said she wanted to get to know her new home, Promise Fortress, and that she was still knackered from the AGE world fight. But Yang Hui, Sumeragi, and Wang Liu may knew the real score. Yuren was given them the chance to be with Yang Hui. They were here first, after all. She'd had him to herself for decades in the AGE world. It was only fair to let the others have their turn. Plenty of time for them to be together down the line. No one argued with her decision. It was the right call, ticking all the boxes, both practical and personal. But for those last 3 spots, the pilot's eyes were burning with a fierce, hungry light. Who'd get em? It was down to pure skill. No room for winging if you weren't good enough. Assam, Wolf, Frem Nara, the 3 guards. They were all gunning for it. The second the meeting was over, they legged it to the training room, buzzing for a proper dust-up, ready to fight till a winner was crowned. So who do you reckon's gonna win? Sumeraga's question had everyone who'd already made the cut turning to Yang Hui. Sumeragi, Wang Liu Mei, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria didn't know the others well enough to call it. Flit and Zehart were biased towards their own people. So it was down to Yang Hui, the neutral party, to give the most honest, objective take. Pure piloting skill. It's a toss-up between Wolf, Assam, and Dole. So that's, if Yang Hui was saying that, it was pretty much set. A good mix of federation and Vagan talent. Balanced, but then Yang Hui threw a curveball. But Dole's probably out. He'll throw the fight to give Fram a shot. Ober and Dite will back her up, make sure she gets through. Following Yang Hui's gaze, everyone looked at Zehart. Under the weight of all those stares, Zehart blinked, a faint blush creeping up his neck as he turned his head away, avoiding their eyes. Good to have a girl on the team anyway. A bunch of big blokes gets a bit dull, Graham quipped, which immediately made him the new center of attention. Him's a wah. What's up, you've changed, haven't you? You're not an imposter, are you? Graham Akerbane interested in women, pigs might fly. No chance. Everyone stared at Graham in disbelief, genuinely wondering if he'd been swapped out for a clone. Wasn't his love reserved for Gundams and a good scrap? Since when did he come out with stuff like that? I was just thinking about the team dynamic. I have led a team before, you know, Graham explained, shifting awkwardly. I'm serious. People like me are rare. The lads in the overflags used to chat about birds non-stop. Same with the Celestial being squad. So for the good of the team, look, I'm not jocking. Flit. Zehart, Lyle, Setsuna, Tyria, come on. To the machines, fed up with the teasing, Graham didn't lose his rag. Instead, he just grabbed Setsuna and the others and started dragging M towards the training room. He was rubbish with words, and even if he explained himself, they wouldn't let it drop. Best way to solve it. Settle it in the cockpit. The training room had a full-on reality simulation function. Everything in there was real, even getting hurt, even dying. You wouldn't actually kick the bucket, but anyone who'd been through it knew that even if you knew you were safe, you didn't fancy going through it twice. Zehart, Setsuna, and Tyria hadn't even joined in the teasing, but since Yang Hui, the real culprit, was too tough to take on, Graham had to vent his frustration on someone else. What can you do? Japanese letter / with everyone gone, Yang Hui took Sumeragi, Wang Liu Mei, and Yurin back to their home on the top level. First things first, use the skill draws. 4 draws, 5 enhancements in total. To be honest, Yang Hui felt like using M all on himself would be a right waste. Mephis are their active skills, yes, that settled it. Using all the draws on himself was a bad move. First, more skills didn't mean better. More meant spreading yourself thin, making it hard to master any of them. And each new skill meant more time spent learning and practicing. It was like a video game. You unlock skills as you level up for a reason. It's not just about getting stronger, it's about giving the player time to adapt. Chuck a full skill set at someone from the start, and they'll spend ages just trying to figure out what does what. Second, the draws were random. Not every skill would suit him. And Yang Hui wasn't trying to be some perfect, all-round warrior. He wasn't some legendary, overpowered protagonist. He'd chosen his path, and he was gonna stick to it. History was full of stories about people who'd bit off more than they could chew. Mephis, can I give the skill draws and enhancements to someone else? Yes. And is there a way to transfer a skill I've already drawn to someone else? Yes. Research Lab LV 2 unlocks other technology pages. Column 3, row 3, the skill imprint device can do this. Right, I get it. Use the 4 skill draws, understood. 4 skill draws successful. Congratulations, Commander, you have obtained Reflection Speed Enhancement, Medium, Shadow Lurking Mastery, Spatial Recognition B rank, and Mental Power Burst. 4 skills, 1 active, 1 basic stat boost, and 2 support skills. Mental Power Burst was the active one. For 30 seconds, it doubled the user's mental power, allowing for a sustained burst of output without dropping off. But after it ended, you were left in a weakened state for a minute. Spatial Recognition B rank and Reflection Speed Enhancement Medium was self-explanatory. The one that needed a closer look was Shadow Lurking Mastery, which sounded like something out of a fantasy game. It wasn't some magic invisibility skill like you'd get in a game, it was a passive buff. It simply made you much harder to spot when you were on a stealth mission. For special ops or intel agents, it was a godsend. But no one really suited it, not even Wang Liu-mei, who handled intel. Her job wasn't frontline snooping, she was the big boss back at base, pulling the strings. She wasn't going on any stealth missions. Looks like this one will have to be imprinted and chucked in storage for now. As for the others, Spatial Recognition B rank was a definite pass. Yang Hui already had it, and his was a rank. Mental Power Burst and Reflection Speed Enhancement, Medium, were a good fit for him, so he kept them. Then out of the 5 enhancement chances, Yang Hui used 3. 1 on MS Design, 1 on Spatial Recognition, and 1 on Reflection Speed Enhancement. He kept 2 in reserve. Apart from his MS piloting skills, which couldn't be boosted this way, all his other skills were maxed out. This would give him a month to get used to the new upgrades. Learning a skill was one thing, macking it a part of you was another. Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Hui pulled up his simplified status panel. Name, Yang Hui Exclusive Machine, Dawn Gundam Exclusive Territory, Promise Fortress Skills, MS Piloting B+ rank, MS Design Master, Spatial Recognition S rank, Mental Power Enhancement Major, Reflection Speed Enhancement Major, Mental Power Burst still a bit basic, but it's filling out nicely. Right, time to crack on. Chapter 229. The gold gobbling beast Dawn broke over Promise Fortress like a proper alarm clock, and whether you were an old hand or a fresh face, everyone was straight into the thick of it, buzzing with nervous energy. A month wasn't long, but it wasn't short either, and no one had a clue what world they'd be dropping into next, or what kind of nasty surprises would be waiting for M. Every soul in the place was cramming like mad, trying to get themselves shipshape for whatever unknown horrors lay ahead. First thing in the morning, Flit, Sumeragi, Algrius, Wang Liu-mei, and Zehart had bundled themselves into the meeting room, heads together like conspirators, hammering out the nuts and bolts of merit systems, rank structures, and promotion ladders. The fortress's clearance level was still pants, loads of features locked tighter than a banker's purse, but even with what they had to work with, they needed proper rules sorted, couldn't just wing it forever. No point waiting till all the fortress's bells and whistles came online, could they? By then it'd be too bleeding late to start scrambling around macking up rules on the fly. Sure, new features might shake things up a bit, but that's what amendments were for. Get the framework sorted now, and the rest was just tinkering, adding bits here, tweaking bits there. Graham and the other dedicated pilots had given the meeting a miss. Call M thick or say they trusted the others to sort it either way, they weren't bothered. Politics wasn't their cup of tea, they just needed to know the final score. Everyone had their strong suit, their bit to play. As the muscle of the operation, their job was dead simple. Get stronger, get better, get ready to scrap. Speaking of which, yesterday's little tournament for the spare seats had wrapped up exactly as Yang Hui had predicted. The 3 lucky winners were Assam, Wolfenik, and Fram Nara. Dole Frost had made it through the early rounds, but in the end, he'd stepped aside for his sister, letting her take the glory like a proper gent. Meanwhile, Yang Hui and Graham had legged it to the research lab, hunting for this skill imprint device that Mephis had mentioned. Graham had used up all 3 of his skill draws and upgrades, and whether it was karma bitten him on the arse for all those years of crashing mobile suits, every single skill he'd pulled was about as useful as a chocolate teapot. The lot would have to go straight into storage. Let's have a butcher's, Yang Hui muttered, clicking through the research lab's tech tree. A whole new page had appeared, the complete Gundam AGE World Technology Map, packed with Federation tech, wagon gear, EXADB secrets, and all the bits Yang Hui had cooked up himself. Unlike the Gundam 00 tech tree, this one was fully lit up, every node gleaming like Christmas lights. Bloody hell, it's given me a headache just looking at it, Graham moaned. You're telling me, mate, can't blame the fella. Even Yang Hui, seasoned researcher that he was, felt his eyes crossing at the maze of interconnected branches. It was proper mental click on any icon, and you get a whole explosion of subcategories. Materials, armor, engines, radar systems, weapons, the works. Half of it was repeated across different branches too. For someone who didn't know their arse from their elbow scientifically, it might have been handy just pick a mobile suit you fancied and Bob's your uncle, complete tech package ready to go. Chuck it at the production facility and you're sorted. But Yang Hui was different. He was a proper scientist, not just learning tech from different worlds, but mixing it all together, fussing with it, upgrading it, trying to come up with something better and more complete. Which made this current setup about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Manhwas, can we reorganize this tech tree? Instead of sorting by world, how about we pull out individual technologies and group them properly? Affirmative. The second the words left his mouth, the tech tree reshuffled itself. More tabs appeared, but each one was clean and simple single technologies, nice and tidy. Yang Hui flicked to the last page and found Manhwa's skill imprint device. The resource cost was pocket change, so he lit it up without a second thought. That wasn't the only useful bit, though. The other pages were crawling with handy tech like their emergency escape device, a clever little gadget that worked with the pilot's seat. You could set coordinates beforehand, and if your mobile suit got blown to bits, it'd teleport you straight to safety. Absolute guarantee you wouldn't end up as space dust. And then there was spatial teleportation tech. This cheap Yang Hui's eyebrows shot up. The emergency escape device was using high-level spatial teleportation more advanced than Veda or solar furnaces, the kind of tech that should cost a fortune. Yet it was actually cheaper than the skill imprint device. How was that possible? Curiosity got the better of him. Yang Hui bought the emergency escape device without hesitation, manufactured a complete set, and knocked out 10 skill imprint devices while he was at it. After getting the useless skills stored away, Yang Hui started poking around with the emergency escape device. And then, Manhwas, how in blazes is a chip the size of my palm supposed to handle spatial teleportation? Don't tell me the pinnacle of science really is magic. Yang Hui stared at the tiny chip in his hand, his worldview shaking like a house of cards. Commander may rest assured. This fortress contains no concepts of human mysticism, theology, or magic. This technology is not true spatial teleportation, but rather a consumable item that cannot be reverse-engineered. It is one of the fortress's welfare benefits for the commander. Then how'd it end up in the tech tree in the first place? Authority insufficient. Right, of course. Infinite worlds, infinite possibilities. Yang Hui couldn't just assume every world ran on pure science, plenty of fantasy and magic realms out there. Hell, loads of super robot worlds had proper magic systems. But Manhwas had told him all mandatory missions were based on his memories, all worlds that could add scientific knowledge to Promise Fortress. The fortress itself was a product of science, so traditional magic wouldn't crop up, at least not till they were strong enough to face the unknown organization and drag the fortress out of its void layer hiding spot. Still, every time Manhwas hit him with authority insufficient, it felt like a knife to the gut. But there was no rush in it, the fortress had to develop step by step. Right, I'm off to train then. With the surplus skills sorted, Graham wasn't hanging about in this headache-inducing place any longer. He had to check on the others' progress, and as the fortress's second strongest fighter, it was his job to help everyone else get stronger. Graham legged it, leaving Yang Hui alone in the research section to get familiar with the revamped tech tree and start merging technologies from both worlds, keeping the good bits, chucking the rubbish, and fussing it all into unified, standardized tech. Time has a way of slipping past when you're buried in work. A week vanished before anyone noticed, and Sumeraga's crew finally had something to show for their endless meetings, a basic framework for rules and regulations. Still rough around the edges, but good enough for now. Yang Hui, who'd been practically living in the research section for the full week, had finally got the entire tech tree sorted and merged all available technologies into standardized specifications. A quarter of their rest time was gone, but they couldn't afford to slack off. The next mission would involve 12 people, and excluding Sumeragi and Wang Liumei, they needed 10 mobile suits ready to go. Yang Hui, Graham, Flit, Assam, and Zehart all had their own machines, but every single one needed a complete overhaul, gutting the old tech and replacing it with the new standardized systems, then fine-tuning each machine to match its pilot's style. As for Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria, they'd need brand new machines built from scratch. The production facility's rules hadn't changed, just got more complicated. You could design your own mobile suit from the ground up: frame, structure, exterior, the works. Add whatever tech and weapons you fancied, and once your design was complete, the production terminal would judge its completeness and give it a rating, then tell you what resources and time you'd need to make it real. That suited Yang Hui down to the ground. As a mobile suit designer, he much preferred building machines piece by piece, crafting them to exact specifications, then watching them come to life. Mass production was necessary, sure, but it wasn't his cup of tea. At least not till the fortress was big enough to need standardized equipment in bulk. Course, Promise Fortress's tech level was no joke now. The black technology from the EXADB included plenty of rated components and systems, meaning they had everything needed to build A-class mobile suits. But there was one tiny problem. Nobody's pilot skills were up to A level. Yang Hui and Graham, the strongest of the bunch, had only just scraped into B+. Below them, Flit, Assam, Zehart, and Lyle were solid B rank. Further down, Wolf, Setsuna, Tyria, and the others were stuck at B. Build an A-class machine, and it'd just be a very expensive paperweight. Nobody could use it properly. And then there was the other problem. Bloody hell, we're skint again, Yang Hui groaned, staring at their nearly empty resource reserves. 3 resource packs had seemed like a fortune, but in just a fortnight, they'd blown through the lot. 1 B-rank mobile suit and 2 B machines had cost them dearly. Thank God the existing machines only needed upgrades instead of complete rebuilds, or they'd have been proper stuffed. He'd been hopping to build a couple of warships based on the Diva's assault landing configuration, but the family mind just wasn't cutting it. Epsilon 3 resources are too tight. I thought the research section was a money pit, but turns out production's just as bad, Sumeragi muttered, rubbing her chin temples. Can't help it, love. First time using the system, and I've got a feeling that no matter how many mining operations we set up, or how advanced they get, we'll always be scrambling for resources, Yang Hui sighed. He understood Promise Fortress's operating model all too well. They only had research and production facilities now, but he had a sinking feeling that the resource-guzzling monsters would just keep multiplying. And then there were the building upgrades. If his hunch was right, the costs would grow exponentially, like some kind of mathematical nightmare. The fortress was turning into a proper gold goblin beast, and they were barely keeping it fed. Chapter 230. Next stop, Gundam Seed. The machines were still getting their final tweaks in the production bay, but the specs were locked in tight, ready for the training room's full-on sims to test them out, see if anything needed a nudge or a fix. Mind you, with the resource stocks looking as bare as a beggar's cupboard, it was best if nothing did. Who knew if they'd have enough to spare for changes. Lucky for them, the fortress's evaluation system was top-notch, spotting any glitches during the design phase. No major overhauls needed, just minor fiddles here and there. And for Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria, fresh off the boat from their world, a week's non-stop grind in the Sims hadn't boosted him much. Their machines didn't need massive changes, just swap in better tech for the internals, replace the solar furnaces with new engines and power sources, and Bob's your uncle. The rest of the work was customizing the OS to their liking. No clue what world was next, but with the central hall only at level 2, it wouldn't be some nightmare realm. 3 B- machines and 1 B+, matched to their pilots, would have plenty of bite for self-defense. But for Flit, Zehart, Assam, and Wolf's rides, the changes were a whole other kettle of fish. Massive overhauls that turned them into something new. Ledgerly's Gundam kept its look, but inside was all fresh guts, boosting mobility, defense, flexibility, and output. Assam's Gundam AGE-2 stayed in Barrett Hunter mode, but with extra leg thrusters for top speed in flight mode, and short hovers in MS form within atmosphere. Those thrusters could detach too, acting like floating shields controlled by Harrow, of course. G-Titan, per Wolf's request, ditched the missile launchers for beefed-up back thrusters to crank mobility. Weapons. He wanted simple beam rifle, plus an integrated sword-gun shield combo. He leaned towards Graham's Hitandrun style over Bane, a static turret, but knowing Wolf's body and skills went up to Graham's level, Yang Hui reinforced the armor and cockpit safety, making sure the old dog didn't get himself killed playing hero. Finally, Yang Hui's Dawn Gundam and Graham's Flag Gundam. Flag Gundam lost the back Vanga's cannons, with structural tweaks all over. The Shiranui blades on the wings, in MS mode, shifted to rear waist mounts. No more eject function, just pure melee tools. Shoulders got 2 beam boomerangs back. Graham had a soft spot for M. Last, reinforced armor and frame, especially the frame's toughness. Graham's extreme maneuvers were endless, even top materials would buckle eventually. All Yang Hui could do was make it last longer. Dawn Gundam's big change was the back wing-like funnels. 16 funnels and supports ripped out, replaced with 2 purple-grey wings packing 4 X-rounder launchers and thruster ports galore. For high-speed moves, they doubled top speed with the main thrusters, balanced the machine perfect, and gave it atmospheric flight. Speaking of X-rounder launchers, Yang Hui wasn't an X-rounder, but as an innovator, he was a mental powerhouse. With mental link aids, he could handle bits just fine, better than faded X-rounders, even. Stable, stronger mental output let him run 4 launchers at once. He'd sunk the most time into tweaking the launchers, mixing all available tech to boost M. Ended up doubling the bit's range, but it still felt short. This cuts your firepower, Yang Hui. Maybe ditch the launchers, swap back to funnels, Flit suggested. It's a hit, yes, but the bit's range is enough for me now. I ain't urine, don't do ultra-long snipes. Bits are too good to pass. No physical form, endless region, armor piercing, field bustin'. Once we snag more tech, I'll upgrade M proper, Yang Hui explained to Flit. It's fair enough. Just don't cock it up. Oh, and watch 4 launchers will guzzle energy. Your style. In a big scrap you'll last 20 minutes tops. That's why. Yang Hui switched the tech tree to energy, clicking the lone solar furnace icon. This is my end game. Without solar furnaces, I'm half the pilot. I ain't an innovator, so I don't get the GN particle boost, but solar furnaces. Eolia Shenberg was a proper monster. Every time they eyed the solar furnace data, Flit, Madonna, and the tech heads couldn't help but swear. Common to Promise Fortress, they'd learned about the Gundam 00 world. By rights, 00's tech should have lagged behind AGE's beam weapons, colonies, MS, ships, all a step back, even ignoring EXADB. But then Eolia Shenberg came along, that freak of nature, jacking the whole world's tech level sky high. Solar power systems, GN particles, solar furnaces, which one wasn't world shacking? Especially furnaces and particles. One word, versatile. Nullify gravity, semi-permanent energy, jam electronics, attack/defend, help innovators open massive chat rooms, multi-furnace sync for exponential output, even theoretical quantum teleport. God's handiwork, flawless. Flit and crew wondered if the bloke was real, or some bored deity slumming it with mortals. Yes, I agree. You'll meet him someday, curse him to his face. Don't worry, he's just data now, can't hit back. Let's get back to Dawn Gundam. Flit wisely changed the subject, not fancying comparing himself to a monster. Energy issue, how you solving it? Flit asked. Depends on the next world's power systems. For now, slap on a couple extra auxiliary power packs and make do. Yang Hui shrugged helpless. Fair you're not Graham, don't go off the rails in fights. Heh, Yang Hui rolled his eyes with a grin, lucky Graham wasn't there, or it'd be another hidden for the poor sod. Speaking of, tomorrow's launch day. You lot ready? Yang Hui asked Flit. Yes, all geared up. Yang Hui caught the glint of excitement in Flit's eyes, raising an eyebrow. Keep it steady, Flit. On paper, Graham's leading, but I'm handing the team to you. Zehart's come on leaps, but he's still hot-headed. Only you can see the big picture and call the right shots. I don't care about massive results, missions are endless. But every one of you comes back safe. Flit tamped down his buzz, nodding serious. Got it. Leave it to me. Next day, the whole crew gathered in the central hall, a mix of envy, joy, and worry on their faces as they soar off the 12 heading into the unknown. All set? Yang Hui asked the 11. Yes, nods all round. Mephis, let's do it. Selecting mission worlds. Gundam Wing, Gundam Seed. Those two, eh? Yang Hui paused, then decided. Graham, you lot take Gundam Wing. Anything to watch for? Flit asked. Gundam's Oz masked bloke, AI. Most important, beware the 0 system. Right, Mephis, send them off, initiating mission world transfer. Proceeding to Gundam Seed World, Chapter 231, Fresh Start, New Skin back to square one again. The morning sun filtered through the curtains like a cheeky wink, pulling Yang Hui from his slumber. He shuffled to the bathroom, splashing water on his face, and staring into the mirror at that fresh, boyish mug, all clear eyes and smooth skin, the kind that'd make you think he was still wet behind the ears. He let out a sigh that fogged the glass, heavy with the weight of it all. It wasn't the handsome reflection that had him pondering, he wasn't that vain, was he? Nah, it was the fact that here he was, reset again in this new world, starting from scratch as a nipper, growing up all over. 16 years down the line, and he was still cursing the bleeding rules of Promise Fortress under his breath proper eggache. they were. Knock, knock. Come in, young master, breakfast's ready. The old man's waitin' on ya. Right, be down in a tick. He sorted himself out, straightening his collar and running a comb through his hair, then padded down the long, echoing corridor, the polished floors gleaming under the soft light of chandeliers that dangled like fancy icicles. Finally, he reached the dinner room, where a long, imposing table stretched out, and at its head sat a middle-aged bloke, hair slicked back perfect as a banker's, square-jawed face softened by a gentle, scholarly smile, specs perched on his nose adding that touch of elegant gent. "You're here." "Sit, yes, father." The room was proper posh, all crystal and fine china, but their brekkie was simple as you like, Chinese style. Steaming millet porridge, shrimp dumplings, and fluffy buns that smelled of home. They ate in silence, father and son, tacking their time, no rush, no chit-chat, just the clink of spoons and the occasional slurp. Once the plates were cleared, they rose as one and headed to the study, the air thick with unspoken words. Young Huey watched his dad's back, straight and silent. The man wasn't one for gabbing at the best of times, but today, something big was brewing. He could feel it in his bones, like the calm before a proper East End storm. They sat facing each other across the heavy oak desk, bookshelves looming like silent guardians. Young Huey saw the seriousness etched in his dad's face, a rare crack in that calm facade. "Lord Usme came to me, had a chat about something." Lord Usme. Young Huey's brow furrowed slight, a flicker of curiosity crossing his youthful features. "Father, you're head of the Yang family, one of Orb's 5 big clans. If Lord Usme's talking to you, why drag me into it?" Spot on. The bespectacled gent across from him was Yang Hongyu, boss of the Yang clan, one of Orb's 5 pillar families, right up there with the Athas and Sahakas. And Young Huey, as his only lad, was basically Orb royalty. The Gundam seed world was split into 2 massive camps: the Earth Alliance, a ragtag bunch of nations like the Atlantic Federation, Eurasian Federation, Republic of East Asia, South African Union, and United South American Nations representing Earth, and Plant, the independent cluster of fancy space colonies. Bad blood between the Alliance and Plant was thick as Thames mud, especially with the Atlantic Federation pushed by some shadowy lot chanting, "Protect the blue and pure world," like a war cry, hell-bent on whipping Plant out. That slogan stemmed from naturals and coordinators. Coordinators were gene-tweaked humans, born superior, smarter, stronger, quicker learners, immune to loads of diseases, and usually proper lookers too. Naturals, just regular folk, no tweaks. Orb, along with the Kingdom of Scandinavia and Equatorial Union, were rare neutrals, refusing to pick sides or get dragged in. Orb especially pushed for naturals and coordinators living in harmony, the only Earth nation with both as citizens. The Alliance, especially the Atlantic mob, weren't thrilled with Orb, Scandinavia, and the Equatorial Union sitting on the fence. But those countries were tiny, low pop, no strategic value, and the Alliance had Plant to deal with. So they turned a blind eye, as long as no one openly backed Plant. But Orb was different from Scandinavia and the Equatorial Union. The Alliance ignored the others' cause, they were no threat. Orb, they lusted after it and loathed it in equal measure. Orb full name Orb Union was a chain of volcanic islands, small but packing a punch. Their military tech was top shelf, fueled by geothermal energy from the volcanoes and a policy welcoming coordinators. The state-run Morgan wrote Inc. on Kiribati Island was a symbol of Orb's might. They even had their own mass driver, Kaguya, and resource satellite, Heliopolis. Rivaled a full Alliance nation's setup. Nicknamed the Sleeping Lion for its hidden strength. Economically, Orb's islands were resource-poor but tech-rich, their products hot on the global market. Politically, power sat with an elected parliament and reps from the 5 ruling clans. One rep became chief, steering policy. Orb's first chief was Usme Eula Atha, the Lord Usme, Yang Hongyu, and Yang Huey mentioned. Yang Hongyu was one of the 5 clan heads. Something about Orb. And about you, they found out, eh? Yang Huey chuckled, a knowing smile creeping across his face. He'd sussed what his dad was getting at. "You know Orb's neutral, right?" "Yeah, I do. So what's the deal with the G-series? Call it a trade of sorts." Trade? Yang Hongyu didn't reckon his boy was cozying up to the Alliance. He'd asked Yang Huey's take on and Plant more than once, and the lad had always been clear. Disdain, even disgust for the Alliance. So whatever Yang Huey was up to, there was a reason. This trade had to be big for Orb. Time and tech, spot on. Orb needs time and tech to beef up its forces. Yang Huey. Orb's neutral, neutrality without muscles, just hot air. The alliance is lost in ground. In the war, they'll be desperate to pull in anyone they can against Zaft. Orb's top of the list. Yang Hongyu's outburst was the only heat. He listened calm as Yang Hui laid it out. His son was a genius from the cradle. The Yang clan's clout owed a lot to him. MS development's the way forward. Unless MA and Warship Tech jumps 2 or 3 generations overnight, they can't touch Zaft MS squads. Orb's got no MS tech of its own. The Alliance's G project is our ticket get their know-how, and Orb can secretly build its own MS force. Then if the Alliance or Zaft come knockin', we've got teeth. Truth be told, it was all smoke and mirrors. Orb didn't need G project for MS. Yang Hui's head was stuffed with 10 times the tech, way more advanced. He was just cooking up an excuse. How else to explain where the MS know-how came from? But MS are for coordinators only. Orb's got some, but they joined to escape war can't force M. Who said only coordinators can pilot MS? You mean an OS for naturals? Piece of cake. Yang Hui waved it off, a smug grin tugging at his lips that he couldn't quite hide. Chapter 231. Fresh start, new skin. Back to square one again. The morning sun snuck through the curtains like a cheeky thief, pulling Yang Hui from his slumber with a gentle nudge. He padded to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face, and staring into the mirror at that fresh, boyish mug, clear eyes, smooth skin, the kind that screamed, still wet behind the ears. He let out a sigh that fogged the glass, heavy with the weight of it all, the room's fancy tiles reflecting his thoughtful frown back at him. It wasn't the handsome reflection getting him down, he wasn't that up himself, was he? Nah, it was the fact that here he was, reset in this new world, starting from scratch as a nipper, growing up all over again. 16 years in, and he was still muttering about Promise Fortress's bleeding rules proper head-scratcher. They were, leaving him feeling like a pawn in some cosmic game. Knock, knock. Come in, young master, brekky's ready. The governor's waiting. Right be down in a jiffy. He sorted himself out, straightening his collar and running a comb through his hair, then strolled down the long, echoey corridor, the polished floors gleaming under chandeliers that dangled like posh icicles. Finally, he hit the dining room, where a grand table stretched out, and at its head sat a middle-aged bloke, hair slicked back neat as a pin, square-jawed face, softened by a warm, bookish smile, specs perched on his nose adding that touch of refined gent. You're here. Sit. Yes, father. The room was all swank crystal and fine china, but their brekkie was dead simple, Chinese style, steaming millet porridge, plump shrimp dumplings, and fluffy buns that filled the air with a homely aroma. They ate in silence, father and son, tacking their time, no rush, no chit-chat, just the soft clink of spoons and the occasional contented slurp. Plates cleared, they rose together and headed to the study, the air thick with unspoken words hanging like fog over the Thames. Young Huey watched his dad's back, straight and quiet as ever. The man wasn't one for gabbing at the best of times, but today. Something heavy was brewing, he could feel it in his gut, like the still before a proper storm rolls in from the east. They sat opposite across the heavy oak desk, bookshelves towering like silent sentinels. Young Huey saw the seriousness carved into his dad's face, a rare crack in that calm mask, like clouds parting to show the thunder underneath. Lord Usme came to me, had a natter about something. Lord Usme. Young Huey's brow creased slight, a spark of curiosity light in his youthful eyes. Father, you're head of the Yang clan, one of Orb's 5 big families. If Lord Usme's chatting to you, why loop me in? Spot on. The bespectacled gent fastened him was Yang Hongyu, boss of the Yang clan, right up there with the Athas and Sahakas in Orb's power game. And Yang Huey, as his only lad, was basically Orb royalty, heir to the lot. The Gundam seed world was carved up into 2 massive crews. The Earth Alliance, a mishmash of nations like the Atlantic Federation, Eurasian Federation, Republic of East Asia, South African Union and United South American Nations holding down Earth, and Plant, the fancy space colony cluster flying independent. Bad blood between Alliance and Plant was thicker than pea soup, especially with the Atlantic lot pushed by some shady outfit chanting, protect the blue and pure world like a battle cry, dead set on whipping Plant out. That slogan, born from naturals and coordinators. Coordinators were gene-tweaked folk, born better, smarter, stronger, quick learners, immune to loads of bugs, and usually proper stunners. Naturals, just your average Joe, no tweaks. Orb, Scandinavia, and Equatorial Union were rare neutrals, refusing to pick sides. Orb especially pushed for naturals, and coordinators live in cheek, by Jowl, the only Earth spot with both as citizens. The Alliance, Atlantic especially, weren't chuffed with Orb, Scandinavia, and Equatorial sitting pretty on the fence. But those places were tiny, low pop, no strategic gold, and Alliance had Plant to smash. So they looked the other way, long as no one backed Plant openly. But Orb stood out from Scandinavia and Equatorial. Alliance ignored the other's cause, they were harmless. Orb, they craved and hated it equal measure. Orb full name Orb Union was Volcanic Islands, small but punchy. Tech top-notch, powered by geothermal juice from volcanoes and welcome-in coordinators. Statron Morgan wrote Inc. On Kiribati Island was their military crown jewel. Own mass driver Kaguya, resource satellite Heliopolis, rivaled a full Alliance nation's kit. Nicknamed Sleepin' Lion for its hidden bite. Economically, Island's resource poor but tech-rich, products hot globally. Politically, power with elected parliament and 5 ruling clan reps. 1 rep chief steering ship. Orb's first chief was Uzmi Eula Atha, the Lord Uzmi they mentioned. Yang Hongyu, one of 5 clan heads. Something about Orb. And they sussed it, eh? Yang Huey chuckled, a sly grin creeping across his face, like he'd been waiting for this shoe to drop. You know Orb's neutral, right? Yeah, I do. So what's the score with the G-series? Call it a trade of sorts. Trade. Yang Hongyu didn't reckon his boy was cozying up to the alliance. He'd quizzed Yang Huey on M and Plant more than once, and the lad was clear. Pure contempt, even revulsion for the alliance. So whatever this was, there was method to the madness. This trade had to be gold for Orb. Time and tech, spot on. Orb needs time and tech to bulk up its forces. Yang Huey. Orb's neutral, neutrality without teeth is just hot air. Alliance is loss in ground, they'll drag in anyone against Zaft. Orb's prime target. Yang Hongyu's outburst was the only heat. He listened calm as Yang Huey spilled. His son was a whiz from the cradle. Yang clan status owed heaps to him. MS is the future. Unless MA and warship tech leaps generations overnight, they can't touch Zaft MS squads. Orb's got no MS know-how. Alliance's G project is our snag their tech, Orb builds secret MS force. Then Alliance or Zaft come knockin', we've got bite. Truth. Smoke screen. Orb didn't need G project. Yang Huey's head was crammed with 10 times the tech, way ahead. Just an excuse. How else explain the MS knowledge source? But MS for coordinators only. Orb has some, but they joined to dodge war can't force M. Who said only coordinators pilot MS? A. You mean OS for naturals? Easy peasy. Yang Huey waved it off, grin hidden smug that bubbled up like fizz in a bottle. Chapter 232. Secrets buried deep. You're saying naturals can pilot MS too. Yang Hongyu couldn't keep his cool no more, leaping up from his chair like he'd been zapped, his voice echoing off the study's wood-paneled walls, eyes wide as saucers behind those specs. Yeah, Yang Huey nodded, calm as a cucumber, but he quickly added a word of caution to temper his dad's excitement. But it ain't for just anyone. Piloting an MS is a proper art, needs talent, and heaps of time grinding away in training to get it right. That's still massive. This breaks the coordinator's stranglehold on naturals, don't it? Ahem. Yeah, you could say that. Yang Huey's mouth twitched in this world. His dad's take made sense, but to him, it was pure bollocks. Since when were MS just for coordinators? In other worlds, they were naturals bread and butter. Coordinators, innovators, new types, they were the odd ones out, the specials. As for why naturals couldn't hack the OS here. Duh, it was built for coordinators from the ground up. They were superior in every way, brains, brawn, the lot. The OS was tuned for that edge. Downgrade in it for lesser folk would just hobble the pros. Yang Huey wasn't a coordinator, but as an innovator, his body, reflexes, thinking all topped him. Using Zaft OS. Piece of cake. With his stash of tech and know-how, whipping up an OS for naturals was child's play. Hell, cranking out MS that'd outclass Zaft latest was a dawdle. This is huge, you come with me, we're seeing Lord Uzmi now. All right, but I gotta ring Sumeragi and Liu Mei first. Promised them a day out shopping, thwack. Oh, what was that for? Yang Huey rubbed the back of his head, glaring at his dad. You cheeky sod, you think you can play the field and I won't give you a clip. Yang Hongyu snapped, eyes flashing with that mix of stern dad and exasperated amusement. That just means I'm a catch, HMPH. Dunno where you get this from me and your mum are proper faithful sorts. That's cause you couldn't handle more mum's got you under her thumb, you little git. Get ready now, maybe the jibe hit a sore spot, cause Yang Hongyu lost his gentlemanly cool, booting a kick at Yang Huey's backside. Yang Huey wasn't standing for that. He dodged the boot in a flash and scarpered from the study, leaving his dad fuming in the dust. Once Yang Hui was gone, Yang Hongyu lowered his leg, the anger melting away like mist in the morning sun, replaced by a calm as still as a millpond. Wonder what the lad's plotting this time. Do we really not deserve his trust? Back in his room, Yang Hui shooed out the staff, drew the curtains tight, plunged the space into a dim, secretive gloom, and locked the door with a solid click. From a hidden compartment in the wall, he pulled out a sleek device, setting it smack in the middle of the floor and flicking it on. Buzz tilde, a low hum filled the air, barely audible, like a distant bee. He placed his PAD on top and dialed a string of garbled code that looked like nonsense. "It's me." What's up? On the other end of the video call was a woman with a fierce, heroic beauty, long black hair cascading like a raven waterfall, eyes burning red as embers that could scorch your soul. A crimson coat hung open over a high-collared white suit, a matching cape draped elegant, a lavender scarf peeking from the neck like a secret. Regal and fierce, not some delicate miss, but a warrior goddess, ready to charge into the fray. "Dad's onto me, perfect, you know me that well. Hess, all right, I'm off to see Uzmi soon. Then congrats, you too. You're using the encrypted line not just for congrats, right? Yeah. How's prep on your end? 99 secret doc ready. Your lot are loyal as hell. No amount of offers could sway M. Remind you they're mates, not underlings. Heh. Any difference? Big one. Fine, got it. Be ready for my signal. Roger. Just your brother, and yeah, if. Don't blame me, won't. I know you, right." She was about to hang up, but Yang Hui stopped her, his voice soft but urgent, like a whisper in the dark. "Mina, still something. You're one of my mates too. Might have been a trick of the light, but just before the call cut, Yang Hui swore he saw a flush creep across her pale cheeks, first time he'd ever seen that. "Even proud you's learnin' to bend a bit, eh? You've got more than just minions around you," he muttered to himself, low and thoughtful, not sure if it was for his ears or hers, echoing in the empty room. Yang Hui spilled the same beans to Sumeragi and Wang Liu-mei, who were also in Orb. Their covers were solid daughters of Orb Council members, not top tier like the 5 clans, but still in the inner circle. Made gathering intel and setting up plays a doddle, though their age kept them from going full throttle. "Looks like it's kicking off," Sumeragi said, her voice steady with that tactical edge. "Yes." Sumeragi head to the heavenly pillar and link with Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria. "Roger. Liu-mei, ramp up our Zaft moles. Dig for anything on Heliopolis. On it, yeah. I'm seeing Uzmi soon. If it goes as planned, I'll head to Heliopolis for the final handover. Your machine, not time to show it yet." No matter if it was Zaft MS or the latest G-series, Yang Hui didn't rate him. Dawn Gundam, Gundam Exia, Gundam Dynams, Gundam Virtue, anyone could wipe the floor with M. But there was a right pain in this world, the neutron jammer. Those things turned his 4 Gundams into fancy paperweights, cause they ran on nuclear engines. Sure, high-performance batteries could work, but they'd barely last one full burst from Yang Hui before conking out better than nothing, but not by much. And another headache, Orb couldn't afford to flash its MS yet, let alone next-gen Gundams piloted by naturals. Yang Hui Bane, a natural wasn't Secret Alliance intel, had him pegged high up. Plant side he'd had contacts too. Pilot Dawn Gundam. Hard to hide from everyone. But Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria. They'd kept low from the start. Only Yang Hui, Sumeragi, Wang Liu-mei, Meina, and old Sahakunu. Not even Gina, Mina's brother. So they could jump in with Gundams, scrapping key fights, then vanish no big ripples. Course, best if they didn't have to. Keep the cards close, no slip-ups. Yes. Liu-mei, keep an extra eye on plant progress with the neutron jammer canceller. I'll sort it right away. The canceller was a must-have. Battles were ramping up in frequency and scale. Batteries wouldn't cut it for joining in. But this mission, it niggled at Yang Hui, something off. Investigate the truth behind Blue Cosmos. He knew it was the Death Merchants' logos. Seemed like a gimme. But the note on rewards risen, with more truth uncovered. That screamed hidden layers. Logos wasn't the end, something lurked deeper. So he told Wang Liu-mei to dig harder into the Alliance, especially Atlantic Federation. No big breaks yet. But Yang Hui just noted it, no panic. He'd adapted to reality twisting from his memories. Whatever came, he'd handle it, stay strong, and nothing could touch ya. Yang Hui tagged along with Yang Hongyu to the Atha family manor, finally meeting Uzmi Nara, Atha face to face. Your little stunt with Sahaku's pushing it, Uzmi said straight off, his voice stern but not angry, eyes piercing like he was weighing Yang Hui's soul. Ain't crossed no line. Just a trade bit of help for time and tech. Same as any deal, Yang Hui replied, cool as ice, holding the gaze without flinching. But boosting the alliance's military. That's a threat to Orb too, no skin off our nose. Alliance needs time to build their MS fleet. That's our window. Lord Usmi, you know as well as I do neutrality without backups, just words in the wind. Usmi mulled it over, the room quiet save for the tick of an old clock. How sure are ye? Depends on your backin', Morgan wrote's yours. I know you're tight with old Sahaku, heavenly pillars yours too. Yang Hui gave a half smile, not entirely thrilled. 50-50, Usmi's eyes narrowed, but he nodded, the weight of the decision settling like dust after a storm. The path ahead was murky, but for Orb's sake, they'd walk it father and son, side by side in the shadows. Chapter 233, The Old Guard's Game, only 50-50. Usmi and Yang Hongyu's brows furrowed in sync, the confident air in the study suddenly turning heavy as lead, the low hum of the manor systems feeling like a funeral dirge. A 50-50 shot wasn't just low, it was a bloody gamble they couldn't afford to lose. That's right. Only half a chance, Yang Hui confirmed, shacking his head, his voice level despite the bombshell he just dropped. We're proper short on time, 50%. That was the odds of beefing up Orb enough to stand tall, sticking to its neutral guns while fending off the Earth Alliance and Zaft, the two big dogs scrapping over the solar system. 50% chance of surviving if war came knocking. If he'd rocked up in this world 20 years earlier, Yang Hui fancied his chances of turning Orb into a third superpower, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Alliance and Plant. But it was late in the cosmic era, year 70. The G project was practically done, the new Gundams already shipped off to Heliopolis. The main story, the real scrap, was about to kick off proper. From that kickoff to the Earth Alliance, getting its own MS fleet and turning its guns on Orb. 6 months, give or take. 6 months. Not enough time to build a wall against the whole bleeding world, even with him, Setsuna, Lyle and Tyria in the mix. And with both superpowers watching Orb like hawks, trying to build up an MS force meant shipping in rare materials, a move as subtle as a foghorn in a library. Get spotted and they'd get hit with sanctions, trade blockades leaving Orb with all the tech and none of the tools, a paper tiger with no teeth. Worse, it could spook em into attacking first. So that 50% chance. That was him being generous, factoring in everything that could go tits up. It was a miracle it was that high. Oh, right. Get on with it then, Usmi wasn't daft. He saw the same hurdles Yang Hui did. In fact, after running the numbers in his own head, he reckoned Yang Hui's 50% was a bit of sugar-coating, a white lie to keep their spirits up. In his book, it was less than 10. But he agreed with the lad's take. Orb right now was all mouth and no trousers, standing on its moral high ground, spouting slogans about neutrality while having no muscle to back it up. The second the Alliance or Plant decided to call their bluff, Orb's neutral bubble would pop, and they'd be forced to pick a side. To stay neutral, to stay their own masters, they needed teeth. Proper sharp ones. Just, Usmi was old. The fire in his belly had cooled, his drive worn down by years of politics. He could only see as far as keeping the status quo, not seeing the storm brewing on the horizon. Yang Hui's little side deal with Sahaku, helping the Alliance with their MS, looked like he was selling out Orb on the surface. But underneath, it was the only path to making Orb strong. So, even if the odds were slim to none, Usmi would back the plan. Worst comes to worst, he'd chuck his own life on the fire to pave the way for the young Uns. Long as Orb's ideals lived on, long as the seeds he'd planted could grow, what did one old man's sacrifice matter? Leave it to me, Lord Usmi. Yang Hui's feelings on Usmi were a mixed bag. The bloke was short-sighted, a leader who couldn't see past his own, knows a disaster for a country in Orb's tricky spot. In this game, if you weren't moving forward, you were getting left behind. Just trying to stay safe meant a slow death. But as a leader, the man had given his whole life to his country, even ready to die for it. You had to respect that. Him and most of the top brass were the same. That unity, that willingness to sacrifice. That was the real reason they called Orb the Sleeping Lion. Go to Heliopolis. You were part of this plan, see it through to the end. Yeah. Got my ticket booked. Leaving today, and if you can, bring my foolish daughter back for me. Yang Hui, oh, for flip's sake. The words, foolish daughter, made his head ache. Kagali Euler Atha. Uzmi's adopted girl, Orb's top princess. Sounds grand, done it? But Kaggle to Yang Hui was one thing and one thing only, an eternal troublemaking brat. Feisty, impulsive, thick as a brick, only seeing what was right in front of her, never thinking about the deeper meanings. Once she got an idea in her head, she wouldn't listen to reason, wouldn't care who she trampled on, just bulldozed ahead, dragging her mates along for the mad ride. And worst of all, she was as short-sighted as her old man, maybe even more so. Dead set on believing Orb was perfect as it was, rejecting any change. Uzmi might have lost his drive, but he could still back the young uns, see the path Orb needed to take. Kaggle, blind as a bat. She'd probably call Yang Hui's plans the ruination of Orb, while her own idea of protecting neutrality was just endless retreat, letting the other powers nibble away at Orb till there was nothing left. Yeah, Yang Hui's way was risky, but Orb was at a crossroads, either explode out of the silence or die in it. Take a punt and maybe there's a future. Kaggle's way, just shoving Orb off a cliff with no chance of turning back. So, Yang Hui had made his mind up. Save Uzmi and the others if he could. If not, no way was he letting Orb fall into Kaggle's hands. Can I say no? Yang Hui asked, his face a picture of misery. He'd known Kaggle since they were kids, and they'd rubbed each other up the wrong way from day one. He was a grown man in a kid's body, so he tried not to get into spats with a child, but Kaggle loved a good row. Every time she saw him it was on, and she wouldn't let it go till she'd won. Proper headache. Best to just leg it when he saw her calming. Ha ha ha, you two are still at each other's throats then. At the mention of their kids, Uzmi and Yang Hongyu both cracked up, the tension in the room lifting for a moment. It's not my fault. She's the one who won't let it go, Yang Hui said, throwing his hands up in mock surrender. I know. But Hui, I need you to bring her back. Not as Uzmi Eula Atha, but as her father. I'm asking you, I'll do my best. You know what your daughter's like. If it was a leader's order, Yang Hui might have told him where to stick it. But a dad's plea. That was different. Ha ha ha, I'm counting on you. Yang Hui nodded, got up and left. The second the door closed, Uzmi's smile vanished, replaced by a deep, weary frown. Yang Hongyu, on the other hand, was beaming, proud as punch. Ah, why can't that girl be more like your Huey? Hess, my Huey's been a genius since he was a nipper. Got the maturity and composure of a grown man. Not many can match that. Away from the politics, Uzmi and Yang Hongyu were old mates. They could drop the formalities. Old Yang, that thing I mentioned before. You had to think about it, not much to think about. You know, my lad. There's not much I can decide for him, Yang Hongyu said with a shrug. Really no wiggle room. Your missus loves Kaggle, done it. Can't she put in a good word? True, my wife adores her, wishes she was her own daughter. But a daughter ain't a daughter-in-law. And don't forget those two lasses, Noriega and Wang. Forget it. Huey and Kaggle. There's like oil and water. Ah, that girl. She's probably never gonna get hitched, is she? Yang Hui didn't know about his dad and Uzmi's little chinwag. His mind was already churning, planning his next move, figuring out how to squeeze the most out of the situation. If he wasn't mistaken, Zaf spies had already got wind of the G project. The Crusette team was probably on its way to Heliopolis now. A fight was common, no doubt about it. The original plot. He didn't give a toss. What he needed to figure out was how to save Heliopolis from getting smashed to bits in the crossfire. It was Orb's only colony, after all. If it went up in smoke, the folks back home would start wondering if Orb could protect them, and morale would plummet. But then again, its destruction had its upsides. They could use it as leverage, demand compensation from plant. Yang Hui had decent connections with the plant top brass. He could probably swing a good deal. And right now, Orb had no space force. Heliopolis was a sitting duck, easy pickings for either of the big powers. Instead of draining resources trying to defend it, maybe it was better to just let it go. What about territory in space? Come on. Once Orb was strong, they could build dozens, hundreds of Heliopolises. So, he was in two minds about whether to save it. And what about the Gundams? He'd thought about nicking one for himself, a temporary ride. But he'd binned that idea quick enough. Cause of who he was. Claiming self-defense was one thing, but his plan involved sticking with the Archangel, at least for a bit. If he did that, helping them fight, the Alliance and Plant would have a field day. A natural pilot in an MS. From a neutral country. Why's he helping the Alliance? It'd bring a world of hurt down on Orb. And he had to stick with the ship. The Archangel was packed with talent. The captain, the Zoe, the ace pilot, the mad helmsman who drove it like a fighter jet, the super mechanic. A whole boatload of M. Especially the XO, Nadarl Badgerul. Yang Hui wasn't about to let her become a casualty of some political game. And most important of all, Kira Yamato was on that ship. Yes, Kira would end up joining Orb's side eventually, but Yang Hui wanted more than that. He wanted Kira on his side proper. To do that, he had to get close to him now, while he was still confused, still finding his feet. It was the only chance to plant his own ideas in the lad's head. Once Kira found his own path, his own values, it'd be impossible to sway him. The strongest coordinator. I wonder if I can speed up your growth a bit. Chapter 234. Chaos kicking off, storm clouds gathering after what felt like an eternity cooped up in that tin can of a spaceship. Yang Hui's boots finally hit solid ground, well, as solid as a colony satellite gets anyway. He stepped off the ramp, the artificial gravity pulling him down gentle-like, and let out a long, satisfied breath, stretching his arms wide as the fresh, recycled air filled his lungs, chasing away the stuffy fog from the journey. Tilda finally here. He gave a proper yawn, rolling his shoulders to shake off the kinks. Heliopolis wasn't some grimy industrial hub. The air was crisp and clean, like a breath of countryside wind, washing away the groggy haze in his head. Young master, where to now? Where's Professor Kato at? Heliopolis Industrial University. Right, let's head there. And Yang Hui paused, glancing back at the entourage trailing him like a shadow bodyguards, assistants, the works, at least 20 of them, all suited and booted, looking like a private army. He sighed, rubbing his temple. You lot don't need to tag along. I ain't one for all this flash, but your safety. This is Heliopolis, for crying out loud. What's gonna happen, but enough. Leave a car and scatter. That's an order, Al. All right, they weren't thrilled. Yang Hui's name was high on every major powers, pull-in or take-out list, and he dodged more kidnappings and hits than he could count. But his word was law. They were Yang family retainers, not official Orb goons. They dispersed, melting into the crowd like ghosts, but he knew they'd be lurking nearby, ready to jump in if things went pear-shaped. Yang Hui didn't mind, he just didn't fancy Paradin around like some big-shot politico. Plus, he wasn't just here to check on the G-Series progress with Professor Kato. As the strongest coordinator, Kira was one of Kato's students right now. And Yang Hui had crossed paths with Kira as kids, got on like a house on fire back then. With Kira's soft heart, he probably hadn't forgotten. Cut through the bustling city center, and Heliopolis Industrial University was a breath of fresh airloads of students milling about, but quieter than the market streets, the kind of calm that let your thoughts wander without the din. Yang Hui liked it. Too much noise muddled the brain. Strolling the campus paths, memories bubbled up like fizzy pop. Last time he'd had a proper school life was back in the Gundam 00 world. After that, it was all rush jobs, grabbing diplomas quick as, and skipping grades. No time for the normal stuff. But this place is about to go tits up too. He sighed, the weight of it settling like a dark cloud. Whatever happened to Heliopolis, these kids' carefree days were numbered. The incident here was just the spark, the beginning of real chaos. Unlike the Alliance plant dust-ups before, this mess would drag every nation in, no sitting it out. Just then, thud, oof, someone barreled into his back. It's Mirialia. You all right? I'm fine, just a bit sore. Told you to watch where you're going. Now you've bashed into someone. Gotta apologize quick. Yang Hui hadn't even turned round yet, but the voices clued him in. He knew exactly who it was. Sorry, my mate wasn't looking. Hey, you're... Yang Hui, Kira's voice was soft, polite, tacking the lead in apologizing, but when Yang Hui spun round, recognition hit like a thunderbolt, his face lighting up with genuine joy. This was an old mate he hadn't seen in donkey's years. Kira's Yamato. Blimey, long time no see. You know each other? Mirialia and Toll asked, curious as cats. Yeah, Yang Hui and me were schoolmates in primary, at the Lunar City Elementary. But he was a right whiz kid. We only did 1 year together before he skipped grades and graduated early. Kira reminisced, a fond smile tugging at his lips, like flipping through an old photo album. Hey, really? A proper genius then. Mirialia and Toll were gobsmacked. Kira was already a brainbox in their eyes, but someone even sharper, graduate in primary after just a year. Mental. Haha, too kind. Name's Yang Hui, nice to meet ya. He stuck out his hand, friendly as you like. I'm Tol Koenig, and this is my girlfriend, Mirialia Hor. Cheers, cheers, Yang Hui. Didn't expect you to be so down to earth. What, you thought I'd be all nose in the air, proper arrogant? Yang Hui joked, shaking hands light. Ha ha ha, anyway, Yang Hui, what brings you here? Kira asked. Looking for Professor Kado. Professor Kado, yes, we're heading that way to come with. Sounds good. By the way, Yang Hui, you from the East Asian Republic? Nah, I'm orb through and through. Oh. Fair enough. Yang Hui hadn't reckoned on bumping into Kira early, let alone with Mirialia and Tol in tow. Still, it was a bonus planting, a good impression ahead of time. The walk was easy, chit-chat flowing like a lazy river, and for once, Yang Hui felt a rare lightness, like shrugging off a heavy coat. Back in Orb, everyone knew who he was a prodigy. Talks were either tiptoeing on eggshells or brow narsing. Real chats, only with the elders, Sumeragi, Wang Liu Mei, or Mina, who was miles away at the Heavenly Pillar. They reached Professor Kado's lab, and with Kira's crew macking intros, Yang Hui met Sai and Kazui too, the full set of Kado's students. But, in there, he spotted someone he'd expected, but really hoped to avoid. What are you doing here? Thick coat wrapped tight, newsboy cap pulled low, hidden her features and golden hair, dressed like a lad to blend in. I should be asking you that, Kagali. What are you doing sneaking around here? The boy was Kagali, the one person Yang Hui dreaded fasten. Proper annoying. Sure enough, Kagali spotted him and exploded like a firecracker, storming over and grabbing his collar, her voice a furious hiss. It's you, Innette. You did this. Yang Hui seriously considered slapping her silly to snap her out of it. They were undercover, for crying out loud, and the G project was top secret for both the Alliance and Orb. Here she was, yelling like a fishwife in front of strangers, practically broadcasting classified info. Calm down. Kagali, Yang Hui flicked a glance at the others, trying to clue her in that they had company. But Kagali, once riled, was blind to everything including his warning. It's definitely you. You know what you're doing is destroying Orb. Shut it. His roar cut her off, and tears welled up in her eyes like storm clouds bursting. She let go of his collar, stepping back with a hurt look. Remember who you are. Look around, Yang Hui said, straightening his rumpled shirt, his voice cold as a winter wind. Keep your gob shut, Kagali. Don't drag others down with your hot head. Kira stepped forward tentative, his voice soft and worried, like he was trying to defuse a bomb. He didn't know the full story, but a row like that wasn't good. Sorry for scaring ya, Yang Hui said, his face softening back to normal as he turned to Kira and the others, bowing slight in apology. My sister's a bit of a handful. Caused a right scene. Yang Hui, Kagali fumed at Bane called his sister. We're the same age, but you're 3 months younger. You, zip it. Wait over there quiet like. HMPH, the others chuckled awkward, thinking what a weird pair of siblings they were. Right, is Professor Kado in? We're here to see him, Yang Hui asked Sai and Kazui, who'd been there from the start. Sorry, Prof's out, but he should be back soon. If you don't mind waiting, Sai said. He'd heard Yang Hui's name from Kira, knew he was an old mate, so no kicking him out. Ta will hang about, no worries. Just then, Yang Hui's PAD buzzed. It's me, seeing the caller, his face went dead serious. Young master, emergency zaft ignoring warnings, Clausen on Heliopolis. Nazca-class ship, 6 Jin. Alert Heliopolis government, sound the evac alarms now. Yes, sir. I'll send someone to pick you. No. I'm heading to Morgenroth. You lot focus on guiding civilians to safety. That's an order, Understood, call ended. Kira and the others stared at Yang Hui, gobsmacked. Kagali jumped in first, voice urgent. What happened? Zaft Nazca-class ships blowing off warnings, approaching Heliopolis. MS deployed. For safety, you lot leg it to a shelter. How? It must be. Kagali glared at Yang Hui, reckoning his meddling had brought this down on him. Kira and the gang struggled to process, but Sai snapped out of it first. He came from money, a merchant family, and could tell Yang Hui wasn't your average Joe. Who are you really? Sai asked, voice steady but eyes narrow. I didn't lie names, Yang Hui. Your vibe's that cool. You ain't ordinary. Yang Hui paused, then sighed. Get to safety. You might find out who I am later, but not now. All right. Oh, and take her with you. Yang Hui shoved Kagali towards the group. Yang Hui. You remember who you are, Kagali. Don't get others killed cause of you. TCH, so what about you? Yang Hui, you not common to shelter? Kira asked, worry creasing his brow. Whoever Yang Hui was, he was a mate. I've got something I gotta do. The group nodded, faces pale with the sudden fear, and hurried off, leaving Yang Hui standing alone in the lab, the hum of machines the only sound as the weight of what was common settled on him like a storm cloud. The calm before the chaos, but he was ready to dive right in. Chapter 235. My name's Yang Hui, of the Yang clan. After what felt like an endless slog through the void, Yang Hui's boots finally crunched down on solid ground, or as solid as it gets in a floating tin, like a colony satellite. He stepped off the ramp, the artificial gravity tugging him gentle-like, and drew in a deep lungful of that crisp, manufactured air, letting it chase away the stuffy fog of the journey, like a fresh breeze off the Thames on a crisp morning. Tilda finally here. He stretched out with a proper yawn, rolling his shoulders to shake off the kinks, the wide-open docks of Heliopolis buzzing around him with the hum of shuttles and chatter of folks going about their day. No grimy factories here. The air was clean and invigorating, washing away the groggy haze that had settled in his skull like London fog. Young master, where to now? Where's Professor Kato holed up? Heliopolis Industrial University. Right, let's make tracks there. And Yang Hui trailed off, glancing back at the posse trailing him like Shadow's bodyguards, assistants, the full Monty, at least 20 of them, all kitted out like they were expecting a ruck. He rubbed his temple with a sigh. You lot don't need to crowd me. I ain't one for all this pomp, but your safety, sir. This is Heliopolis, for crying out loud. What's gonna happen here? But, enough. Leave a motor and scatter. That's an order, Al. All right, they weren't chuffed. Yang Hui's name was plastered high on every major powers, NAB or Nobel list, and he dodged more snatched jobs and hits than a cat has lives. But his word was gospel. They were Yang family loyalists, not official orb muscle. They melted into the crowd like pros, but he knew they'd be lurking nearby, ready to pounce if things went south. Yang Hui didn't mind. He just didn't fancy parading around like some bigwig politico. Plus, he wasn't just here to chew the fat with Professor Kato about the G-series progress. As the strongest coordinator, Kira was one of Kato's students right now. And Yang Hui had crossed paths with Kira as kids, got on like a house on fire back then. With Kira's soft heart, he probably hadn't forgotten. Cutting through the lively city center, Heliopolis Industrial University was a breath of fresh air, students milling about, but quieter than the market bustle, the kind of calm that let your thoughts drift without the racket pounding your eardrums. Yang Hui liked it. Too much noise just muddled the brain, like trying to think in the middle of a rush-hour tube crush. Strolling the tree-lined paths, memories bubbled up unbidden, tugging at him like old mates calling from across the pub. Last proper school days were back in the Gundam 00 world. After that, it was all fast-track snagging diplomas quick as, and leapfrogging grades. No time for the normal lark. But this place is on borrowed time too. He sighed, the weight of knowing settling heavy on his chest, like a storm cloud gathering over the docks. Whatever fate awaited Heliopolis, these kids' carefree vibes were doomed. The mess here was just the spark, the start of real upheaval. Unlike the Alliance plant scuffles before, this chaos would suck in every nation, no sideline seats. Just then, thud, oof, someone barreled into his back, sending him staggering a step. Mirialia. You all right? I'm fine, just a bit sore. Told you to watch where you're going. Now you've bashed into someone. Gotta say sorry quick. Yang Hui hadn't even turned yet, but the voices clued him in. He knew exactly who it was, a grin tugging at his lips despite the bump. Sorry. My mate wasn't looking. Hey, you're... Yang Hui, Kira's voice was soft, polite as ever, tacking the lead on the apology, but when Yang Hui spun round, recognition hit like a bolt from the blue, his face lighting up with pure joy. This was an old pal he hadn't seen in yonks, and the surprise was like finding a tenner in an old coat pocket. Kira's Yamato. Blimey, long time no see, mate. You know each other? Mirialia and Toll asked, curiosity sparkling in their eyes like kids at a magic show. Yeah, Yang Hui and me were school chums in primary Lunar City Elementary. But he was a right brain box. We only did 1 year together before he skipped grades and was out the door. Kira reminisced, a warm smile spreading across his face, like flipping through faded photos of better days. Hey, really? A proper genius then. Mirialia and Toll were proper gobsmacked. Kira was already the smart one in their crew, but someone even sharper, graduate in primary after just a year. That was bonkers. Haha, too kind. Name's Yang Hui, nice to meet ya. He stuck out his hand, easy as you like. I'm Tol Koenig, and this is my bird, Mirialia Hor. Cheers, cheers, young Huey. Didn't reckon you'd be so laid back. What's you thought I'd be all high and mighty, nose in the air? Young Huey joked, shaking hands with a wink. Ha ha ha, anyway, young Huey, what brings you here? Kira asked, falling into step as they walked. Looking for Professor Kato. Professor Kato, yes, we're heading that way to tag along. Sounds grand. By the way, young Huey, you from the East Asian Republic. Nah, or born and bred. Oh. Fair play. Young Huey hadn't banked on bumping into Kira early doors, let alone with Mirialia and Tol in tow. Still, it was a win laying down a good vibe ahead of time. The stroll was light, chit-chat flowing easy as a pint down the local, and for once, young Huey felt a rare ease wash over him, like shrugging off a heavy rucksack. Back in Orb, everyone knew his face, knew he was a whiz. Talks were either tiptoeing or toadying. Riedel nada. Only with the old guard, Sumeragi, Wangliu Mei, or Mina, who was miles off at the heavenly pillar. They reached Professor Kato's lab, and with Kira's lot doing the intros, young Huey met Sai and Kazui too, the full gang of Kato's students. But, inside, he spotted someone he'd braced for but really hoped to dodge. What are you doing here? Thick coat wrapped tight as a drum, newsboy cap pulled low to hide her features and golden locks, dressed like a lad to blend into the shadows. I should be asking you that, Kagali. What are you sneaking around here for? The lad was Kagali, the one-face young Huey dreaded proper vexin'. Sure enough, Kagali clocked him and blew up like a kettle on the boil, storming over and grabbing his collar, her voice a furious spit. It's you, Innette. You did this, young Huey seriously weighed giving her a clip round the ear to snap her out of it. They were undercover, for Pete's sake, and the G project was hush-hush for both the Alliance and Orb. Here she was, hollering like a market trader, practically broadcasting secrets to strangers. Calm it. Kagali, young Huey flicked a glance at the others, trying to tip her off that they had company. But Kagali, once wound up, was blind as a bat, ignoring his warning completely. It's definitely you. You know what you're doing is wrecking Orb. Shut your gob. His roar cut her dead, and tears sprang to her eyes like sudden rain, welling up and spilling over. She let go of his collar, stepping back with a wounded look that twisted something in his chest. Remember who you are. Look around, young Huey said, straightening his rumpled shirt, his voice cold as a winter gale off the docks. Keep your trap shut, Kagali. Don't drag innocence down with your hot head. Kira edged forward, his voice soft and tentative, like he was trying to defuse a live bomb. He didn't know the backstory, but a spat like that wasn't right. Sorry for the fright, young Huey said, his face softening back to normal as he turned to Kira and the gang, bowing slight with genuine regret. My sister's a handful. Caused a right kerfuffle. Young Huey, Kagali fumed at Bane called his sister, her cheeks flushing red with indignation. We're the same age, but you're 3 months younger. You, pipe down. Wait over there and behave. HMPH. The others chuckled awkward, thinking what a peculiar pair of siblings they made, all fire and ice. Right is Professor Kato about? We're here to see him, young Huey asked Sai and Kazui, who'd been there from the off. Sorry, Prof stepped out, but he should be back soon. If you don't mind hanging about, Sai said. He'd got young Huey's name from Kira, knew he was an old mate, so no booting him out. Ta will wait, no bother. Just then, young Huey's PAD buzzed insistent. It's me, seeing the caller, his face went stone-cold serious, like a switch flipped. Young master, emergency zaft blowing off warnings, classing on Heliopolis. Nazca class ship 6 Jin, alert Heliopolis gov sound evac alarms now. Yes, sir. I'll send pickup, no. Head in to Morgan route. You focus on guiding civvies to safety. Orders Understood, call dropped. Kira and the others stared at young Huey, proper gobsmacked like they'd seen a ghost. Kagali jumped in first, voice sharp with urgency. What happened? Zaft Nazca-class ships ignoring warnings, approaching Heliopolis. MS out. For safety, you lot scarper to a shelter. How? Must be, Kagali glared at young Huey, reckoning his meddling brought this on M. Kira and the gang struggled to wrap their heads round it, but Sai snapped to first from money, merchant family. He could tell young Huey was no ordinary punter. Who are you really? Sai asked, voice steady but eyes narrow as slits. I didn't fib names, young Huey. Your vibe's that cool. You ain't run-of-the-mill. Young Huey paused, then sighed deep, the weight of secrets pressing on him like a lead coat. Get to safety. You might learn who I am later, but not now. All right. Oh, and take her with you. Young Huey shoved Kagali towards the group, her protests falling on deaf ears. Young Huey. You remember who you are, Kagali. Don't get folks killed cause of you. TCH, so what about you? Young Huey not heading to shelter? Kira asked, worry creasing his brow like storm lines on the horizon. Whoever young Huey was, he was a mate. I've got something I gotta do. The group nodded, faces pale as ghosts with the sudden dread, and scarpered, leaving young Huey alone in the lab, the distant rumble of explosions already echoing like thunder rolling in from afar. The calm before the storm, but he was divin head first into it, ready or not. The factory district was a right mess now, smoke billowing like chimneys gone mad, the air thick with the acrid tang of gunfire and burning metal. Techies and guards were locked in a desperate scrap with Zaft commandos, bullets whizzing and shouts echoing off the crumpled walls. Young Huey spotted it all and barked orders to his guards. Split into 2 teams. One with me, we're backing up Captain Ramia's. The other, take the high ground from that stairwell over there. Roger. Wait, young Huey ignored Ramia's protest, leading his team to spread out, treading fire with the Zaft squad, while the other group dashed under cover to the stairs, climbing to vantage points and laying down crossfire that turned the tide, pinning the attackers down. Captain Ramia's. The woman in the orange tech suit couldn't hide her curves, her brown curls fallen to her shoulders like a cascade of autumn leaves, her mature beauty smudged with soot and grime. Muru Ramia's, the legendary skipper of the Archangel, and here she was, crossing paths with young Huey in the heat of it all. You're young Master young Huey. What are you doing here? It's dangerous, get to a shelter. Muru's eyes went wide with disbelief. As the G Project's tech lead, she knew young Huey all right, but seeing him in the middle of this hellfire. Madness. Heliopolis is orb turf, I can't just stand by. What's the status on the G units? 3 already shipped out. 2 still here, pinned down. Got it. Let's guard the last 2, but no buts. Young Huey waved over his guard captain. Split into 2. One with me, assist Captain Ramia's. The other, take high ground. Roger. Wait. Young Huey didn't wait for her, divin into the fray with his team, the crack of gunfire and shouts filling the air as they pushed back the Zaft forces. Watch your back, a familiar voice cut through the din, and young Huey spun, fearing blind drop in the sneak attacking him from behind. Kira, what are you still doing here, young Huey? You and no time for chit-chat. Forget us, get to safety. Left corridor leads to shelter 39. Before he could finish, the left corridor exploded in a roar of fire and debris, the entrance collapsing in a cloud of dust and flame. TCH, damn plot armor, young Huey muttered under his breath, turning to drop a few more enemies before yelling at Kira. Get down here, it's not safe up there. Kira didn't hesitate, vaulting the railing and dropping from the height coordinator reflexes, making it look easy, where a natural would have ended up a splat. What's going on? Orbs neutral-wise Zaft attacking Heliopolis, Kira demanded, ducking beside young Huey as bullets whizzed past. It's not now. Why ain't you in shelter? Where's the others? Young Huey snapped back, fearing off rounds while keeping low. They are safe. That girl Kagali ran off midway, I chased her, got her to shelter. But no room for me. Good. You, a scream cut him off, drow in their eyes. Tilda, Captain Ramia's. Muru's right arm took a hit, blood bloom in like a dark rose on her sleeve, her gun clicking empty. On the other side, the last Zaft redcoat, dagger gleaming wicked, charged in for the kill. Young Huey reacted on instinct, fearing, but his clip was dry too. He lunged forward, tackling the attacker in a tangle of limbs, Kira right behind, the 3 of them crashing in a heap as explosions rocked the background like thunderclaps, painting a chaotic still life of frozen violence amid the flames. Time seemed to freeze, the 3 of them starring in shock young Huey, Kira, and the Zaft pilot, who turned out to be none other than Aslan Serra, the bloke who'd bonded with Kira and young Huey back in lunar primary school days. Aslan, young Huey. Kira, young Huey's foe, was Aslan, the very lad who'd forged a tight friendship with him and Kira all those years ago. Apart from young Huey, who'd seen this twist coming and was playing along, Kira and Aslan were gobsmacked, their reunion in this hellish spot feeling like a cruel joke from fate. Oi oi, this ain't the spot for a school reunion, young Huey said, clenching his fists, voice tight with frustration as he faced Aslan. Young Huey. Stand aside, that's my line, Aslan. This is Heliopolis orb territory. You, Aslan didn't want to scrap with young Huey. He got the message loud and clear, and truth be told, he wasn't thrilled with his orders. Orb was someone Plant wanted on side. Hit in Heliopolis. That was pushing Orb straight into the Alliance's arms. And he personally hated dragging a neutral spot into the mud. But he was a soldier. Orders were orders. The standoff stretched, tension thick as fog, until Muru moved grabbing Kira and Devin into the cockpit of the nearby Gundam, fearing it up with a roar that shook the debris. Bloody hell. In a rush and forgot I'm still here, Yang Hui cursed under his breath, leaping clear as the two remaining Gundams rose from the flames, fire chasing his heels like hungry dogs. He spotted a jeep that was still in one piece, jumped in and floored it, tires screaming as he tore away from the wreck of the hangar. Boom! The explosion bloomed behind him, heat licking at his back like a dragon's breath. Yang Hui kept his foot down, not daring to ease off one slip, and he'd be cooked goose. Next time, no playin' hero like that nearly did me in, he muttered to himself, heart still racing as the heat faded to a cool whisper. Lucky break Kira's mates hadn't bunkered down in a shelter. They were running for their lives right in his path, stopping dead and staring back at the Aegis Gundam bursting from the smoke and blasts like a demon from hell. What are you gawking at? Get in! Yang Hui slammed the brakes, yelling over the engine's growl. The four snapped out of it, pillin' and frantic, and Yang Hui gunned it, leaving the chaos in the dust. Yang Hui, what the hell's going on? Orbs neutral-wise zaft hitting Heliopolis, Kira demanded, voice shacking with confusion and fear as the jeep bounced over debris. The group was reeling too much madness in too short a time, especially a scrap breaking out in their safe haven. They'd chosen Orb to escape the war, a place where naturals and coordinators lived side by side, the only oasis in a desert of conflict. But now, that oasis felt like it was drying up. That MS, Zaft new model. Why are they fighting each other? Mirialia asked, panic risen as she saw the Strike Gundam clash with the Jin, beams flashing like fireworks gone wrong. GAT 105, Strike Earth Alliance prototype. One of 5 G units. The red one's GAT 303, Aegis Gundam, same deal. Yang Hui kept his eyes on the road, voice flat as he explained amid the distant booms. What? Alliance MS. But naturals can't pilot MS, couldn't before. Doesn't mean never. Wait, how do you know all this? They'd reached a safe spot, the fear ebbing away, leaving room for questions. Something didn't add up. Cause I built the OS for the G-series. Helped the Alliance as a consultant. Yang Hui said it casual, like admitting to licking tea with milk. You did, but... You... Kira said you're a natural. How'd you? You can code MS-OS. And you're from Orb, why help the Alliance? Ain't that reckin' neutrality? Why do it? Faced with their angry questions, Yang Hui's face stayed calm as a millpond, unruffled by the storm. To stop Orb becoming cannon fodder in the big powers game. To have the muscle to protect folks like you and millions more just like you. You, who are you really? My name's Yang Hui. Of the Yang family. His words hung in the air like a thunderclap, the jeep's engine the only sound as the truth sank in, eyes wide with shock and the dawning realization that the boy they'd bumped into was no ordinary lad. He was a player in a game far bigger than any of them had imagined. The weight of secrets and loyalties pressed down, the distant echoes of battle a grim soundtrack to the revelation. Chapter 236, the proper top 5 Yang family. As in one of the 5 big clans, the 4 of them gasped in unison, their voices echoing off the jeep's rattled interior like a chorus of shocked pigeons, eyes wide as saucers in the dim light filtering through the dust-streaked windows. Yang Hui nodded, cool as a cucumber, not even glancing their way, his gaze locked on the battlefield unfolding in the rearview mirror, where the Strike Gundam was dancing a deadly ballet with the Jin, beams flashing like fireworks in the chaos. All their odd behavior suddenly clicked. He wasn't just some random lad. And him stressing that his Yang was the Yang clans. That could only mean one thing, he was from one of Orb's pillar families. Yeah, Yang Hui confirmed, his voice steady amid the rumble of the engine and distant explosions. But, why? You ain't, this ties into Orb's future path. You sure you want to know? Yang Hui asked, still not looking at him, his tone flat but carrying a weight that made the air feel thicker, like the calm before a proper London downpour. The 4 fell silent, the question hanging heavy. Dive into state secrets. As ordinary folk, that was a one-way ticket to trouble. They were already fretting about Banes sucked into some massive whirlpool, no way they wanted more. We won't get in hot water, will we? Mirialia asked, her voice wavering like a leaf in the wind, fear creeping into her eyes as the jeep bounced over debris. Probably not easy street, Yang Hui replied, honest as the day is long. So what do we do? The 4 of them were proper panicked now, hearts racing like they'd just legged it from a copper. Scarper now, find a shelter and bunker down. Pretend you heard and saw nothing today, don't breathe a word, not even to your folks. Really safe. You won't grass us up? Kazui, the most timid of the bunch, asked, his voice small and shaky, eyes darting like a cornered rat. Grass you up? What's in it for me? Yang Hui finally glanced back, a faint, wry smile tugging at his lips. But you said it's top secret military stuff. The Alliance's top secret. What's that to me? They remembered then Yang Hui wasn't Alliance. He was at the pinnacle of Orb, one of the elite. Tied to the Alliance. Maybe, but helping develop MS. What was that about? Kira. Wait, where's Kira? Toll suddenly blurted, remembering their mate had chased after Yang Hui's sister earlier, worry flooding his face like a risen tide. Kira's in the strike. What? I saw it with me own eyes. But Kira, how'd he get on an Alliance MS? Things went south quick, no choice. So the Alliance'll let him go. No chance. Let Kira walk. Fat chance. He'd touched the Alliance's crown jewels. With the skills he'd shown in that short scrap, Muru wouldn't let him slip away. Unless they offed her to keep it quiet. The group nodded grim, the reality sinking in like cold rain on a bad day. Toll no, Mirialia cried as Toll made his choice. I can't leave Kira hanging, Toll shouted, his voice cracking with fear he was trying to swallow but firm as oak. He was scared spitless, but Kira was his mate, no way he was abandoning him. Me too, Sai said after a heartbeat's tangle, his face set in determination. Sai, Toll's right, can't ditch Kira. Then I'm coming too. Mirialia clutched Toll's arm tight, terror plain as day on her face, but she wasn't backing down or couldn't, not with her heart on the line. I'm not going to shelter. Kazui's voice trembled, but he forced it out, the words hanging in the air like a challenge to his own fears. Kazui, decided, Yang Hui asked without turning, his voice cutting through like a knife. Next shelter's just ahead. After that, no turning back. We're in, take us with you, can't leave Kira alone. Right, let's go. Yang Hui's lips quirked in a small smile, admiring their bond deep down. Risking it all for a mate, that kind of friendship, was gold dust. But, thinking of some bollocks that'd go down later, he felt a proper headache brewing. Still not his circus, not his monkeys. His job was guiding Kira down the right path, reaping the rewards at the end. They drove back to where the strike Gundam stood, Kira popping the hatch and calling out desperate. Help! She's hurt, Toll, Sai, and Kazui carefully lifted the unconscious Muru to the ground, Mirialia scrounging a med kit from somewhere, and patching her up quick and dirty. Muru was lucky through and through wound. Bullet stuck. That arm would have been a goner without quick surgery. Yang Hui, you got questions burning a hole in ya. Yang Hui didn't look at Kira, eyes fixed on the strike Gundam, admiring its sleek lines amid the wreckage. That girl called you a traitor. I've never betrayed anyone. Everything I do is for Orb. She's just blinded by fancy slogans. Then this MS, Earth Alliance's latest GAT-105 strike, one of 5 G units. Built by Alliance Core and Labs with me helping on the OS. You wrote that OS, Kira gasped, eyes wide with shock. Yeah, but that OS, is that even usable? You're a natural, ain't ya? Who said naturals gotta be second-rate to coordinators? Yang Hui turned, a half-smile playing on his lips, teasing but serious. That, instead of fretting over that, think about your own future. This is Alliance top secret. You think piloting the strike means you walk free, but I'm just a student, an Orb citizen, not Alliance military. You reckon that'll fly? Yang Hui shook his head, explaining patient-like. Plus, Zaft warships lurking outside Heliopolis. Getting out safe. Might need your help, me. I can't possibly. You think I didn't see you tweak my OS on the fly and take down that Zaft Jin? There's another way. What way? Kill her. Yang Hui pointed at Muru lying on the ground. She's the only Alliance witness to you piloting the strike. Off her, and if you don't talk, I don't talk. They don't talk, no one knows. Back to Orb, back to school. I could never do that. Kira roared, horror and anger flashing in his eyes like a storm brewing. Then you're out of luck, but you. Yang Hui, since you wrote the OS. The logic's tight, interlocked. You could use it. That way, I can't get mixed up in Alliance Zaft fights. Not yet. Yang Hui knew Kira wanted him to take over, pilot the strike. From the OS setup, it was clear Yang Hui had serious MS skills. Why? Kira didn't get it, he didn't know Yang Hui's full story. My name's on both Alliance and Plant pull-in or kill lists, top 5. If I jump in, Orb's neutrality's toast. Orb ain't ready, P. "'Kay, what's that? Pull in or kill? How? Who are you? Orb's top 5, I'm one of them." Top 5 meant Orb's real power players. Yang Hui wasn't jockin', he was in that elite circle. On paper, it was his dad, Yang Hongyu, but Uzmi and the others knew the score. Yang Hongyu's seat was thanks to his son. So they all treated Yang Hui as the true top dog, though it was hush-hush, known only to a handful. "How can, SHH tilde," Yang Hui pressed a finger to his lips, urge in silence. "Don't spread it, I'll keep mum, but why tell me all this? 'Cause I trust ya." Yang Hui smiled genuine at Kira, warm as a shared pint. Kira froze, feeling the sincerity hit him like a wave. It wasn't just about keeping secrets, there was something deeper, but he couldn't pin it down. No time to mull it over, though Murray was stirring. "Yang Hui. Kira. Quick, she's coming round." The urgency in the call snapped him back, the group gathering round as Murray's eyes fluttered open, the weight of the moment hanging thick, like the air before a proper London downpour. Yang Hui felt the threads of fate pulling tighter, emotions swirl in trust, fear, the raw edge of survival all crashing together in that smoke-filled ruin. Chapter 237, the proper top 5 Yang family. As in one of the 5 big clans, the 4 of them gasped in unison, their voices bouncing off the jeep's rattled interior like echoes in a narrow alley, eyes bulging wide as saucers in the dim glow filtering through the dust-caked windows, a mix of shock and awe hitting them like a sudden gust off the Thames. Yang Hui nodded, cool as a cucumber, not even flicking him a glance, his eyes glued to the battlefield unfolding in the rearview mirror, where the strike Gundam was weaving a deadly dance with the Jin, beams sliss in the air like fireworks gone rogue in the chaos. All their weird vibes about him suddenly clicked into place, he wasn't just some random punter. And him hammering home that his Yang was the Yang clans. That could only point to one thing, he was from one of Orb's powerhouse families. "Yeah," Yang Hui confirmed, his voice steady amid the growl of the engine and the distant booms that shook the ground like thunder rumbling over the docks. "But, why? You ain't." This cuts to Orb's future. "You lot sure you wanna dive in?" Yang Hui asked, still not turning, his tone flat but heavy with warning, like the low hum before a storm breaks, making the air in the jeep feel thicker, more charged with unspoken danger. The 4 clammed up, the question hanging like a fog over the East End. Stick their noses into state secrets. As ordinary folk, that was begging for trouble, a one-way ticket to a world of hurt. They were already sweating bullets about being dragged into some massive conspiracy. No way they were asking for more. "We won't end up in the clink or worse, will we?" Mirialia asked, her voice wavering like a leaf in a gale, fear creeping into her eyes as the jeep jolted over rubble, the distant flashes of battle lighting her face in eerie bursts. "Probably a bumpy road ahead," Yang Hui replied, honest as the day is long, his words landing like stones in a pond, rippling out waves of dread. "So what do we do now?" The 4 were proper panicked, hearts thumping like drums in a parade, voices risen in a chorus of worry as the reality sank in, cold and unforgiving. "Bail now, find a shelter, and hunker down. Pretend you heard and saw nothing today, don't breathe a word, not even to your old dears. Really safe. You won't shop us?" Kazui, the jumpiest of the bunch, asked, his voice small and shaky, eyes darting like a cornered fox in the headlights. "Shop ya? What's in it for me?" Yang Hui finally glanced back, a faint, wry smile tugging at his lips, softening the hard lines of his face for a moment. "But you said it's top secret military gear. The Alliance's top secret." "What's that to me?" It clicked then Yang Hui wasn't Alliance. He was Orb Elite, one of the top dogs. Tied to the Alliance. Maybe a bit, what with helping on the MS development. But what was really going on? "Kira. Hang on, where's Kira?" Toll blurted sudden, the thought hitting him like a brick, worry flooding his face as he gripped the seat, the jeep's vibrations rattling his bones. "Kira's in the strike. What? I saw it myself, but..." "Kira? How'd he?" "Board an Alliance MS. Things went pear-shaped fast, no choice. So the Alliance'll let him go. No chance. Let Kira walk." "Dream on." He touched the Alliance's crown jewels. With the skills he'd flashed in that quick scrap, Murray wouldn't let him slip away. Unless they silenced her permanent. The group nodded grim, the truth sinking in like a stone in the river, faces pale with the weight of it, the distant roars of battle a grim underscore to their fear. "Toll, no," Mirialia cried, her voice cracking with desperation as Toll made his call, tears welling up in her eyes like storm clouds bursting. "I can't leave Kira twisting in the wind." Toll roared back, his voice raw with terror he was fighting to swallow, but solid as oak, fists clenching tight on the seat. He was scared out of his wits, but Kira was his mate. Abandoning him wasn't an option, not in a million years. Me too, Sai said after a heartbeat's inner turmoil, his face set hard with resolve, jaw clenched like he was brassing for a punch. Sai, Toll's right, can't ditch Kira like that. Then I'm coming too. Mirialia grabbed Toll's arm, holding on for dear life, terror etched deep in her features, but her grip fierce, unyielding. She couldn't back down, not when her heart was screaming otherwise. I'm not heading to shelter. Kazui's voice quivered, but he forced it out, the words tumbling like they were bane wrenched from his gut, his face a mask of fear and determination, sweat beading on his brow. Kazui, decided, Yang Hui asked without looking back, his voice slistened through the tension like a knife through fog. Next shelter's just up ahead. After that, no regrets, no turning back. We're decided, take us along, can't leave Kira hanging. Right then, let's go. Yang Hui's lips curved in a small, admiring smile, respect welling up for their loyalty. Risking it all for a pal, that kind of bond was rare as hen's teeth, warm as a hearth fire in a cold snap. But, thinking of some right bollocks that'd unfold later, a headache throbbed in his temples. Still not his mess to sort. His game was steering Kira down the right path, reaping the rewards when the time came. They drove back to the strike Gundam, Kira flinging open the hatch and calling out in desperation, his voice cutting through the smoke like a beacon. Help! She's hurt bad. Toll, Sai, and Kazui carefully lifted the out-cold Muru to the ground, her face pale as a ghost, blood soaking her sleeve like dark ink on paper. Mirialia rummaged up a med kit from God knows where, bandaging her up hasty but careful, her hands shaking but steady with purpose. Muru was lucky clean through and through. Bullet lodged. That arm would have been toast without quick knife work. Yang Hui, you got questions burning you up inside. Yang Hui didn't look at Kira, eyes fixed on the strike Gundam, admiring its battle-scarred lines amid the wreckage, the metal gleaming under flickering fires. That girl called you a traitor. I've never betrayed a soul. Everything I do is for Orb. She's just blinded by shiny slogans. Then this MS, Earth Alliance's latest toy GAT-105 strike, one of 5 G units. Built by Alliance Core and Labs with me lending a hand on the OS. You wrote that OS, Kira gasped, eyes bulging with shock that hit him like a gut punch. Yeah, but that OS, is it even usable for humans? You're a natural, ain't ya? Who said naturals gotta be second fiddle to coordinators? Yang Hui turned, a half-smile playing on his lips, teasing but dead serious, his eyes sparkling with a challenge that made Kira's heart skip. That, instead of fretting over that, think about your own road ahead. This is Alliance crown jewels. You reckon piloting the strike lets you stroll away scot-free, but I'm just a student, Orb citizen, not Alliance brass. You think that'll wash? Yang Hui shook his head, explaining patient but firm, like a big brother laying out hard truths. Plus, Zaft warships lurking outside Heliopolis. Escaping safe. Might need your skills, me. I can't possibly. Do you think I missed you rewearing my OS on the fly and tacking down that Zaft gin? There's another way. What way? Kill her. Yang Hui nodded at Muru on the ground. She's the only Alliance witness to you tacking the strike. Do her in, and if you keep sh tum, I keep sh tum. They keep sh tum, no one knows. Back to Orb, back to books. I could never. Kira roared, horror and rage flashing in his eyes like a storm erupting, his fists clenching so tight his knuckles went white. Then you're stuffed, but you. Yang Hui, you wrote the OS. The logic's tight, all interlocked. You could use it. That way, I can't wade into Alliance Zaft scraps. Not yet. Yang Hui knew Kira wanted him to step in, pilot the strike. From the OS setup, it was clear Yang Hui had mad MS skills. Why? Kira's confusion boiled over, voice risen like steam from a kettle, not grasping Yang Hui's full story. My name's on both Alliance and Plant pull in or kill lists, top 5. If I jump in, Orb's neutrality's done. Orb ain't ready, K. What's that? Pull in or kill? How? Who are you? Orb's top 5, I'm 1. Top 5 meant Orb's real movers and shakers. Yang Hui wasn't jockeying, he was in that elite circle. On paper, his dad, Yang Hongyu. But Uzmi and the others knew, Yang Hongyu's seat was his son's doing. So they treated Yang Hui as the true power, though it was whisper quiet, known to a handful. How can, SHH tilde, Yang Hui pressed a finger to his lips, urging hush, his eyes flicking wary to the others. Don't spread it, I'll keep it zipped, but why spill to me, cause I trust ya. Yang Hui smiled warm, genuine as a shared secret, hitting Kira like a ray of sun through clouds. Kira froze, the sincerity washing over him like a bomb, easing the knot in his chest. It wasn't just about secrets, something deeper, but he couldn't pin it. No time to dwell. Muru was stirring, her eyelids fluttering like wounded butterflies. Yang's Huey. Kira. Quick, she's whacking. The urgency snapped him back, the group crowding round as Muru's eyes opened slow, confusion and pain clouding her gaze, the distant booms a grim reminder of the hell they'd just escaped. Young Huey felt fate's threads tightening, emotions swirl in trust, fear, the sharp sting of survival all crashing like waves in that smoke-choked ruin, leaving hearts raw and exposed. Chapter 238. Angel takes flight. Up in the Inkai Black, Raoul Cruset's Sieg and Mulaflaga's Mobius Zero were locked in a vicious tango, a deadly dance of metal and fire. But the Hawk of Endymion was flying on a clipped wing and a prayer. His wire-guided gunpods were all smashed to scrap, leaving him with just the fixed linear cannon against a pristine, untouchable Sieg. The fight was as good as lost, and he knew it, sweat beading on his brow under the harsh glare of the cockpit's readouts. Hey, what's all this then? As they plunged into Heliopolis proper, both Cruset and Mu clocked it at the same time. Down below, the strike Gundam, half-naked and vulnerable, getting a new bit of kit bolted on. The Sieg, a predator spotting its prey, dove straight for it. The Mobius Zero gave chase, its linear cannon barking desperate, trying to keep the Sieg off the grunts on the ground. But, with just the one cannon, Mu was proper outgunned. The Sieg pulled a spiral maneuver, smooth as silk, getting on the Mobius Zero's 6, its heavy blade flashing a wicked, cold gleam in the starlight. Seeing it, Mu yanked his controls, the Mobius Zero screaming in protest as it flipped under the massive G-force, but it was too late. The linear cannon had barely locked onto the Sieg tail when a flash of silver sliced it clean in two, the weapon going dead with a pathetic fizzle. What? Mu's blood ran cold. That was his only weapon, his only shield. Now, he was just a sitting duck, waiting for Cruset to put him out of his misery. But Cruset couldn't give a toss about Mu and his battered Mobius Zero anymore. They were just leftovers on the plate, to be dealt with whenever. The strike Gundam on the ground, though that was a different story. Pristine, untouched. He didn't know the full specs of Earth's new toys, what they were capable of. Best to snuff out the unknown before it had a chance to bite back. Cruset's mission was to nick the 5G units. 4 were in the bag, the last one's pilot was dead. Might as well just wreck it. Seeing the Sieg hurtling down from the heavens, Toll and the others scarpered, panic sending M scattering like startled pigeons. Muru, quick as a flash, tackled M, dragging M to the deck. Running around when an MS is on the attack. Asking for it. Lying flat on the ground wasn't much better, but at least you could pray for miracle. Young Huey didn't run. He stayed put, still helping with the striker pack change, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. It was the strike's first time getting a new backpack, and the OS was a package deal. Kira had rewritten the main OS, but the striker's own system needed a tweak too. Am I just macking my own life harder here? He muttered, a grim chuckle escaping his lips to ease the tension. Bane caught in an MS scrap as a squishy human. It was a rush he didn't fancy repeating. Bloody hell should have had Setsuna and the lads on standby nearby. He cursed under his breath, hatting this feeling of not Bane in control, of his fate hanging by a thread. He'd kept them at the heavenly pillar to avoid blowing their cover, but now. He wished he'd kitted him out in Zaft gear and had M lurking in the shadows. Kira, you done yet? Hang on. All systems grain, the change was complete. Kira didn't hesitate, slamming the button for phase shift armor. The strike Gundam's colors bled from grey to a brilliant red, white and blue, and it hunched over, shielding the group with its own body as 76mm shells bounced off its back with a deafening clang. Phase shift armor. TCH, a step too late, am I? But Cruset already had the intel on the new armor from the 4 Gundams they'd nicked. He knew it was tough as nails, practically immune to solid ammo, which made his Sieg, armed to the teeth with physical weapons, pretty much useless against it. But everything has a weakness. Nothing's perfect. The trade-off for that near-invincible defense was a massive energy drain. All he had to do was play cat and mouse, wear the strike down, and when its energy ran dry, move in for the kill. It was a solid plan. But Cruset hadn't counted on a gatecrasher. Boom! A torrent of red, white, and blue energy, a proper electromagnetic flood, tore through the floor of Heliopolis, sending smoke and fire billowing up in a massive plume. From the heart of the chaos, a pair of pristine white legs stepped out, followed by a majestic body, like a vengeful angel descending from the heavens, its sheer presence bringing the fight to a stunned, silent halt. Rewind time. The secret dock in Heliopolis. The timed bombs had done their work. The whole place was a wreck, a twisted graveyard of metal and debris, the bodies of the fallen floatins silent in the zero-G pockets. But through some miracle, in the heart of the devastation, the Earth Alliance's brand new warship, the Archangel, was still in one piece, a beacon of hope in the chaos. The bad news. There were barely any survivors. Only ones who made it, with a handful already on board when the bombs went off. Mostly engineers, Sergeant Arnold Newman reported, his voice grim, to Ensign Nadarl Badgerul. "What's the situation?" "What about the Zaft warship?" Nadarl demanded, the weight of the world on her shoulders. Their lives, the future of the Archangel, the entire vital G project, it was all down to her now. The bombs had wiped out nearly every other officer, leaving her, a lowly ensign, as the highest-ranking survivor. The responsibility was a heavy cloak she had no choice but to wear. "Don't know. We've barely had time to figure out our own situation." Nadarl ran a self-diagnostic on the Archangel. "Most systems were green. The damaged bits wouldn't stop M from flying." She let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. The Archangel, built tough. An explosion like that couldn't sink her, she murmured, a flicker of pride in her voice. "Maybe, but the way to the port is blocked solid with wreckage." "We're trapped," Newman pointed out, his voice laced with grim reality. Nadarl thought for a second, then tried the comms. "Nothing but static." Normal enough, but it got her thinking. "Still jammed. Does that mean this was a diversion?" "Zaft real target is the G units." The thought sent a jolt of panic through her, shattering her composure. "Damn it. What's happening at Morgenroth? What about the GS? We're blind in here. The Archangel was precious, yeah, but the G project was the future of the Earth Alliance. The new Gundams were packed with tech a whole generation ahead of Zaft mass-produced Jin miniaturized beam weapons, phase shift armor, the new G-series frames. If all that fell into Zaft hands, it wouldn't just be a setback. It'd be a disaster, helping Zaft widen the gap and squeeze the life out of the Alliance. "This is 105 strike. Earth forces. Respond." Just then, a garbled one-way message crackled through the static, a lifeline in the storm. "Comms. This is the Archangel, Ensign Nadarl Badgerul speaking. Respond if you copy." "Nothing." The comm jam was too strong. But Nadarl wasn't disheartened. She'd caught the keywords. 105 strike, that was the GAT 105 strike Gundam. Earth forces meant the caller wasn't Alliance military, but they weren't Zaft either. She pieced it together. The strike had fallen into some unknown hands, but it hadn't been captured by Zaft yet. And they were trying to contact the Earth forces, probably to return it or ask for help. Right. The plan was clear: get out, figure out what was going on, and get the strike back. As for help, they'd cross that bridge when they came to it. They could barely help themselves right now. "Archangel, launch," Nadarl ordered, sliding into the captain's chair, her voice ringing with newfound authority. "Launch this ship. With this skeleton crew." "We can't," Newman protested immediately. "Got time to stand around winging, we've got time to figure out how to do it. There's a fight going on out there for the G units. Are we just gonna sit here and do nothing?" Newman went quiet. He didn't want to be trapped either. Just then, 3 other survivors stumbled onto the bridge. They were just reserve crew, but they were all Nadarl had. "I've rounded up the others." "Right, get to your stations. Just follow the computer's instructions." "Yes, ma'am, there's still a Zaft warship out there." "We can't fight," Newman pointed out again, the voice of cautious reality. "I know. As we launch, prep the special cannons for Firin." "You can do that, can't you, Sergeant?" Without another word, Newman took his place at the helm. Launch sequence initiated. Due to emergency, skipping procedures C30 to L21. Main power online. Under Nadarl's sharp commands, the small crew worked frantically, checking systems, bringing the giant ship to life. Output risen. No anomalies. 450 seconds to rated power. Too long. What's the status of the Heliopolis power lines? Still active. Get power from there. Connect the lines, channel it to the capacitors. Connection confirmed. Current stable. 20 seconds to rated power. Life support normal. CIC online. Weapon systems online. FCS connecting. Magnetic field chamber and particlizer idle normal. External armor blast shield stable at maximum power. Main power connected. Engine normal. Archangel, all systems online. Ready for launch. With a team effort that defied the odds, the colossal Archangel was awake. The angel might be weak, but its presence chased away the despair, planting a seed of hope in their hearts. Airtight bulkheads sealed. All hands brace for impact and potential hull damage. Slow ahead. Archangel launch. A faint glow from the rear thrusters, and the Archangel crept forward, slow and steady, towards the blocked exit. The legs of the ship, the forward launch decks, opened up, revealing two massive, menacing cannon muzzles, like the sharp teeth of some great beast. As the special cannons fire, full speed ahead, blue positrons gathered at the muzzles like a swarm of fireflies, their faint light growing into a blinding glare. Charge complete, Lohengrin positron blaster cannons. Aim. Fire. Boom. Chapter 239, Identity Crisis. Time to lay my cards on the table, a new warship. Didn't take it out then, a bleeding warship. Inside the colony, the Archangel. The sudden, earth-shaking arrival of the Archangel brought the whole scrap to a stunned, silent halt, like someone had hit pause on a film. But Raoul Le Creuset, sharp as a tack, snapped out of it first. He ditched the strike Gundam as a lost cause, and gunned his Sieg straight for the massive, angel-winged ship, a new, bigger prize in his sights. We're through the port and inside the colony. Minimal impact damage, hulls holding up. Sergeant Arnold Newman's voice, steady but laced with tension, crackled over the Archangel's internal comms. Heliopolis interiors tacking a proper poundin'. Strike Gundam is active. No, wait, it's in combat. Here in the report, Nadal Badgerul glanced through the bridge's main view screen, the sleek, menacing form of the Sieg getting bigger by the second. Her voice was ice-cold, sharp with command. Evasive maneuvers. Hard to starboard. In the nick of time, the massive Archangel lurched to the right, dodging the worst of the Sieg barrage. A couple of shells clanged off its hull, sparking harmlessly like tiny fireworks and bouncing away with a dull ping. Reinforced armor-piercing rounds can't even scratch this new ship's paint. What kind of monster have the feds cooked up now? Creuset cursed, his voice a venomous hiss inside his cockpit. His Sieg was running low on ammo, and what he had left were just light rounds. No way he was tacking down the Archangel with that. He switched his focus back to the strike Gundam. Right, let's start with you. Beep, beep, beep. What? An alarm blared. The Sieg had barely turned when the strike Gundam, now armed with a colossal sword, came tearing towards it, a blur of motion. The faint beam edge humming along the giant blade made Creuset's survival instincts scream, the cold glint of the sword's tip prickling his skin like 1,000 tiny needles. He threw his shield up, twisting the Sieg slidey, hidden his 76mm machine gun behind it, ready to block the strike's charge, knock the sword aside, and then pepper its exposed chest with a full-on volley. Too simple, this one. Must be a rookie. Easy pickings. But then, screech. The confident smirk froze on his face. The massive shield offered no resistance. The giant sword slicened through it like a hot knife through butter, tacking the Sieg left arm and the machine gun with it in one clean, effortless cut. What? That kind of power, Creuset was properly gobsmacked. The strike Gundam's agility, its explosive burst of speed, the raw power of that Schwert-Duer anti-ship sword. His Sieg couldn't touch it. His own machine crippled, the strike now a top-tier threat, Creuset didn't hesitate. He spun the Sieg around and legged it, blasting back out through the hole the Archangel had made, disappearing into the black of space. Stop right there, don't chase him. The strike was about to give chase, to finish the job, but Yang Hui's sharp command cut through Kira's adrenaline-fueled haze, cooling his hot head. There's still a Zaft warship lurking outside Heliopolis, and more than one MS. Don't be a lamb to the slaughter. Roger that. With the Sieg gone, Yang Hui let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The biggest danger was past, for now. And compared to the original timeline, Heliopolis was in much better shape. The Archangel's missiles hadn't torn through its support struts, and the strike hadn't punched a massive hole in the colony wall. But it's all down to us now, in Nit. Yang Hui was still in two minds about Heliopolis. If he'd just let things play out, it would have been destroyed. Now it was damaged but salvageable, stuck in a proper awkward limbo. The colony's final fate would be decided in the next fight. The three remaining Jin were all kitted out with heavy anti-fortress, anti-ship gear. One stray shot from them would do more damage than a whole volley of ship-to-MS missiles. Right, what's next? Yang Hui looked up as the Archangel slowly descended, its massive form blocking out the artificial sky. His own dangerous journey was about to begin. With him on board, would the Archangel's path be easier, or even more treacherous? It was anyone's guess. The Archangel touched down, and the group rode up on the strike's massive hand, stepping out onto the launch deck. Captain Ramius, Nadral Badgerul, and the other survivors were already there to meet them, their faces a mix of relief and exhaustion. Ensign Badgerul, thank God you're all right, you're the ones. You managed to launch the Archangel, that's what saved us. The two women exchanged a crisp salute, a shared moment of relief that they were both still breathing. Zaft attack had been brutal, nearly whipping out the entire Earth Force's contingent. In this mess, every survivor was a small victory. Just then, the strike's cockpit hissed open, and Kira climbed out, immediately drawing the attention of Nadal and her crew. Oi oi, what's all this? He's just a kid. Was he the one flying that thing? Kajiro Murdoch, the sharp-tongued chief mechanic, couldn't believe his eyes. He knew the G-Series wasn't something just anyone could pilot. Back on Earth, they'd run some basic sims with the 5 Gundams, using the Atlantic Federation's top aces. They'd barely managed to take 2 steps before the machines went haywire. Never mind fighting in M. That's why they'd brought M to Heliopolis to get Professor Kado's help fine-tuning the dodgy OS to a point where it was actually usable. Otherwise, the billion-dollar G-units were just expensive scrap metal. And now, here was this teenager, not only piloting the strike but fighting off a Zaft MS and winning. It was beyond belief. Captain Ramia's this is, Muru was in a proper bind. The whole thing felt like a dream. This kid had perfected an unfinished MS on the fly and beaten Zaft twice. How was she supposed to explain that? And his identity? She had a pretty good guess, but it was a touchy subject, liable to cause a right old row in the current situation. Well, that was a proper surprise, wasn't it? A cheerful, laid-back voice cut through the awkward silence, and Mulaflaga, still in his flight suit, strolled over. Captain Mulaflaga, 7th Mobile Fleet, Earth Forces. A pleasure. The purple flight suit showed off a lean but well-built frame, and with his short, wavy blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and easy grin, he had the feel of a cool, dependable older brother. Seeing Mu was the same rank, Muru snapped to attention, saluting smartly. Captain Muru Ramia's, 2nd Space Fleet, 5th Special Division. Ensign Nadal Badgerul, same unit. I need permission to come aboard. Who's in charge of this vessel? Mu asked, his carrier ship sunk, leaving him effectively homeless. Nadal hesitated, then delivered the grim news. The captain and all senior officers were killed in action. As it stands, Captain Ramias is in command. Muru blinked, stunned, before Nadal continued. The only ones who survived were the non-commissioned officers and a dozen or so soldiers who were on board at the time. I was in the central axis, which is how I avoided the blast. The captain. He's gone. What a mess, Mu sighed, his cheerful demeanor crackling under the weight of it all. His own ship gone, his comrades dead, and now his only hope was this half-crippled vessel. The future looked bleak. Anyway, permission to come aboard, Captain Ramias. The ship I was on got sunk too. Yes, of course. Permission granted. Muru still felt like she was dreaming, shoved into the captain's chair without so much as a by your leave. But the situation was desperate. She couldn't just leave Mu stranded, could she? So who are they? Mu asked now that he had a place to stay, his attention turning to the group of youngsters. As you can see, civilian teenagers, and Muru started, the 5 kids easy enough to explain, but Yang Huey's identity. That was a minefield. You, young Master Yang Huey. What are you doing here? Nadal spotted him then, her voice sharp with surprise, but she cut herself off before she could blurt out his full identity, knowing how sensitive it was. As part of the G project, even with her lower rank, Nadal's military family background meant she was in the loop on things even a captain like Muru wasn't. She knew exactly who Yang Huey was. Long time no see, Ensign Badgerul. This is Heliopolis, Orb territory. Is there a problem with me being here? That's not what I meant, I was asking. And besides, I had a hand in this thing, Yang Huey said, jerking a thumb at the strike. I'm here to see the final product. That just stirred the pot even more. Orb the strike. The whispers started among the crew. Nadal was fuming. He knew his identity was a hot potato, knew the G project was top secret, and here he was, broadcasting his connection to it all. Was he trying to make things difficult for them? Orb had always been a target for the Atlantic Federation to pull into their fold, and Yang Hui himself was a person of interest. But after all their rejections, she didn't for a second think this was him or Orb finally picking a side. "You seem to be a bit of a big deal," Mu observed, not knowing who Yang Hui was but having a good eye for people. The way he carried himself, the things he said. This was no ordinary teenager. "Well," Yang Hui shrugged at Mu, then his smile vanished, his face turning deadly serious as he looked at Muru. "On behalf of the Yang family, one of the 5 great families of Orb, and in the name of Yang Hongyu's son, Yang Hui, I hereby lodge a formal protest with the Earth Alliance. Your forces and Zaft have openly engaged in combat within the neutral colony of Heliopolis, a clear violation of international neutrality laws. Orb requires a formal explanation and compensation for the damages to Heliopolis. And yes, the same protest will be sent to Plant. Don't worry about me tacking sides. Orb's neutrality is unshakable." Wah! Everyone was stunned into silence. Mu Newman and the others who didn't know him were shocked by his identity. Muru, Nadarl, and even Kira, and his mates who did know him were floored by his sudden switch. Especially Muru. She was just a stand-in captain, still trying to get her head around everything, and now she was being hit with a formal diplomatic protest. She felt like her brain was about to short-circuit. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't deal with this. It was way above her pay grade. But that was just the appetizer. What Yang Hui said next left them all completely speechless, their minds unable to process the sheer audacity of it. "And as a collaborator on the G project, in the spirit of our contract and to see it through to completion, I request permission to come aboard your vessel." Chapter 240, Coordinators and Naturals, hang on. What's this about boarding permission? You're having a laugh, right? The young master of Orb's Yang family helping the Earth Alliance develop mobile suits. I thought you lot were neutral, don't muck about. Yang Hui, this is Earth Force's most advanced warship, plus the G project all top secret. You, faced with the interrogation from the 3 highest-ranking officers present, Yang Hui answered each query in turn, though not entirely truthfully. "Just as you heard, mate. 4 units got nicked, but we've still got 1 left, haven't we? Current results. Hardly finished, are they? Brigadier General Halberton promised us proper good compensation, and I don't fancy being left high and dry putting in the graft but getting no pay. So I'll stick with Strike Gundam until it's properly done." This was his reply to Muru, delivered with the casual confidence of someone who knew his worth. Orb's neutral, no question about it. This collaboration with the Atlantic Federation is just business, no political strings attached. As for why, sorry, that's Orb's state secrets, can't tell you. His response to Mu carried the weight of diplomatic immunity, firm but not unfriendly. "I was involved in developing the G-series from the start, hardly classified for me, is it? And the Archangel. Reckon I don't already know your secrets." This was for Nadarl, punctuated by him stomping his feet on the launch deck as if to say, "I'm already here. What's the point of keeping secrets now?" This is, what a bloody mess. The 3 officers' expressions ran the gamut from confusion to exasperation. Each of Yang Hui's answers was logical and difficult to refute, especially regarding boarding permission. The Strike Gundam's performance hadn't been fully demonstrated yet, and its problems and flaws were equally unclear. As the G project's sole surviving semi-finished product, getting it safely to the 8th Fleet's commander, Brigadier General Dwayne Halberton, was their most crucial mission. Even though 4 units had been stolen and technical intelligence was certainly compromised, they couldn't just hand everything over to Zaft on a silver platter. The Alliance's hopes for building a mobile suit force rested entirely on the Strike Gundam. Similarly, as a semi-finished product, it certainly wasn't ready for delivery. The G project was Dwayne Halberton's pet project, forcibly pushed through with others' help using some rather dodgy methods. If there were no results at all, the Atlantic Federation's higher-ups wouldn't let him off the hook, nor would those who'd been pressured or bribed into cooperation. So, Yang Hui, as the only surviving top-level researcher from the G project, was the most suitable and perfect choice to complete the Strike Gundam. It's just, his identity was too sensitive. One wrong move could completely reshape the balance between Earth and Plant. Doing this, Orb won't agree. So I won't grant you boarding permission. Muru shook her head, rejecting Yang Hui's request. Though she desperately wanted to see the G project completed, as long as it reached Earth Alliance hands safely, completion was just a matter of time, albeit more time. But Yang Hui was trouble incarnate, and trouble that was actively trying to attach itself to them. She had to push it away quickly. Never mind what problems Yang Hui boarding an Earth Forces warship might cause right now. Zaft warship was still lurking outside Heliopolis like a predator. All they had were the Strike Gundam and the undermanned Archangel. Whether they could escape Zaft grasp and successfully rendezvous with friendly forces was anyone's guess. Muru dared not let Yang Hui risk it with them. Fair enough, Yang Hui shrugged, understanding Muru's character perfectly. She'd never give him boarding permission, and he wasn't about to grovel for it. His identity was what it was if he begged like a desperate dog. Muru and the others would start questioning his motives. But just because he wasn't getting boarding permission now didn't mean he had no way to stay aboard the Archangel. But right now, Yang Hui looked toward the Strike Gundam's direction, or rather toward where Kira and his 4 mates were standing. What about them? Why's a civilian kid piloting a mobile suit? Mu knew Yang Hui's situation couldn't be probed deeper, so he followed Yang Hui's lead in shifting the topic. Right. When the attack happened, he somehow ended up in the factory area. It was too dangerous, so I had him board the Strike Gundam. His name's Kira Yamato. Seeing Mu's suspicious attitude toward Kira, Muru quickly added context. Thanks to him, we destroyed one Jin earlier and drove off that Sieg. At least we managed to protect the last G unit. Destroyed a Jin. You're saying that kid, Nadarl exclaimed. They all knew about driving off the Sieg, but there was a massive difference between driving off and destroying, making it even harder to believe. I came here to escort the rookie pilots for those machines. What happened to them? Mu asked. During the explosion, they were on the command deck, greeting the captain upon his arrival. They all went together. I see, another depressing topic. Though he couldn't call them close friends, they were fellow Earth Forces members, fellow human beings whose lives had been snuffed out just like that. Nobody could remain indifferent to such loss. But the intelligence Muru provided confirmed a certain suspicion from Mu, who led the group over to face Kira directly. What is it? Facing everyone's intense stares, Kira was visibly nervous, his hands fidgeting as he tried to meet their gazes. You're a coordinator, aren't you? To avoid frightening Kira, Mu's tone was gentle. Though he was Earth Forces, he wasn't a fanatic who viewed all coordinators with hostility. Yes, clicked Tilda following Kira's confirmation. A nearby soldier chambered around, the metallic sound cutting through the tension like a blade. Toll and the others were startled, but still positioned themselves protectively in front of Kira, their faces pale but determined. What do you think you're doing? Yang Hui stepped between the soldiers and Kira, his gaze cold as winter frost as he stared down the armed men. Kira's an orb citizen. Lower your weapons, Muru immediately shouted at the soldiers, seeing they were tense rather than fanatical. They were currently at war with Zaft, had nearly died from Zaft attack, and now suddenly faced with a coordinator, they'd instinctively treated Kira as the enemy. But Muru caught both layers of meaning in Yang Hui's words. First, he was telling everyone that Orb was neutral, with citizens including both naturals and coordinators. Heliopolis was an Orb colony, so finding coordinators, there was normal Kira wasn't an enemy. Second, he was telling everyone that Kira was an Orb citizen, and Yang Hui, as an important Orb figure, would certainly protect his fellow citizens. If the soldiers actually harmed Kira, it wouldn't just be a conflict between naturals and coordinators, it would escalate into an international incident. And, seeing the soldiers' nervous state, she feared an accidental discharge, especially with Yang Hui standing in the line of fire. The soldiers' tension cooled under Muru's rebuke, leaving them looking somewhat lost as they glanced at each other, but ultimately they obeyed Muru's command and lowered their weapons. What's that about? We were all saved because of Kira, and this is how you treat him, Toll muttered. Right, bunch of ungrateful sods, the others grumbled. Kira was their mate and everyone's lifesaver, yet the very people he'd rescued were pointing guns at him. Anyone would feel sick about that. Captain Ramia's, what exactly is? Nadarl was confused about why Muru would entrust such an important G unit to a civilian teenager, especially a coordinator. No need to make a big fuss about it, surely. Many coordinators moved to neutral Heliopolis precisely because they didn't want to be dragged into war. Isn't that right, Kira? Yeah, that's right. I'm a first-generation coordinator, Kira answered, his voice barely above a whisper. So your parents are naturals then? Having said this, Mu awkwardly stepped away, since he'd started this topic himself. Really sorry about that scene. I just wanted to ask, Captain Flaga, on the way here, I watched those reserve pilot simulation training and startup tests. Just getting the machines to move sluggishly was a proper struggle for them. Makes you think, doesn't it? Mu sighed, the weight of reality settling on his shoulders. Regardless of subjective factors, the objective gap was undeniable. Coordinators were indeed superior to naturals in many ways. "Captain, where are you going?" Seeing one of the two highest-ranking officers about to leave, Natural quickly asked. "Where else? I crash-landed here after taking fire." "The enemy out there is the Crusette team." "What?" Everyone was shocked. The Crusette team was Zaft, famously elite unit. Back when Crusette wasn't yet a white-clad captain, in the Battle of Endymion, he'd single-handedly destroyed an entire Mobius Zero squadron using just a high-mobility Jin, leaving only Mu as a survivor. Since that battle, rumors said the non-coordinator Crusette had carved a bloody path through numerous excellent coordinators to become an elite unit commander. It's really him, yeah, so our troubles are hardly small. Instead of worrying about Kira being a coordinator, we should think about how to survive this crisis. From what I know of him, he won't just give up. Neutral countries and all that mean nothing to him, no. Surely not. Even the Crusette team wouldn't go mad inside Heliopolis, would they? They'll probably wait for us outside Heliopolis, attack when we emerge, but they've already done it. They killed our captain, so what do we do? This ship's got no fighting power, and if we battle inside the colony, one mistake and Heliopolis is finished. Quiet, seeing everyone's panic chaos, Natural barked, then asked Muru, "Captain Ramias, you're in charge of the Archangel now. What do we do?" Everyone looked to Muru, treating her as their anchor in the storm. I'm meeting everyone's gazes, feeling the crushing weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Muru had no choice but to shoulder this burden despite its heaviness. "All hands, combat readiness level 2. Check Morgan wrote, priority recovery of all usable strike Gundam components, then resupply the ship's stores. Prepare to engage Zaft attack." Understood. With insufficient manpower, they didn't know if they could complete such heavy tasks, but they had to try. It was their only hope. As everyone dispersed, Kira and his 4 mates would remain temporarily aboard the Archangel. Regardless of their nationality, they'd learned top-secret information and absolutely couldn't be released. As for Yang Hui, you're now. I'm going to adjust the strike Gundam. Kira, come help. The tension crackled in the air like electricity before a storm, emotions raw and exposed, the weight of war pressing down on them all like a suffocating blanket. But through it all, Yang Hui moved with purpose, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd played this game before, leading them all toward an uncertain future where the line between friend and foe had never been more blurred. Chapter 241, Kira's Choice. Hang on, hold your horses, wait a minute. 3 voices cut through the chaotic din of the hangar at the same time, all aimed squarely at Yang Hui, their tones a jumble of disbelief, anger, and panic. "What's the problem?" Yang Hui asked, his face a mask of calm, though his eyes were sharp, taking in the scene with the cool calculation of a chess master. "What's the problem? You ain't getting on this ship. I never gave you permission." Muru's voice was tight, stretched thin with the stress of it all, her knuckles white where she gripped the railing. "I refuse. You expect me to fight again? I don't want any part of this." Kira's protest was a desperate cry, his voice cracking under the weight of the horror he'd just witnessed, his gentle nature rebelling against the violence. "That machine's not even finished. You can't be serious about tacking it into another proper scrap." Natural's objection was sharp, by the book, laced with cold suspicion as she eyed the battered strike Gundam. Faced with the 3-pronged assault, Yang Hui let out a long, weary sigh, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Precious time was ticking away, but he had to get them on side. "Captain Ramias," he began, his voice low and steady, cutting through their panic like a beacon in a storm. "The Crusette team's out there waiting. Without the strike, you reckon you can get away? Or more to the point, besides Kira here, who else can even pilot the bleeding thing?" He let that sink in, then turned his gaze to Kira and his mates, his expression softening but his words still carrying a hard edge of reality. "Heliopolis is on level 9 alert. Even if the captain and ensign here were willing to let you lot scarper, every shelter's locked down tight. Another fight's bound to kick off, and this colony ain't safe anymore. So what's it gonna be? Take your chances out there and pray to Lady Luck, or grab hold of your own fate, right here, right now." The 5 of them fell silent, the weight of the choice crushing them. On one hand, they wanted nothing to do with this war, this madness. On the other, after what they'd seen, they couldn't kid themselves that Heliopolis was a safe haven anymore. "I'll help." Finally, it was Kira who broke the silence, his voice quiet but firm. He looked at Yang Hui, a flicker of trust in his tired eyes. He knew Yang Hui was right. He'd been in the thick of it. He knew that in the heat of battle, there was no time to worry about collateral damage. Staying here was a death sentence. Besides, he trusted Yang Hui. Even after all these years, he trusted him. Yes, he'd been dragged into this war he hated, but with Yang Hui around, the fear wasn't quite so sharp. He believed Yang Hui wouldn't just use him as a pawn, a tool. Toll and the others let out a collective sigh of resignation. Kira was their anchor. If he was staying, so were they. They weren't about to abandon him now, not after they'd already chosen to come back for him. "It's all right. We'll do it your way for now," Meru finally conceded, though the struggle was plain on her face. She saw Yang Hui's game clear as day using the crisis to get himself on board. She wanted to say no, but looking at the facts, she was stuffed. And she couldn't help wondering what his real game was. "Captain Ramia's, is there any other way?" "Well, we could have Captain Flogger pilot the strike," Nadarl suggested, ever the pragmatist. "No, he can't pilot it," Meru shot her down immediately. Neither the original OS nor Kira's modified version was built for a natural. But enough, Ensign Badgerul. Let's get through this crisis first, then we can argue about it. I'll take full responsibility and report my decision to the higher-ups. "Yes, ma'am." "You lot with me." Nadarl gave in, leading Toll and the others off to find them some quarters. But as she passed Yang Hui, she shot him a look that could curdle milk. "I'll be watching you," she hissed, her voice low and dangerous. Meru might have figured it out, but Nadarl had too. The situation was too dicey to argue now, but she wasn't about to let someone like Yang Hui run riot on her ship. She'd get to the bottom of his little scheme, whatever it took. Yang Hui just shrugged, a small knowing smile playing on his lips. "Come on, Kira. Let's get to the hangar." Right, in the hangar the air was thick with tension. Yang Hui and Kira's special status meant that at first, no one paid him much mind, their glances a mix of suspicion and outright hostility. But then, as the two of them got to work on the strike's OS, their fingers dancing over the consoles with a speed and precision that was mesmerizing, the atmosphere started to shift. Murdoch and the other mechanics, their initial mistrust began to melt away, replaced by a grudging respect. "Well, I'll be damned," Murdoch muttered, stroking his chin as he watched the two of them work, their movements a blur of focused energy. "Everyone's got their talents. Keeping the machine in one piece, that's down to you lot, mister." Murdoch, Yang Hui said, looking up with a smile, though his hands never stopped moving. "Leave it to us. Whether we live or die depends on this young lad here, doesn't it?" Murdoch gave Kira a thumbs up, a genuine grin on his face. Natural or coordinator, everyone respects skill. Kira might be a coordinator, and Yang Hui's identity might be a mystery, but the ability they were showing off now had won the mechanics over. And Yang Hui wasn't throwing his weight around. He was chatting and jockeying with them like they were all just mates, which went a long way to smoothing things over. "Yang Hui, there's a problem with the power transmission system. Sensors 46 to 51 are faulty. I had to bypass the control module and connect it directly to the molecular ion pump in the simulated cortex to get it working before, and that's causing issues too," Kira reported, relaying the technical details to Yang Hui, not wanting to deal with the Earth Forces crew directly. "Got it, Mr. Murdoch, you hear that? These problems are on you lot now, okay? Leave it to us. Might not be able to get it back to factory new, but we'll have it fighting fit, no problem." Once Murdoch and his crew had scurried off to get to work, Kira finally stopped, letting out a long, shuddering breath and rubbing his tired chin eyes. He was exhausted, not just his body but his soul. His peaceful school life had been shattered, and he'd been forced to pilot a weapon of war. The adrenaline had kept him going, but now that it was draining away, the fatigue hit him like a 10-ton truck. "If you're knackered, go get some rest," Yang Hui said, his voice soft, his own hands still working away at the console. "Hey, but there's still work to do. You haven't changed a bit, Kira. You really think this lot can't handle it without you?" Yang Hui paused, glancing over at him with a knowing look. "Then why'd you ask me to come with you?" Kira asked, confused. "To keep you on the Archangel." "Why?" Kira's eyes widened, his gaze flicking to the strike. "You want me to pilot this thing again, don't you?" "I refuse. I told you I don't want to be involved in this war, because staying on the Archangel is the only way you're gonna survive." "What? I've studied this Crusette fella. He's a cunning, ruthless bastard. Neutral countries, international laws, they don't mean a thing to him. He's already nicked 4/5 of the G project. He won't let the last fifth slip through his fingers. He'll either take it or destroy it. So he'll be back, no way, and the war's at a boiling point now. Plant moderates might care about Orb's status, but the hardliners are in charge now. Even if Orb kicks up a fuss, it won't do much good. Plant knows Orb won't side with the Earth Alliance over this. So Heliopolis, now that it's a battlefield, could be destroyed at any moment. With the alert at level 9, not even the chief administrator can unlock the shelters. The only safe place is on this ship. Kira was silent. He was just a student. He didn't see the big picture like Yang Hui did. All he wanted was to be left alone, to live a peaceful life. Truth is, everyone's been fighting since the day they were born. Babies fight to grow up, students fight to get good grades, adults fight for better life. Everyone's in a fight, just the reasons and the ways we fight are different. But Orb, being a neutral country ain't easy, Kira. You're just a student, so it's normal you don't get it. Yang Hui finally stopped what he was doing, rubbing his temples with a weary sigh. If anyone was tired, it was him. His exhaustion ran deeper than Kira's could ever imagine. He'd been playing this global game since he was a kid, building intel networks, macking connections, supporting his father to stabilize Orb's political scene, secretly paving the way for it to become a world power, playing Tai Chi with the Earth Alliance and Plant. While other kids were still in primary school, Yang Hui was already running a marathon. Only Sumeragi and the others knew the true extent of his weariness, and he'd never complain, cause it was a responsibility he'd chosen to bear. The original OS for this machine. You wrote it, didn't you? Kira finally asked, his voice quiet. You figured it out, yeah. There are some core code strings in it. They were in Dory's programming too. Dory was the mechanical bird Aslan had given Kira when he'd graduated primary school. Its programming had been a joint effort between Aslan and Yang Hui. Even though Yang Hui had graduated years earlier, he'd kept in touch with Aslan while he was building his network in Plant. Dory's programming was flawless, the kind of thing that would make professional coders scratch their heads in disbelief that two kids could have come up with it. And the key core code strings. They were Yang Hui's work. They were unique, a signature no one else could crack or copy. That's how Kira knew. You're right. I wrote it. Why'd you write such a complex OS? I've looked at it. It's perfect, no flaws, but no one can use it. And how do you know no one can use it? Yang Hui said with a mysterious, enigmatic smile. You don't underestimate this world, Kira. You're a genius, but it's a big world. You're not the only ones. And there are geniuses out there who are even better than you. If that's the case, why me? Why not you? You know I don't want to fight, because of who I am. Helping the Atlantic Federation develop an MS can be explained away as a form of international trade. But if I pilot the strike and fight Zaft, you can't cover that up with trade deals. Then Orb will be forced to join the war either with the Earth Alliance, or with Plant, or against the whole world. Kira didn't say anything, just listened, his heart heavy. He didn't want to think about international politics, but he could hear the helplessness in Yang Hui's voice. Kira, I know you don't want to fight. And I won't force you. You're an Orb citizen, and you're my friend. I'll protect you. With that, Yang Hui turned back to the console, about to change Kira's modified OS back to the version he was used to. But just as his fingers were about to touch the keyboard, Kira reached out and stopped him. I'll fight. Chapter 242. Despicable moral blackmail. The moment Kira's hand shot out to stop Yang Hui, his mind went completely blank, his body moving on pure instinct. He couldn't fathom why he'd done it. Maybe it was the mate in him wanting to help. Perhaps he couldn't bear the thought of Orb Bane dragged into war. Or maybe, seeing Kira's reaction, Yang Hui's lips curved in the faintest of smiles, before snapping back to his usual mask of composure, quick as a flash. What was this then? Moral blackmail. Too right it was. Pure, calculated emotional manipulation. Every word Yang Hui had said to Kira was designed not to make him understand, but to showcase his own supposed helplessness, to make Kira feel the crushing weight of his burdens. It was a masterclass in psychological pressure, delivered with the precision of a surgeon's blade. With Kira's nature, especially now, he wouldn't think about grand causes or political machinations. But a mate in trouble. That was different. That cut straight to the heart of who he was. Yeah, he proper hated fighting, despised every second of it. But the situation had boxed him in, left him with precious few choices. Only two people could pilot the strike Gundam, himself or Yang Hui. Yang Hui could fight, sure, but the consequences would be catastrophic, beyond anything Kira could imagine. So what choice did that leave him, really? Yang Hui had given Kira a gentle nudge from behind, using his own manufactured desperation as leverage. Was it despicable? Absolutely shameless. Dead right it was, but so what? As a scientist, Yang Hui wasn't keen on acknowledging mystical concepts like World Correction Force, but his experiences had taught him to respect certain inexplicable realities. Kira was one of this world's central figures, the ultimate coordinator. Even if Yang Hui pushed him out of the war's vortex now, fate would probably drag him back in later, possibly as an enemy. Better to keep him close, guide his path, than risk him standing on the wrong side of the line. You certain about this? Yang Hui asked, his voice carrying genuine concern that wasn't entirely feigned. I don't know, but right now, I've got no choice but to fight, haven't I? Otherwise, Kira's voice cracked slightly, the weight of inevitability crushing down on him like a collapsed building. Did Kira want to fight? Course not, but personal desires often crumbled when faced with harsh reality. Sometimes you had to compromise your principles just to survive. Right then. If you ever want out, just say the word. I'll move heaven and earth to help you. Yang Hui's promise rang with sincerity, though it was hollow as a broken bell. The guarantee was nothing more than empty words, a check he'd never honor. Once you're caught in war's whirlpool, escape becomes nearly impossible. And even if Kira eventually wanted out, Yang Hui wouldn't allow it. He'd use every trick in the book to keep him trapped, molding him into the ultimate coordinator he envisioned. Meanwhile, aboard the Nazca-class warship lurking outside Heliopolis, Crusette was conducting his own war council, the bridge atmosphere thick with anticipation and calculated menace. Thank God Miguel brought back those combat records, Crusette mused, his pale eyes reflecting the tactical displays. Otherwise, no matter how I explained it, tack-in damage from an Earth Force's mobile suit would have been a right laughingstock. He gestured at the footage of the Strike Gundam's battle with the Jinn, his expression a mixture of professional respect and cold calculation. You've all seen their original operating system, absolute rubbish. So why can that particular machine move so fluidly? I'm baffled, the question hung in the air like smoke from a dying fire. Crusette's voice hardened, tack-in on the edge of a blade. But I know one thing for certain, we cannot leave this threat unchecked. If we can't capture it, we destroy it here and now. Same goes for that warship. Don't underestimate them, sir, came the unified response, sharp and military. Miguel, Ororo prep for immediate sortie. De-equipment authorization has been granted. This time we finish them completely. Yes, sir. The two pilots practically vibrated with excitement, their faces alight with the prospect of redemption. As they departed, Aslan stepped forward, his voice carefully measured. Captain Adez, permission to sortie as well. It wasn't glory-seeking or bloodlust driven him, it was worry, pure and simple. Destroying the Earth Force's mobile suit and warship was one thing, but he desperately wanted to save Kira and Yang Hui from the crossfire. Captain Adez looked puzzled, his weathered face creasing with confusion. You haven't got a serviceable machine, Crusette pointed out, his tone almost conversational. Besides, you've already completed the crucial mission of capturing those units. But, let the others have their turn, Aslan, Captain Adez barked, mistaking his concern for ambition. Miguel and the others are just as eager for glory as you are. Understood. Aslan fell silent, knowing he'd been misunderstood, but unable to explain without revealing Yang Hui's sensitive identity. That knowledge could endanger both Yang Hui and Orb itself. So he made a decision in the shadows of his own conscience. De-equipment, A. Planning a fortress assault, Commander Crusette, Diego Elsman drawled, his dark skin and casual demeanor masking a sharp tactical mind. The blonde pilot had claimed the GAT-103 Buster Gundam, his red uniform marking him as elite. If that's the case, then Heliopolis will. Nicole Amarfi's gentle voice carried genuine concern, his green hair catching the bridge lights. The refined young pilot had taken the GAT-207 Blitz Gundam, his nature far too kind for war. What neutrality! They brought this on themselves, Isaac Jewell sneered, his silver hair and arrogant expression reflecting his mother's radical political views. The GAT-102 Dual Gundam's pilot had no love for Orb or its ideals. Isaac and Diego represented Zaf's typical mindset, while Nicole's parents were moderates who genuinely hoped for peace. But personal feelings meant nothing in the face of military orders. Miguel and Aurora's units launched in sequence, their upgraded equipment gleaming under the hangar lights. Just as the launch bay doors began to close, the GAT-303 Aegis Gundam suddenly released its moorings, stepping onto the catapult deck with mechanical precision. What? Aslan Serra is launching in the captured unit. Get him back here immediately. Captain Adez exploded when he learned of the unauthorized sortie. The stolen machine was a crucial intelligence asset. What if something went wrong? Moreover, launching into combat with an unfamiliar machine was suicide. And if Aslan's son of Defense Committee Chairman Serra died in battle, both he and Crusette would face serious consequences. Let him go, Crusette countered, his voice carrying an odd note of amusement. Data extraction is complete. This might prove interesting. Earth forces mobile suits fighting each other. He gazed toward Heliopolis with a wicked smile, already imagining the delicious irony of the situation. Back aboard the Archangel, the radio waves that had briefly cleared were once again drowning in interference. Everyone knew what that meant. The enemy was coming. Colony-wide communications jamming detected. Neutron interference levels rising. The operator's voice cracked with tension. What, bloody hell, they're not even letting us get clear before starting the scrap. That bastard, the curse carried the weight of professional frustration and genuine fear. Are they really planning to fight inside Heliopolis again? Natterall demanded, her voice tight with controlled anger. Makes things easy for them, doesn't it? We can't fire freely, but they can blast away to their heart's content, Mu observed with bitter irony, his usual cheerfulness replaced by grim reality. Battle stations sounded throughout the ship, as Muru made her way to the hangar, finding Yang Hui and Kira deep in preparation. Part of her wanted to convince Yang Hui to leave, while he still could. Surely someone of his status had escape routes she couldn't imagine. As for Kira, she desperately needed him to keep fighting. Fortunately, by the time she arrived, Yang Hui had already worked his persuasive magic. Kira had agreed to continue piloting, though he made one crucial request. When he decided he'd had enough of fighting, he wanted the freedom to leave, along with his friends. Muru couldn't authorize that. It was well above her pay grade, but the current crisis left no room for lengthy negotiations. She agreed, promising to advocate for him when the time came. She genuinely didn't want civilians dragged into this nightmare. As for Yang Hui, he flat out refused to leave. Zaft already launched their attack, and you want me to bugger off. You think that's safe, but the Archangel's about to enter combat. After the battle, we'll be leaving Heliopolis immediately. There won't be another chance to disembark, and I know, but in my professional judgment, this ship is currently the safest place around. So I'm not leaving. As for later, let's survive this crisis first, then worry about the future. Before Muru could respond, the intercom crackled to life with urgent static. Captain Ramias, get to the bridge immediately. What's wrong? Her voice carried the exhaustion of someone thrust into command without preparation. Mobile suits incoming. We need you up here to command. You're the captain, me. Captain, the reality still felt surreal. She was a technical officer, not a ship commander, and the sudden promotion left her reeling. I may outrank you in time served, but I don't know this ship, came the reply, cutting through her confusion with practical necessity. Understood. Archangel, prepare for launch. All hands, combat alert level 1. Captain, what's the status of your mobile armor? No good, still can't sortie. Then Captain Flaga, please take charge of the CIC. As communications ended, Muru turned back to Yang Hui, her expression a mixture of desperation and determination. I'll head to the bridge and lend a hand. You're short-staffed, aren't you? Yang Hui waved off her concerned look and headed for the command center without waiting for permission. I'll pilot the mobile suit, but remember your promise, Kira said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of reluctant acceptance before heading off to change into his flight suit. Muru's expression was a tangle of emotions: guilt, necessity, and the bitter taste of dragging innocence into hell. With a heavy heart, she made her way to the bridge and settled into the captain's chair, the weight of command settling on her shoulders like a lead blanket. What are you doing here? Mu and the other bridge personnel stared in disbelief as Yang Hui took a position among them. You needed bodies, didn't you? I'm here to help. Yang Hui's casual gesture urged them to focus on the approaching battle rather than protocol. Is this wise? Your identity means nothing if you're dead. The logic was undeniable, and there was no time for philosophical debates. The enemy was already at their doorstep, and survival trumped propriety every single time. The stage was set for another deadly dance, with lives hanging in the balance and moral compromises echoing through the steel corridors of war. Chapter 243. When the ground gives way, Priority 1, get us the hell out of Heliopolis. When we're scrapping, mind you don't damage the colony. Muru's order hit the bridge crew like a slap in the face, their expressions souring faster than milk in the sun. They were already on the back foot, proper disadvantaged, and now they had to fight with one hand tied behind their backs. It was like gift wrapping their already slim chances and handing them straight to the enemy on a silver platter. Nobody dared voice their frustration, though not with young Huey standing right there on the bridge. Heliopolis was Orb's colony, after all, and his word carried weight like a lorry full of bricks. But what caught them all off guard was young Huey's response, completely mental. It was, "Saw that, let 'em have it with everything we've got. What? Take a proper look at what gear they're packing." That's when the crew finally clocked what the incoming hostiles were tooled up with: massive anti-ship missiles, heavy particle weapons, the whole 9 yards. This was fortress-busting kit, the kind of weaponry you'd bring to level a military installation. Have Zaft gone completely barmy? They're using heavy bombardment gear meant for siege warfare. Mu spat, his voice crackling with disbelief and rage. The enemy's determination to wipe them out was crystal clear: no half measures, no mercy. But even so, civilians are 100% evacuated. You want to end up fish food? Then stop pissing about and fight. Any consequences are on my head. Young Huey's roar cut through the bridge like a thunderclap, his authority absolute and unwavering. Muru was a proper soldier, through and through, the kind who'd lose sleep over civilian casualties. But she'd just been thrust into the captain's chair, still finding her sea legs as the future unsinkable ship Miracle Commander. Right now, she was being too bloody cautious, second-guessing herself when decisive action was needed. All hands, combat stations. Strike Gundam, launch with Sword Striker pack. Roger that. Even with Muru's order given, young Huey shook his head, frustration etched in every line of his face. Too conservative by half. If they were already riding off Heliopolis, they should have sent Strike out with the artillery pack: maximum firepower, maximum impact. But Muru was captain, and young Huey wouldn't overstep. Not his place, not his call. The enemy was already breathing down their necks, and that's when Muru finally understood what young Huey meant by "let 'em have it." The bastards had already punched 2 massive holes in the colony's outer wall just to get inside faster. And trailing behind them, the Aegis. One of M's the 303 Aegis. Nadaral's voice wavered, uncertainty creeping in. The Aegis was another G-unit, billions of dollars worth of Atlantic Federation engineering. It's the enemy now. You fancy getting blown to bits by it? Collins missiles prepare to fire, laser guidance online. Under Mu's sharp rebuke, Nadaral snapped back to focus, though she was still fumbling with the wrong approach. Solid rounds are useless against phase shift armor. Muru corrected immediately, her voice cutting through the chaos. Main guns, laser targeting, focus and disperse. The order crackled through the ship's systems. 4 brilliant emerald beams lanced out from the Archangel's main batteries, but the enemy quartet dodged with contemptuous ease, their mobile suits dancing through the deadly light show like performers in some twisted ballet. The moment Strike launched, it became enemy priority number 1. Knowing that solid rounds were worthless against phase shift armor, the Jin equipped with the M69, Elephant, heavy particle beam cannon, latched onto Strike like a hunting dog on a fox's scent. The other 2 Jin, bristling with dequipment M66, Porcupine, short-range missile pods packed with heavy and light missiles, plus M68, Panther, triple-barrel launchers swarmed the Archangel like angry wasps. And joining the fray, the Aegis Gundam added its own deadly presence to the mix. Aslan's tactical mind was working overtime. Take out the Archangel, and Strike would be left high and dry, a sitting duck. 4 against 1 capture would be child's play. If he could get his hands on Kira, maybe he could convince his old mate to join Plant, the homeland built for coordinators. The one variable he couldn't account for was young Huey's whereabouts. Was he aboard the Archangel? Without confirmation, Aslan couldn't bring himself to deliver a killing blow. His strategy shifted to disabling the ship's weapons and engines, turning it into a caged bird, helpless but alive. He'd underestimated the Archangel's bite, though. And the crew's will to survive. A wall of defensive fire erupted from the ship's point defense systems, chewing through the incoming missiles like a meat grinder. The main guns spoke again, their voices deep and terrible. Boom! One of the Jin, caught in the middle of lining up an anti-ship missile shot, vanished in a brilliant green flash. The explosion was spectacular mobile suit and ordnance detonating together in a fireworks display that painted the colony's interior in shades of death. Matthew, damn you. Die, you earth scum. The loss of his mate ignited something primal in Ororo's chest, fury and grief mixing into a cocktail of pure rage. His attacks became more vicious, more desperate, throwing caution to the wind in his thirst for revenge. Jin destroyed, blimey, the bridge crew's amazement was palpable. That killing shot hadn't been fired by the ship's automated targeting systems, it was all Yang Hui, manual aiming, steady hands and nerves of steel. One shot, one kill. The precision was inhuman. Eyes on the fight. No time for gawking. Yang Hui barked without turning, his attention already shifting to the next target. But the second Jin had wisely moved into the blind spot of the Gottfried Mk-71 twin high-energy beam cannons, denying him a clean shot. Thoom! The Archangel bucked and shuddered as enemy fire found its mark, the violence of the impact snapping everyone back to reality. Weapon Bay 4 hit. Bulkhead sealed, incoming. Anti-ship missiles 4 contacts. Intercept, too late, I've got him. Yang Hui's fingers flew over the controls, switching from the main Gottfried batteries to the 75mm Porcupine close-in weapon system. His movements were a blur of practiced efficiency as he locked onto all 4 heavy missiles simultaneously. The range was knife fight close, though he only managed to splash 2 of the incoming threats. Maru's quick thinking saved them from a watery grave in the void. Hard right, 40 degrees. Full power, Arnold's hands were steady on the helm as the Archangel carved through space, its massive bulk performing a graceful, silk-smooth turn that would have made a ballet dancer weep with envy. The remaining 2 missiles screamed past, their proximity sensors confused by the sudden maneuver. But those missiles had to go somewhere. They slammed into Heliopolis itself, and the target they hit was the worst possible, one of the main support struts holding the colony together. Oh God, Murray's voice cracked as she watched the critical structure sway and buckle. Heliopolis was dying, and they just witnessed the first symptoms of its death throes. Even though Yang Hui had given them permission to fight without restraint, she couldn't help but issue the order, "We can't cause any more damage to Heliopolis, so we're supposed to just sit here and get ourselves killed." Nadarl shot back, her military upbringing showing through. She came from a service family iron discipline, and hard choices were mother's milk to her. If Yang Hui had demanded they protect the colony, she might have cared. But he'd already given them the green light to fight without kid gloves. She wasn't about to die for a chunk of metal and regardless, no matter how many people called it home. Get out of my way, Aslan. Ororo's Jin shouldered past the Aegis with violent desperation, fury driving him forward like a man possessed. Calm down, Ororo, piss off. I'm gonna make him pay for Matthew. Ignoring the Aegis's attempts to restrain him, Ororo emptied his remaining 4 small missiles at the Archangel, then drew his MAM-3 heavy saber and charged like a medieval knight seeking glory and death in equal measure. The missiles died in a hail of defensive fire, achieving nothing but pretty light shows. The next instant, every gun on the Archangel's port side swiveled to track the lone Jin, their muzzles blooming with lethal fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Under Yang Hui's manual control, the automatic Porcupine systems transformed into precision sniper rifles, each round finding its mark with surgical accuracy. The 75mm shells couldn't punch through a Jin armor individually, but concentrated fire was another story entirely. Ororo's machine was shredded in seconds, holes appearing faster than Swiss cheese in a factory. The pilot didn't even have time to scream before his mobile suit became a brief, brilliant star against the colony's inner wall. Ororo. Damn it all, Aslan's tactical situation had gone from bad to catastrophic. 2 Jin down without landing a serious blow on the Archangel, and his own Aegis wasn't equipped for the kind of precision strike that could disable the ship without killing everyone aboard. Worse yet, Miguel was calling for backup. Bloody hell, this one's quick. Aslan, get over here and help me pin it down, but the warship, mobile suit first. We'll deal with the ship after. Aslan was caught between duty and desire. He'd forced his way into this mission, which meant Miguel was calling the shots. And Miguel was the last of his surviving teammates, he couldn't just watch him die. The Aegis disengaged from the Archangel pursuit, moving to support Miguel in a pincer attack on the strike. Aegis breaking off, moving to engage strike, don't let it get away. Covering fire, negative. Strikes in the firing line, no clean shot. Kira's blood ran cold as the Aegis closed in. He recognized the machine's pilot Aslan, his childhood friend. For a moment, his finger froze on the trigger, old bonds paralyzing him at the worst possible moment. Miguel's Jin didn't suffer from such sentimental weakness. Target lock achieved, finger on the trigger, and "Got you!" alarms screamed as the strike rocketed skyward, Kira's anger finally boiling over. Miguel hadn't given a damn about Heliopolis from the start. Every missed shot had torn craters in the colony floor, severed support cables, left scars that would never heal. Now Aslan was here, and Kira desperately wanted to understand why his old friend was attacking his home. But Miguel's interruption had shattered any chance of peaceful resolution. Fury blazing in his chest, Kira drew the Midas Messer beam boomerang from Strike's left shoulder, hurling it at Miguel's Jin with all the rage and betrayal he felt. Miguel saw the slow-moving projectile and laughed, contempt dripping from his voice as he easily dodged, repositioning for the killing shot. Lock-on achieved, finger tightening on the trigger. He never saw the boomerang curve back in an impossible arc, its energy blade carving through his Jin leg like butter through silk. What the hell? Before Miguel could process what had happened, Strike had caught the returning boomerang and closed the distance, the massive Schwert-Juair anti-ship sword gleaming with deadly intent. Ha! Rage incarnate, murder given form, the blade fell like divine judgment. Miguel's Jin split in two with a shower of sparks, and the pilot's final scream, the halves tumbling apart before exploding in a brief, violent funeral pyre. The good news, except for the Aegis, all three Jin were scrap metal. The bad news, Heliopolis had finally reached its breaking point. Miguel's machine had been too close to the support strut when it died. The explosion was the straw that broke the camel's back, the final insult that the failing structure couldn't bear. With a sound like the death of worlds, the massive strut collapsed, its supporting strength vanishing like smoke. The colony's relatively intact landmass began to fracture, crack, and crumble, breaking apart piece by piece, until it existed only in memory and the cold mathematics of orbital debris. The ground beneath their feet, artificial though it was, had given way at last, and with it, the illusion of safety in an increasingly dangerous universe. Chapter 244. Off the rails, bloody ironic, it was Heliopolis cracking apart like a broken egg, became the full stop on their scrap. The Strike Gundam and Aegis, locked in their deadly dance, got swept up in the massive currents of destruction and flung out into the cold black of space like toys in a hurricane. The Archangel herself bucked and rolled like a ship in a proper gale, her hull groaning under forces that had crushed a lesser vessel to scrap. When the storm finally died down and the shaken stopped, the crew ran diagnostics on every system they had, hearts hammering till they were sure she was still in one piece. Only then did they let out a collective breath they didn't know they'd been holding. Straight away, Nadar was on the comms, her voice sharp with urgency as she tried to raise the strike. That machine was all they had left of the G project, their lifeline, and their only hope of getting clear of Zaft pursuit. 105 Strike, respond. 105 Strike, do you copy? Please respond. 105 Strike, come in. No matter how desperately Nadar called, Kira might as well have been deaf. His mind was a blank slate, staring at the twisted wreckage that had once been his home, unable to process that this devastation, this apocalypse had happened partly because of him. The weight of it crushed down on his chest like a lead blanket. Heliopolis. It's gone. How could this? It wasn't just Kira. Every soul on the Archangel stood frozen, gazing at the carnage with the hollow stare of people who'd witnessed the impossible. Their faces were masks of disbelief, minds struggling to accept what their eyes were telling them. So easily. So bloody fragile, Mu whispered to himself, his voice carrying the weight of a man who'd seen too much. Sure, there'd been other colonies destroyed in the war Earth forces, and Zaft had been tearing chunks out of each other for months. But this was different. This was personal. This was the first time any of them had watched a home die before their eyes. 105 Strike, 105 Strike, Kira Yamato. If you can hear me. If you're alive, answer me. Nadaral's iron discipline kept her focused while others stood paralyzed. Her voice cut through the static like a blade, refusing to give up on their only ace in the hole. Crackle, this is 105 Strike. Static, Kira here, Christ. Nadaral's relief was palpable as she finally got through. You all right out there? Yes. Can you make out our position? I can. Then get your arse back here. Can you make it? I can. The comm went dead. Kira stared at the ruins of Heliopolis, a knot of worry tightening in his gut as he thought about his parents, then turned toward the archangel. But on his way back, an emergency signal crackled through his headset, desperate, automated, and all too familiar. That's a Heliopolis escape pod. With Kira's safety confirmed, the bridge crew huddled together like survivors of a shipwreck, trying to chart a course through the nightmare they'd found themselves in. So what's our next move? Mu asked, his usual easy confidence replaced by the hard edge of a man facing impossible odds. We're still in combat. Can we track the Zaft vessel? Muru asked the radar operator, her voice tight with strain. Negative, ma'am. Too many heat sources in the debris field. Radar and thermal are both bloody useless right now. Muru went silent, the weight of command pressing down on her like a vice. They were blind and deaf, floating in hostile space without a clue what was lurking in the shadows. Enemies probably in the same boat. Think they'll come after us? Mu asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Whether they do or not, we need to be ready. But if they hit us now, we're finished. Muru's voice carried the bitter taste of harsh reality. Too right, Mu agreed grimly. We've got that precious strike and my beat-up Zero, but with this skeleton crew, we're barely hanging on. Yeah, what about full burn? Can we outrun M? This ship's supposed to be quick in knit. Mu pressed, searching for any glimmer of hope. Their Nazca class is fast too. Can't guarantee we'd shake M. Well, what about surrendering? What might be our only option? You're having a laugh, just kidding. Mu's attempt at dark humor fell flat. Truth was, he had no intention of surrendering, not to Crusette. There was something between them, some twisted history that made his skin crawl. If they gave up, he'd likely be the first to catch a bullet. He'd only been trying to lighten the mood, break through Muru's paralysis and indecision, but Nadarl cut him off before he could explain. What did you say? Hold on. Who authorized that? Ensign Badgerul, what's the matter? Muru snapped to attention, knowing that in their current state, every detail could mean the difference between life and death. Strike's returning, but he's brought company in escape pod, Nadarl reported, her voice tight with disapproval. What's going on? Yang Hui stepped forward, his voice calm but authoritative. He knew exactly what was happening. The pod carried orb citizens, his people. More importantly, he knew Kira would insist on rescuing them, and rather than let the lad take heat for going rogue, he'd smooth the way. Kira reports the pod's thrusters are shot. It's just drifting out there, so he's bringing it back. But we're in the middle of a bleeding combat zone, tacking on refugees now is. Then I'm making a formal request on behalf of Orb. Yang Hui interrupted, his tone carrying the weight of diplomatic authority. Captain Ramias, I ask that you temporarily take these refugees aboard. That's completely irregular. Rescue ships will be here soon, Nadarl protested. I approve it, Muru cut her off, the decision made before she'd even finished thinking it through. Captain, we don't know when rescue ships might arrive. If we leave M drifting, they could end up so far off course no one'll ever find M. And honestly, I don't have time to argue about this. Get M aboard fast. Muru's explanation was practical, but Yang Hui caught the undertone. This was her way of trying to balance the scales after what they'd done to Heliopolis. Understood, Captain. With the strike and refugee situation sorted, they turned back to the bigger picture where the hell to go next. I know things look grim, but I won't surrender. Not now, not ever, Muru declared, her voice ringing with steel determination. I will not hand this ship or the strike over to Zaft. Whatever it takes, we're getting them back to Atlantic Federation Command. Nadarl nodded approvingly and offered her own suggestion. Captain, I recommend we make for Artemis. Artemis. That's the Eurasian Federation military fortress, right? The umbrella of Artemis, yeah, Mu confirmed. Right, Nadarl explained her reasoning with military precision. Given our current position, it's the closest friendly fortress on the optimal route. But the G project and this ship don't even have proper IFF codes. The Eurasian Federation might not. Muru's concern was valid. Showing up unannounced at a foreign military installation was risky business. The Archangel and Strike are Atlantic Federation classified projects. I understand that completely. But if we make straight for Luna, we're bound to hit combat along the way. We launched without proper supply loading, and we desperately need resupply. I get all that, but then let's find somewhere else to get supplies. Yang Hui interjected smoothly, stepping into the conversation like he owned it. What? The bridge crew blinked in confusion. Nadarl was first to object, her voice sharp with military protocol. The optimal route to Luna puts Artemis as our closest option. Deviating to other friendly bases would take us completely off course, and that would. I'm not talking about Earth Force's bases, Yang Hui interrupted, his finger dancing across the star chart before marking a specific point. On the Earth Force's tactical map, that spot was empty space. I'm talking about here, there. What's there? Murray frowned, leaning closer to study the coordinates. That's where the junk guilds got their space headquarters. I've got connections with the guild, they can get us everything we need. Absolutely not. The Archangel and Strike are top secret. We can't let a bunch of scavengers know about. Nadaral's voice rose to a near shout. And you think telling the Eurasian Federation is perfectly fine? Yang Hui's response was calm, almost casual, but his words cut like a blade. Bit naive for someone from a military family, in Nit. What did you just say? Do I really need to spell out what the Earth Alliance is like internally? The Atlantic Federation and Eurasian Federation are the first and second powers in the Alliance. Their internal struggles are vicious. But maybe you genuinely don't know that, seeing as you're just an ensign, you bastard. Oi, that's a bit much, mate. Mu tried to intervene, while Meru looked uncomfortable with the personal attack. They all knew about the internal politics, but none of them realized just how brutal it really was. Yang Hui's words seemed harsh, even cruel. Whether it's too much or not, I know better than any of you, Yang Hui replied, his gaze sweeping across the bridge with cold authority. None of them had rank higher than captain, and both were either technical officers or hotheads who'd never been near the real centers of power. They simply didn't understand how vicious the conflicts really were. Put it bluntly, if Plant and Zaft weren't threats, the war would continue anyway. It'd just be Atlantic Federation versus Eurasian Federation instead. The Eurasian Federation had been sick of playing second fiddle for years. Why else would they seize the Archangel and strike in the original timeline? The crew's anger was palpable, but Mu and Meru, the senior officers, found themselves believing Yang Hui's assessment. Mu simply considered Yang Hui's position in Orb's inner circle, figuring he'd seen more than they had. Meru knew even more. The G project itself had only happened because of Atlantic Federation infighting, forcing General Halberton to go it alone. If that's how bad it was within the Atlantic Federation, what did that say about the Alliance as a whole? Yang Hui, are you certain about this? Meru asked finally. Captain Nadaral stared at her in disbelief. Complete certainty. I've got business relationships with the guild's leadership. Money talks, and they've got what we need. Pure business transaction. And another thing, Yang Hui turned to face Nadaral directly, his voice hard as nails. Don't think Bane, a soldier, gives you the right to look down on people, ensign. Those scavengers struggling to survive in space deserve more respect than some soldiers I could mention. They're not idiots, they know what they can and can't do. The guild trades with every faction under the table. You think they could survive in the cracks between major powers without brains? The bridge fell silent, tension crackling like electricity in the air. Yang Hui's words hung there like a challenge, forcing them all to confront some uncomfortable truths about the world they thought they knew. Chapter 245. I'm just using you lot. The bridge fell silent as a tomb, everyone struggling to find words to throw back at Yang Hui, especially Nadaral. Her face was a right picture, mouth half open, eyes blazing with indignation she couldn't quite voice. Just like Yang Hui had said, in their minds, the junk dealers were nothing but scavengers, a pack of mangy hyenas skulking about, picking through the dregs of civilization. They were the bottom of the barrel, the kind of people you'd cross the street to avoid, barely worth the spit to curse them with. But here was Yang Hui, speaking of these same people with a respect that cut through their prejudices like a hot knife through butter. But this, even if that's true, the Eurasian Federation are our allies, surely they'd be better than. Nadaral's voice trailed off, her military certainty crumbling like a house of cards in a hurricane. We'll follow Yang Hui's suggestion, Meru declared, her voice ringing with finality as she slammed her palm on the console. We're heading to the junk guild for resupply. She'd made up her mind, and there was steel in her tone that brooked no argument. The decision wasn't just about trust, it was about survival, plain and simple. Her reasons were sound as a bell. Yang Hui was on this bloody ship with them, wasn't he? He wouldn't play fast and loose with his own life. And his position in the grand scheme of things was miles above theirs. He'd seen things, heard things, touched parts of the world they couldn't even imagine. She knew enough about the Earth Alliance's dirty laundry to understand that a straightforward business deal might be safer than trusting so-called allies who might have their own agenda. There was another angle to consider, too. Zaft pursuit. Would Cruset's team keep Carmen after them like bloodhounds? If not, brilliant. But if they did, head into the junk guild was a proper curveball, completely opposite direction from Artemis. If she could work out that Artemis was the obvious choice for resupply, what were the odds the enemy hadn't figured the same? The Nazca-class ships were fast as greyhounds. What if they set an ambush along the route, or worse, bottled them up at Artemis itself? That umbrella defense system was legendary, sure, but once it was up, nobody got in or out. Did they fancy spending the rest of their lives trapped in that fortress, begging for scraps from the Eurasian Federation or Atlantic Federation? And then there were those 4 stolen Gundams to worry about. Captain Nadaral's protest was sharp as broken glass. We'll discuss it later. Right now, our priority is getting the hell out of here. Meru cut her off, her patience worn thin as tissue paper. Roger that, prepare decoys. Launch them simultaneously with main engine ignition. Set course for the junk guild. After that, to avoid detection, switch to inertial navigation. Combat alert level 2, I want ship modifications completed in minimum time. Sneaking off to Yang Hui's coordinates will take about 4 hours. After that, we're in the hands of fate, Mu muttered to himself, his voice carrying the weight of a man who'd rolled the dice once too often. The archangel rumbled to life, spitting out decoys like a magician's sleight of hand before her main engines roared, pushing the massive ship through the debris field's treacherous gaps. It was the beginning of what would become a legendary journey. On the other side of the tactical board, Cruset had made his own decision: keep hunting the archangel like a wolf stalking wounded prey. Never thought things would develop like this, Captain Adez said, worry creasing his weathered face like old leather. He'd never intended to destroy Heliopolis. If that had been the plan, they'd have brought the whole fleet, not just mobile suits. What do we do now? We've destroyed a neutral nation's colony. The Supreme Council will surely. What's neutral about a colony manufacturing new mobile suits for the Earth forces? Cruset shot back, his voice cold as space itself. But still, most of the residents escaped. It won't be a major problem. Cruset's mask hid his expression, but his tone carried a weight that made the air thick. Compared to the tragedy of Bloody Valentine, Captain Adez fell silent, the words hitting him like a physical blow. Bloody Valentine was a wound in every planteur's heart that would never properly heal. February 14th, Cosmic Era 70, the day the Earth Alliance fired a nuclear missile at the agricultural satellite Junius 7, killing 243,721 souls in one horrific moment. The date gave the massacre its name, turning a day of love into a monument to hatred. It was the moment the war between Earth and Plant had gone from bad to pure hell. Can we track the enemy's new warship? Cruset asked the radar operator. Negative. With current conditions, it's nearly impossible. Are we continuing the pursuit? Captain Adez inquired. But we've no operational mobile suits left, don't we? We captured 4 complete units from the Earth forces. You want to deploy those? But the data extraction is complete. Let me put them to good use. Display the star chart and contact the Gamma. Expand the search pattern. Yes, sir. The tactical display bloomed to life, and Cruset and Captain Adez began studying the possible vectors for the Archangel's escape. They must have slipped away during Heliopolis' collapse, used the chaos to escape this sector, Captain Adez reasoned, his finger tracing possible routes on the glowing map. No, that's impossible. They're hiding somewhere nearby. Cruset's assessment was completely different, his tactical mind working like a finely tuned machine. He studied the star chart with predatory intensity before macking his suggestion. How about we cast a net, you mean? A net, exactly. The Vesalius advances first, waiting for the enemy ship here. The Gamma follows this intersecting course, maintaining close surveillance while trailing behind. This route leads to Artemis. But if they are fleeing to the moon, large heat source detected. Based on mass analysis, target is using Earth's gravity for course correction, heading for the Earth Forces Atlantic Federation headquarters on Luna. Commander, Captain Adez was convinced his judgment was spot on. The Archangel was making a beeline for the lunar base. But Cruset saw through the deception instantly, his experience cutting through the fog of war like a lighthouse beam. That's a decoy. Still. Just to be safe, we should confirm with the Gamma. No. They are heading for Artemis. What just happened makes me even more certain. Vesalius, launch. Connect me to Selman. Cruset had correctly identified the decoy, but he'd fallen into his own mental trap, misjudging the Archangel's true destination. His pincer attack would close on empty space. Having successfully misdirected Crusette's forces, the Archangel entered a brief period of relative calm. The bridge needed only a skeleton watch crew, Free and Yang Hui, to leave and find Kira. Though the circumstances were different, Kira would still be struggling with confusion and doubt. Since he'd guided the lad onto this path, it was his responsibility to see it through. "All right, Kira." That was a proper scrap earlier. Yang Hui found the group in the ship's refugee processing area, where they were verifying the identities of all the Heliopolis survivors. Kira and his mates were restin nearby, but there was one addition to their number, a girl who'd been cursed by countless fans, but was really just another victim of war's cruel touch. Crimson hair tied in a simple ponytail, delicate features, and a pink dress that managed to look both sweet and somehow fragile. She was clinging to Sai like a lifeline, her face painted with anxiety, every inch the distressed young lady in crisis. Yang Hui, what? What do we do now? Where's this ship headed? Toll's question was direct, cut in through the awkwardness. They'd been forced aboard, and they'd worked out that Zaft would keep hunting this ship like hounds after a fox. Staying here was more dangerous than jumping off. They wanted out, away from this war's spinning vortex. This ship's bound for the Junk Guild for resupply. If you want to disembark, that should be possible. Those scavengers are money grubbers, but I'll cover your passage back to Earth, Yang Hui replied, his tone matter-of-fact but not unkind. The Junk Guild. What's that? Mirialia asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. I've heard of them. Sai, coming from a wealthier background, was more worldly than the others. They are space nomads who make their living searching for debris in the void. What? So they're just a bunch of junk collectors. Why would we go to them for supplies? Flay, spoiled daughter of privilege, spoke before thinking, her voice sharp with disdain. If you don't understand something, don't run your mouth, Miss Ulster, Yang Hui said coolly, his words carrying the weight of someone used to command. Yeah, they survive by collecting space debris, but there's real talent among them. Otherwise, they couldn't survive independently in space, let alone build an organization with connections to every major power. In some ways, Flay deserved sympathy. War spared no one, after all. But that didn't excuse her behavior. And honestly, read the bloody room. She was dependent on others' charity, yet still acting like a spoiled princess. It wasn't just petulant, it was stupid. How dare you speak to me like that? Aren't they just a bunch of junk collectors? Even if they're capable, they're still scavengers. Easy, Flay. Sai quickly tried to calm her down, shooting an apologetic look at Yang Hui. Sorry about that, Yang Hui. Flay doesn't understand, no harm done. But you might want to help her rein in that princess attitude. Just because we've shaken off Zaft for now doesn't mean we're safe. I understand. If it had been anyone else, Sai would have stood up for Flay regardless of who was right. But Yang Hui's status left him with no backbone for a fight. First, Yang Hui was in the right. Second, he'd essentially saved their lives if they'd been forced off the ship earlier. They'd be space debris along with Heliopolis now. And finally, Yang Hui was Orb nobility, and they were Orb citizens. They couldn't afford to make an enemy of him. Speaking of which, Kara, Yang Hui. Come on, let's have a chat. All right, wait. Are you seriously gonna make Kara fight again? He's not a soldier, why are you doing this? Toll blocked Kira's path, his voice risen with protective anger. I haven't forced him to do anything. This is his choice, Yang Hui replied, his gaze steady as he met each of their eyes in turn. But, after returning to the ship, Toll and the others had questioned Kira about why he'd keep fighting. Kira had shared his conversation with Yang Hui, and they'd all concluded that Yang Hui was a manipulative bastard giving Kira the illusion of choice, while forcing him to take Yang Hui's place in battle. Toll, but you don't want to fight either, do you? No, but you're a bloody bastard. And I thought you were one of the good ones. Toll's frustration boiled over. Unable to find words to convince Kira, he grabbed Yang Hui's collar and raised his fist, ready to let his anger speak for him. Toll, stop, don't be an idiot. So what? Does being from the Yang family give him the right to use ordinary people like us however he wants? Toll, if you want to hit me, go ahead. I won't fight back, Yang Hui said calmly, his voice steady despite the murderous look in Toll's eyes and the hostile stares from Sai and the others. If they'd been holding back before, Toll's words had torn the lid off all their resentment. You bastard, you're right. I forced Kira to fight. I deliberately manipulated you into boarding the Archangel. I am using you, I won't deny that. Yang Hui's voice rang with absolute honesty, cutting through their anger like a blade through silk. Yang's Huey. You, but everything I do is for Orb. His words struck like hammer blows, each syllable weighted with conviction that made them all catch their breath. As long as it makes Orb stronger, helps us break free from our current constraints, stops us from being controlled by the Earth Alliance and Plant, I'll use whatever I can. Including myself. Seeing their silence, Yang Huey delivered his final words to Kira, I'm heading to the hangar. Whether you come or not is your decision. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving them standing there with expressions as complicated as a London street map, hearts heavy with the weight of truths they weren't sure they wanted to hear. Chapter 246. When the mask's been on too long, it's bloody hard to take off for Orb's sake. Is it? When did I become such a good actor? In the hangar bay, Yang Huey's serious, earnest expression melted away like morning frost, replaced by a bitter, self-deprecating smile that twisted his features into something almost unrecognizable. The harsh fluorescent lights cast sharp shadows across his face, highlighting the weariness that had settled into his bones like an old ache. All of this for Orb. Half right, half bollocks, if he was being honest. Yeah, it was for Orb, that much was true. But it wasn't just about freeing his homeland from the shackles of the Earth Alliance and Plant, turning it into some third-rate power that could stand toe-to-toe with the big boys. That was child's play compared to what he really wanted. Yang Huey's ambition stretched far beyond such modest goals. He wanted to forge Orb into the most dominant force this world had ever seen, powerful enough to bring both the Earth Alliance and Plant to their knees, groveling like dogs begging for scraps. Because he had his sights set on something much grander connecting this world to Promise Fortress. And for that to happen, the power under his control had to be absolute, crushing enough to suppress the entire bleeding world. When it came to Plant, he'd been playing the long game, cultivating relationships like a master gardener tending his prize roses. Made sense, really. Plant was a nation of coordinators, and objectively speaking, they were superior to naturals in every way that mattered. Promise Fortress needed excellence, and excellence was what coordinators delivered in spades. Plus, compared to the Byzantine maze of Earth Alliance politics, Plant internal power structure was refreshingly straightforward. The radical faction under Patrick Zala could be dealt with if he couldn't abandon his extremist nonsense, just sweep him aside, and leave the moderates like Sejal Klein to run the show. Controlling Plant would be like taking candy from a baby. As for that sly old fox Dullendal who might show up later, nursing his broken heart and wounded pride. Well, that was a bridge to cross when they came to it. Whether he'd even appear in this timeline was anyone's guess. Then there was the Earth Alliance. Actually, the Alliance was easier to crack than a walnut. Just knock out the alpha wolf and watch the whole pack scatter like leaves in a hurricane. The Earth Federation was nothing more than a motley crew of second-rate powers held together by the Atlantic Federation's iron fist and intimidation tactics. Sure, the Eurasian Federation spent their days and nights scheming about how to wrestle control from the Atlantic Federation, but when push came to shove, they were all bark and no bite. They'd skulk around in the shadows, playing their little games, but the moment the Atlantic Federation raised its voice, the Eurasian Federation would roll over like a well-trained spaniel. You could see it clear as day throughout the main seed storyline. Every time the Atlantic Federation pulled one of their mental stunts, guess who got thrown under the bus? The Eurasian Federation, every bleeding time. The Alaska self-destruct operation was the perfect example, classic Atlantic Federation style, using their allies as cannon fodder. Other factions, maybe they existed, maybe they didn't. If they were out there, they'd never bothered to show their faces, so they couldn't be that important. Every time someone got the shaft, it was the Eurasian Federation taking it on the chin. So yeah, crush the Atlantic Federation, and the Earth Alliance would fold like a house of cards in a stiff breeze. But here's where things got properly complicated. Defeating the surface-level Atlantic Federation was one thing. Any competent military force could manage that. The real nightmare was the puppet masters lurking in the shadows, the ones really pulling the strings. Those bastards were the ones who'd be a right pain to deal with. Blue Cosmos, sometimes called the Blue Cosmos Alliance, was a radical organization made up of naturals who'd let their hatred of coordinators fester into something truly poisonous. According to their twisted ideology, genetic modification was an affront to the natural order, and they dedicated their miserable lives to exterminating every last coordinator under the banner of protecting the blue and pure world. They used this sick philosophy to manipulate the masses, stoking the flames of hatred, until ordinary people were ready to pick up weapons and slaughter their neighbors. Anyone who tried to break free from their influence, they'd be dealt with permanently. While the Earth Alliance's leadership held diverse political views, the Atlantic Federation's space forces were dominated by Blue Cosmos members. By the later stages of the First Alliance-Plant War, you could argue that Blue Cosmos had effectively seized control of the entire Earth Alliance military, transforming what should have been a political conflict into a genocidal nightmare. Blue Cosmos wasn't like a political party that merged with state power to create unified action, nor was it like a capitalist democracy where the military remained politically neutral. Instead, it operated as a shadow organization, issuing orders to Blue Cosmos members within the military that directly contradicted official government policy. Their goal was to create fait accompli situations, forcing the state to dance to their tune whether it wanted to or not. That made them a proper headache to deal with. They'd essentially become a religious movement, their beliefs and ideology infecting the Atlantic Federation like a virus that had spread to every organ. Destroying an organization. That was doable. Destroying a faith. That was like trying to hold back the tide with your bare hands. And here's the real kicker: Blue Cosmos wasn't even the final boss. Behind them lurked something even more sinister, an organization that would make your blood run cold. The Death Merchants Logos. A military-industrial complex that manipulated international affairs by instigating conflicts and peddling weapons to anyone with deep enough pockets. Your garden-variety arms dealer could be eliminated with a well-placed bullet or strategic accident, but arms dealers who could manipulate global politics. That was a completely different kettle of fish. First problem, nobody knew how many members they had, or how many of those members were high-ranking officials in various governments. They could be anyone: your friendly neighborhood politician, that charming diplomat, the general who seemed so patriotic. The web of corruption could stretch anywhere. Second problem, identifying the real core members was like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. Apart from Lord Gibril, who'd eventually lose his mind and get himself killed by standing on the front lines like a proper muppet, not a single one of the bastards had ever shown their face. And even if Gibril called himself the leader, that was just a title. Kill one leader and they'd simply elect another. Unless you could bag the entire inner circle in one go, destroying the Atlantic Federation and crushing Blue Cosmos would just result in the North Pacific Federation and Green Cosmos popping up to take their place. And here's the final twist that really got Yang Hui's knickers in a twist. The mission from Promise Fortress, combined with Mephi's hints, had convinced him that something even more dangerous was hiding behind Logos. Something that could pose a genuine threat to everything he'd built. So, in this world, Yang Hui had to seize complete control of Orb and transform it into something truly formidable. Not just strong enough to compete with the major powers, but strong enough to crush the entire world under its heel, powerful enough to handle any crisis that might emerge from the shadows. He needed Orb to serve as an anchor point, a stabilizing force that would keep everything in line after the Gundam Seed universe connected to Promise Fortress. With that kind of power backing him, nobody would dare to cause trouble. So yeah, it was for Orb, that much was true. But Orb's purpose was to serve Promise Fortress, and that made all the difference. Once he'd reached the hangar, Yang Hui immediately set to work adjusting the Strike Gundam, making modifications based on Kira's combat data. He didn't even touch the operating system. He was confident that Kira would show up eventually, that the lad would walk down the path Yang Hui had so carefully laid out for him. Sure enough, barely 10 minutes had passed when he heard footsteps echoing across the hangar floor. "This isn't the answer you were looking for," Yang Hui said without turning around, his voice carrying that familiar note of knowing certainty. "No, it's not the answer I wanted, but..." Kira's voice was quiet, thoughtful, tinged with something that might have been resignation or acceptance. "Do you know what your biggest weakness is?" "I don't." "Kindness." Yang Hui stopped what he was doing and turned to face Kira, his expression serious as a funeral, without a trace of casual humor or mockery. "Your kindness is your greatest strength, better than any coordinator ability you might possess. But it's also your fatal flaw. Makes you easy to manipulate, and even when you know you're being used, you can't help but go along with it." I don't think about these things. Because you're kind, when things get desperate, you'll throw everything you have into protecting Toll and the others. Because you're kind, you can't abandon our old friendship, can't just stand by and watch. But you need to understand that same kindness could drag you into an endless abyss, could devour you completely. Are you ready for that? I don't know. I've never thought about any of this. Kira moved to stand beside Yang Hui, looking up at the Strike Gundam's imposing form. "Maybe. I'll never understand it all. Yang Huey, even though you're using me, I know you won't hurt me. Maybe. But what if you're just another chess piece to me? Yang Huey also turned to gaze up at the strike, his voice carrying an odd mixture of challenge and vulnerability. You won't do that. I know you won't. We've only known each other for a year. You think you understand me? It's hard work, isn't it? Yang Huey paused, caught off guard, then shook his head with a rueful smile. First you pretended it was all for our benefit, got us aboard the Archangel, used Toll and the others to keep me in line. Then you showed your determination, revealed just enough of your burden to make me feel guilty. Now you're putting on this villain act, trying to make me think you're the bad guy. Kira paused halfway through his analysis, turning to look directly at Yang Huey. But I know you, Yang Huey. You haven't changed. You're still the same person who protected me and Aslan from the other kids' bullying, even though you were a natural standing up for two coordinators. Still the same person who'd move heaven and earth to help us. Still the same person who values friends and companions above everything else. Let's just get the strike ready. No telling when the next fight will kick off. Yang Huey didn't want to dig deeper into that particular wound. Maybe coming to this world had changed him, twisted him into something he didn't recognize. Growing up in the political arena, swimming in that cesspool of corruption and compromise, had gradually transformed him into someone more calculating, more ruthless. Someone who was willing to do whatever it took to achieve his goals, even if it meant sacrificing innocent lives. The old Yang Huey would never have been able to write off Heliopolis the way he had, treating it as acceptable collateral damage. He would have found a way to save the colony, protect Orb's interests, and still get himself aboard the Archangel. He would have found a solution that didn't require such moral compromises. But that was the thing about success, it made you careless. In the first world, he'd started from nothing, building his power base one careful step at a time, always aware that a single mistake could send him tumbling into the abyss. In the second world, he'd been dealt a royal flush from the start, cruising to victory without breaking a sweat. After 2 successful campaigns, Yang Huey had unconsciously relaxed his guard. He'd stopped controlling himself, stopped maintaining his true self. Or maybe he'd just gotten too comfortable wearing masks, playing roles for so long that he'd forgotten which face was really his. Now he finally understood why Sumeragi and Wang Liu may had been giving him those looks, why they'd seemed on the verge of saying something important before thinking better of it. If Sumeragi and Liu Mei had noticed his transformation, that made sense. They knew him better than anyone. But Kira, Yang Huey genuinely hadn't expected the lad to see through all his carefully constructed layers, to peer past the masks and find the real person underneath. Was this some kind of bonus ability that came with being the ultimate coordinator? Still, maybe this was exactly what he'd needed. An outside perspective, someone who could offer an objective evaluation of what he'd become. Right, Kira nodded, joining in the strike's maintenance work with practiced efficiency. I'll protect you, I know. And I'll protect you too. But I'm a coordinator who doesn't know how to fight, want to learn. I could teach you, I don't want to learn. When we reach the Junk Guild, I'm getting off this ship. Is that so? I'm looking forward to seeing that. The hangar fell into a comfortable working rhythm, the only sounds the quiet hum of machinery and the occasional clink of tools. But beneath the surface, both young men were acutely aware that they'd crossed some invisible threshold, that their relationship had shifted into something deeper and more complex than simple friendship. The masks were coming off, one by one, and what lay beneath was both more vulnerable and more dangerous than either of them had expected. Chapter 247. Crusette gets properly mugged off. Meanwhile, not long after the Vesalius had set course, Aslan was tossing and turning in his bunk like a man possessed before finally dragging himself to Crusette's office. His earlier stunt going rogue against direct orders, then coming back empty-handed after his squadmates had bought it, was bound to land him in proper hot water. Questions would be asked, and punishment would likely follow. Aslan Zalo reporting for duty, sir. Come in then. Aslan stepped into the office, where Crusette sat hunched over his combat reports, not even bothering to look up. Heliopolis going tits up has left me up to my eyeballs in paperwork. Sorry to keep you waiting for our little chat. Finishing his report with a flourish, Crusette swiveled round in his chair, hands folded neat as you please on the desk, his voice steady as a rock, not a trace of the bollocking Aslan had expected. Sir, I'm deeply sorry about that scrap earlier. I'm not planning to throw the book at you, but I'd like to hear your side of things. That whole performance was completely out of character for you, Aslan. Crusette wasn't giving him a pass just cause he was Chairman Zala's boy. Since joining the forces, Aslan had been a model soldier capable, mature, steady as they come, never once trying to pull rank or get above himself. But this time he'd gone completely off script, defying direct orders. There had to be a bloody good reason for it. Aslan went quiet, scrambling for the right words like a man searching for his keys in the dark. "You were right there when that machine fired up, weren't you? I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something unexpected knocked me for 6, and I failed to report it properly." Aslan's voice carried the weight of genuine regret. After chewing it over, he decided to come clean mostly. He'd keep Yang Hui out of it, just focus on Kira's situation. First off, Yang Hui's identity was dynamite one wrong move, and it could spark an international incident. Yeah, Orb had helped develop the Earth Alliance's mobile suits, but they also had deals with Plant and Zaft that most folks didn't know about. No sense burning bridges over this mess. Second, he wasn't even sure where Yang Hui was. What if he wasn't aboard the Archangel? Then spilling the beans would just make things worse. Third, both Kira and Yang Hui were his mates, but while Kira was just friendship, Yang Hui had done right by him and his family in a big way. Right then, let's have it. What could possibly rattle you like that? Yes, sir. The pilot of that final machine, his name's Kira Yamato. He was my mate back in Lunar Primary School, and he's a coordinator. Oh, never in a million years did I think I'd run into him in a situation like that, so I had to know for certain. I see. War's a right cruel mistress, innit? Makes sense you'd be shaken up. You two were close, yeah, we were, fair enough. Next sortie, you're sitting this one out. Sir, you can't point a gun at him, and I wouldn't ask you to do something like that. No, Commander, even if he was your mate once, now that he's the enemy, we've got to take him down. I reckon you understand that, don't you, Kira? Kira's been played by the naturals. He's brilliant, but he's always been a bit soft, a proper pushover. I'm sure he doesn't realize he's being used. Aslan's words tumbled out, though it was hard to tell if he was trying to convince Crusette or himself, probably the latter, since he couldn't stomach the idea of Kira as an enemy. So I want to talk sense into him. He's a coordinator, after all. I'm sure he'd understand our position. I get where you're coming from, but what if he won't listen? Aslan's head dropped, his voice barely above a whisper. If that's how it is, then I'll have to kill him myself. Right then, I'll give you one chance. Sir. Thank you, off you go. Aslan left with gratitude weighing heavy on his shoulders, but Crusette was lost in thought, his mind chewing over something that didn't sit right. The name Kira Yamato rang a bell somehow, like a tune he'd heard but couldn't quite place. Don't underestimate that nagging feeling. Crusette was a man with purpose, and anyone who stuck in his memory was nobody ordinary. The fact that the name registered at all meant this wasn't some random punter. But for all his rack in his brains, Crusette couldn't pin down exactly where he'd heard of Kira Yamato before. I'll make a note of it. Maybe Aslan really can bring him back, and then we'll get our answers. But still, shelving Kira's business for now, Crusette turned his attention back to the tactical situation. By rights, even if they hadn't caught up to the Archangel yet, they should have spotted some trace of her. But the bridge hadn't sent word of anything, which was bloody strange. Adez, any sign of that enemy ship? Not yet. What about the Allied units we contacted? No word from them either. Very odd. Crusette was confident in his judgment he didn't make mistakes like this. As backup, he'd even contacted Allied forces to set up ambushes along the direct route from Heliopolis to the lunar base. No matter which path they chose, someone should have spotted something by now. Where the hell did they get to? He muttered, pulling up the star chart again and starting fresh. This time, he chucked all his previous assumptions out the window and began from scratch. First, he ruled out their original target, Artemis. They were close enough now to see the umbrella with the naked eye. If the Archangel had gone where he'd predicted, there should be some sign of her by now. Next, he scratched the direct route to the lunar base. Same reasoning, no traces, and the timeline didn't add up anymore. Then Crusette started eliminating every Earth Forces base and military fortress that was heading away from the lunar base. Finally, he stared at the empty star chart, his brow furrowing like a plowed field. That's not right. Rule out all the impossibilities, and there should be other options. Am I missing something? Hang on, suddenly, his gaze fixed on a blank section of the chart. This sector, I remember. He overlaid the civilian star chart with the military one, and the empty space gained a marking. Junk Guild. Could it be? Nah, that's mental. Crusette reckoned most Earth Force's naturals were a combination of incompetent and arrogant. They'd never bypass friendly military installations to seek help from some civilian outfit like the Junk Guild. But there's an old saying, eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains, however mad it seems, must be the truth. Could there be someone else involved? Kira Yamato. No, that name. Can't be right. Aslan said he was just an ordinary student. So who else could it be? That's when Crusette realized there had to be another player aboard the Archangel, someone who wasn't Earth Forces, someone clever enough to lead him down the garden path. Adez, Commander, change course immediately. New heading S32 sector, S32. There's nothing there, Commander. I misjudged the enemy's destination. Just alter course, I won't be wrong this time. Aye. Understood. Captain Adez was baffled by Crusette's decision, but he followed orders anyway. Not because he had to, but because he respected the man. Crusette might not be a coordinator, but since taking command, he'd led them through countless missions and earned proper recognition for his skills. Also, signal the allied units. Tell them to reposition. Roger. As the comms cut out, Crusette stared at the star chart with a grin that was equal parts dark and dangerous. Heh, interesting. Unknown opponent, clever enough to play me for a fool. I'm dying to know who you are. Heliopolis orb, wait a minute. Could it be? Another impossible possibility crossed his mind, and that sinister smile grew wider and more menacing. Has to be you, doesn't it? Can't think of anyone else who'd pull this off. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. If it really is you, then that ship has to be destroyed. I'm proper excited to see which way the world tips next. Had a hotter. Several hours of silent running slipped by like shadows. The whole journey, Muru and the crew were wound tighter than a spring, barely daring to breathe, let alone relax. Even when they caught a few winks, they slept in their clothes, ready to face Zaft attack at a moment's notice. When the Junk Guild finally appeared on the Archangel's sensors, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Whatever happened next, at least they'd reached their first objective. But just as they were settling down, tension spiked again. An unknown vessel was approaching fast on the same heading. Large heat source detected. Estimated to be ship's engine. Distance 500, bearing yellow zone 3317, designated 02 Charlie, course 000, off our port side. Head in the same direction we are. Have we been spotted? Still a fair distance out. Target's about to overtake us. Can't confirm identity, can't confirm. Is it Zaft? No record in the database. Size suggests civilian vessel, but it's got military-grade engines and the speed. It's faster than us. How's that possible? Everyone went mental. The Archangel was the Atlantic Federation's newest high-speed warship. Fair enough that Zaft Nazca class could keep pace, but how could a civilian ship outrun them? Is it a Junk Guild vessel? Cannot confirm. Muru and the others weren't taking any chances. They sounded combat alert level 1 immediately. Hey, we should be reaching the Junk Guild about now, shouldn't we? How'd we get caught here? Yang Hui. Kira's face was pale with worry. Even though he'd decided to help Yang Hui, the thought of another fight had his nerves jangling like broken glass. Still not confirmed hostile. I'll pop up to the bridge and have a look, Yang Hui said, his voice steady and reassuring. But best get ready just in case. Right, I know. Oh, and don't forget your pilot's suit. Got it. Yang Hui made his way to the bridge to find out what was going on, but what he found there. Toll. Mirialia. Sai. Kaz. What the bloody hell are you lot doing here? And, why are you wearing military uniforms? The words hung in the air like smoke from a gun barrel, heavy with confusion and disbelief, as Yang Hui stared at his young friends decked out in Earth Forces gear, their faces a mixture of determination and barely contained fear. The bridge hummed with tension, the unknown ship's approach adding another layer of uncertainty to an already complicated situation. Chapter 248, Safe Arrival, Bloody Brilliant Team. What we do ain't none of your business, is it? Toll shot back, his voice sharp with irritation, arms crossed tight across his chest like armor against the world. Toll, don't be like that. We already decided, didn't we? Sai's voice carried the weight of resignation mixed with determination. Well, I'm still proper cheesed off about it. Sorry about that, Yang Hui. Sai stepped forward, tacking the lead like he always did when things got sticky, his shoulders squared despite the exhaustion etched in the lines around his eyes. Even though he was just as brassed off about Yang Hui using them like chess pieces, the situation had spiraled beyond their control. No amount of hurt feelings or rage would change what was done. And if he was honest, having seen more of the world than the others, Sai reckoned Yang Hui had a point. They were standing in different worlds, thinking different thoughts, using different methods to reach completely different goals. Not seeing through Yang Hui's manipulation earlier. That was on them for being naive, plain and simple. That's why they'd made this choice now. We don't want to just sit back and let Kira protect us. We want to do our bit, whatever we can manage, so you can get off the ship soon enough, but you won't let Kira leave, will you? Yang Hui went quiet, his expression unreadable as stone. If this had been earlier, he would have moved heaven and earth to keep Kira aboard, wouldn't have let him stray from the path he'd so carefully laid out. But now, if Kira really decided to scarper, to go back to Orb and live as an ordinary bloke, Yang Hui wouldn't stop him. He wouldn't say that, though. Some masks needed to come off, but others had to stay put. Yang Hui wasn't about to explain himself just to win Toll's forgiveness. What's the situation? Yang Hui asked Muru, his tone shifting to business-like efficiency. There's an unknown vessel running parallel to our port side, and she's moving fast. We're not sure if it's Zaft, Muru replied, her voice tight with the kind of tension that came from too many close calls. Unknown vessel, high speed. Yang Hui blinked, his mind racing through possibilities. In this world, ships faster than the Archangel were rarer than hen's teeth. The Eternal maybe, but she shouldn't be finished yet. Got visuals, hang on. There we go. Though the junk field around the guild headquarters was littered with massive debris, the electromagnetic interference was minimal. A bit of filtering brought up a crystal-clear image of the mystery ship. Seeing the vessel on screen, Yang Hui knew exactly who they were dealing with, and his tension melted away like ice in summer. Stand down from alert. They're not Zaft, you certain? Muru's question carried the weight of command responsibility. Dead certain, Yang Hui nodded, already reaching for the comms to establish contact. Honestly, he'd completely forgotten about them. Among the junk dealers he knew, there was no shortage of talent, but the cream of the crop was right there in front of him. Well, not the ship itself, the team aboard her. Junk dealer Lo Gel here. Which crew are you with? Never seen that ship before, where'd you fish her out of? The moment the comm crackled to life, that familiar voice came through cheerful, excited, and as unpredictable as ever. Lo, long time no see, mate. Yang Hui didn't bother with ship identification codes or unit designations. He just greeted Lo like the old friend he was. There was an unwritten rule among junk dealers: don't ask where the goods came from. If anything went tits up, individuals or teams carried the responsibility. Only someone like Lo, with his single-minded dream of becoming the ultimate junk dealer, would be brazen enough to ask such questions. That voice. It's you, yes, been a while, Lo. Found any good treasure lately? Yang Hui had been Orb's liaison with the junk guild for years, which meant he knew their world inside and out. Hell, the current guild leader got a proper headache every time he saw Yang Hui, cause the lad had already poached half his best talent. Yang Hui and Lo had hit it off from day one. Lo was cheerful, generous, optimistic, only a few years older than Yang Hui himself. After a few successful collaborations, they'd become proper mates. This time I found myself a real treasure, I have. One step closer to that ultimate junk dealer dream. Treasure. Yang Hui's brow furrowed at those words, then understanding dawned like sunrise. Looked like Lo had found the secretly developed, a stray red frame after all. Originally, Yang Hui and old Sahaku had planned to develop the Astray Gundams at the Heavenly Pillar, waiting until Yang Hui brought back G Project Tech. Seemed like Sahaku had got impatient and started secretly researching mobile suit technology at Heliopolis instead. No matter earlier was better, actually. The sooner they finished MS development, the faster they could begin mass production and strengthen Orb's military forces. If red frames turned up, then blue frames probably in Guy Murakumo's hands by now. Should give him a bell when I get the chance. Yang Hui had sussed out what Lo's treasure was, but he didn't let on. With Muru, Nadarl, and the others within earshot, if they learned that Orb had developed its own mobile suits, God only knew what kind of mental gymnastics they'd go through. Better to keep it under wraps for now. Right then, Lo, we can catch up properly later. This ship needs supplies, and badly. You head on ahead to Chairman Murdoch, get everything ready. Price won't be an issue, you got it. I'll be waiting for you. The comm cut out, and Yang Hui found himself under the scrutiny of every person on the bridge, especially Nadarl, who looked like she wanted to ask something but couldn't quite work up the nerve. Like I said, there's no shortage of talent among the junk dealers. Yang Hui shrugged, his expression perfectly casual. Most of them were probably wondering about his relationship with Lo. The conversation had sounded remarkably familiar. The idea that a core member of Orb's leadership would be so chummy with scavengers was mind-boggling. What Nadarl and Muru really wanted to know was how a civilian vessel, a junk dealer's ship, no less could outrun the Archangel. And fair point, most junk dealers definitely didn't have ships like that. How could people who made their living collect in space, rubbish afford vessels, faster than the Atlantic Federation's newest warship? But Lo's team was different. Lo himself was a mechanical genius, with ideas that defied conventional thinking. He'd never had formal training, but the number of people in this world who could match his skills could be counted on one hand. Plus, his team was hiding a real heavyweight. Yang Hui didn't even know her real name, just called her professor. Word was she used to be a top researcher at Acteon Company, or maybe she came from Morgenroth and was a colleague of current R&D chief Erica Simmons. None of that mattered much to Yang Hui, though. He knew he couldn't poach her, and there was no need to dig into her background. As long as they could work together, that was enough. But what really caught Yang Hui's attention wasn't any of that. There was one thing in Lo's team that fascinated him more than anything else. If he could get his hands on it, he'd happily provide them with a free warship, plus a full complement of mobile suits. The AI computer 8 that Lo had somehow fished out of the cosmic debris field. It was completely beyond Yang Hui's understanding. He'd even wondered if 8 was some kind of advanced alien technology. Completely sealed black box construction, impossible to dismantle. Nobody understood what was inside. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary briefcase, but it possessed incredible computational power and was eerily good at simulating human emotions. That was so far beyond Yang Hui's comprehension that if someone told him they'd cracked 8 open to find thumbnail-sized aliens living inside, he wouldn't have been surprised. But 8 was Lo's pride and joy. There was no way he'd hand it over to Yang Hui, so that avenue was a dead end. After all, compared to 8, Yang Hui valued Lo himself, the super genius, far more. All things considered, while junk dealers did have considerable talent, Lo's team was the cream of the crop. Having a high-speed transport wasn't all that surprising. But fine, the facts were right there in front of them. No matter how hard it was to believe, they had to accept it. Nadarl was just struggling to adjust her worldview. What's our next move? Everyone suddenly turned to look at Nadarl, their expressions sharing the same incredulous quality. What? Nadarl's face went proper red, and she raised her voice to cover her embarrassment. Nothing, just feels bit unexpected that. Weren't you against this the whole time? Muru and Mu chimed in one after the other, their timing perfect as a comedy double act. HMPH. I still don't approve of this decision. I just want to know what his next move is, how we're going to hide intelligence about the Archangel and strike Gundam. Hee. Everyone covered their mouths and chuckled, recognizing Nadarl's tsundere moment for what it was. They didn't call her out on it, though. Truth was, seeing their iron-willed military officer suddenly show this side of herself was rather endearing. The rest you don't need to worry about. I'll go aboard and handle the negotiations. If you want to protect classified information, just don't appear in front of them wearing military uniforms. They don't know this is an Atlantic Federation warship anyway. I'm coming with you. Same here. Hearing both Muru and Nadarl speak up simultaneously, Yang Hui raised an eyebrow. I'm this ship's captain. I have the right to know everything about the Archangel, including your conversations and deals with the junk dealers. I need to monitor you, in case you make decisions that could harm the Archangel. Yang Hui's expression grew even more peculiar. Muru's reason was legitimate as captain. She was responsible for everyone aboard. But Nadarl, you sure that's your real reason? Isn't monitoring exactly what Muru's already planning to do? Ensign Badgerul, yes, you'll accompany Yang Hui to the negotiations with the Junk Guild. Muru couldn't work out what Nadarl was really after, but if she wanted to go, might as well let her. As captain, there was plenty to handle aboard ship anyway. Staying with the Archangel was probably for the best. Though Muru wasn't sure why she'd wanted to go with Yang Hui either. But duty came first. Understood. I'll keep a proper eye on him. I say, did I agree to this? Yang Hui asked them both, his tone carrying a hint of dry amusement. You don't have the right to refuse. Muru was about to say something else, but Nadarl beat her to it, her tone absolutely uncompromising. Though, that resolve lasted all of 3 seconds because, "Have you got any money?" The question hung in the air like a lead balloon, and Yang Hui's slight smile said everything that needed saying. The great military officers, ready to monitor and oversee, suddenly faced with the most basic requirement of any negotiation: cold, hard cash. The silence stretched, filled only by the distant hum of the ship's systems and the barely contained laughter of the bridge crew, who just realized their iron-willed ensign might be in for more than she'd bargained for. Chapter 249. The Junk Guild. The Archangel had finally made it to the Junk Guild's space headquarters, a ramshackle civilian dock called Banadel that looked like it had been cobbled together from 1,000 different wrecks. Since they didn't have proper Atlantic Federation identification signals, Yang Hui had gotten low to put in a good word ahead of time, smoothing the way for their temporary berth without any aggro. Well. Proper rare visitor, a Yang Hui lad. Never thought you'd show your face here in person. The bloke who greeted them was a right specimen, dark skin weathered like old leather, built like a brick shithouse with muscles that strained against his tatty vest. His black hair was cropped short as a squaddy's, and when he grinned, his teeth flashed white as pearls against his weathered face. Everything about him screamed, sound geezer, the kind of big brother figure who'd have your back in a scrap. But if you bought that act, you'd be done up like a proper kipper before you could say, "Bob's your uncle." The world's opinion of junk dealers wasn't wrong on some counts. They were scavengers, slippery as eels and twice as crafty. Sweet talkers who'd sell their own nan if the price was right, and they'd do absolutely anything to survive. That much was bang on the money. Lowe and his crew were the exception that proved the rule, and if you could lead a pack of wolves like that, you sure as hell weren't Father Christmas. "Ha, Murdoch, what do you take me for, some mug who just fell off the turnip truck?" Yang Hui let out a cold laugh, stepping back smartly to dodge the man's supposedly friendly embrace. TCH, kids these days ain't got no charm left in 'em. Sure enough, seeing his warm and fuzzy routine wasn't cutting it with Yang Hui, Murdoch dropped the act faster than a hot potato. His face shifted like a theatrical mask, transforming from jolly uncle to proper shark in the blink of an eye. "Let's get down to brass tacks then, Murdoch. You got the supplies sorted or what?" Yang Hui cut straight to the chase. When you're dealing with cunning old foxes like this, less chat meant less chance of dropping something that'd give him leverage. Every careless word was ammunition he could use to jack up the prices. "All sorted, but blimey, you or blot are moving up in the world, ain't ya? Ship like that's proper impressive, in it." "Heh, fancy doing a bit of business." Murdoch sidled closer, reaching out to throw a chummy arm around Yang Hui's shoulders, but got his hand slapped away for his trouble. "Not interested, come off it, don't be like that. How about we have a little chat? I'll throw in this whole shipment for free, just let me have a little peek at the specs." His voice turned wheedling, like a market trader trying to shift dodgy goods. "I said I'm not interested. Get the supplies ready for transport, dump 'em at the dock, then get your people to Scarpa." Yang Hui's voice was cold as a winter morning in White-Capel, not giving his old acquaintance an inch of wiggle room. "Well, if that's how you want it. The price, fine. Whatever you're asking." Yang Hui didn't fancy playing 20 questions with Murdoch, so he agreed straight off without any haggling, a move that would have made any proper negotiator wince. TCH, right then. Murdoch could see Yang Hui wasn't giving up so much as a whisper, and his attitude was getting icier by the minute. The old dealer knew better than to push his luck further. Standard rates, usual terms. Yang Hui could afford to agree to Murdoch's markup without knowing the exact figures, because he knew the crafty sod was smart enough to read the room. The message was crystal clear. "You can try to mug me off today, but tomorrow I'll make sure you cough up every penny with interest." Yang Hui's whole demeanor was sending another message loud and clear. Don't go sniffing around this warship, don't try any funny business, or you'll be sorting out the consequences yourself. So Murdoch wisely kept his nose out of the Archangel's business. Like Yang Hui had said before, these people were sharp as tacks. They knew what they could get away with, and what would land them in proper hot water. "Yang Hui, this won't cause problems, will it?" Nadarl asked in a low voice. To hide her military background, she changed into civilian gear, a red top cinched with a white belt, black fitted shirt, and a black pencil skirt that showed off her figure to perfection. Dark tights hugged her long legs, and she wore high-top combat boots that somehow managed to look both practical and stylish. With her sleek black hair and sharp features, she looked like a proper knockout, all business with just a hint of danger underneath. "Won't be a problem. With their sort, you've got to come on strong. Show any weakness and they'll have you over a barrel before you can blink. Your assessment wasn't wrong. Most junk dealers are proper vultures. Right, got it. Give the Archangel a bell, tell them to keep their heads down. Once the supplies are dumped at the dock, and all these lot have buggered off, then they can come down and load up. And make sure everyone changes clothes, can't have clock in, that your Earth forces. And remember, encrypt everything. Understood, but what about the refugees? Yang Hui hadn't mentioned moving the refugees during their chat, which made Nadarl wonder if he'd forgotten or simply didn't want to let them off the ship. Once we've sorted the supplies, I'll have another word with Murdoch about tacking on the refugees. When you're negotiating with these sharks, you never show all your cards at once. One deal at a time, or they'll bleed you dry and leave you with nothing but your underwear. Yang Hui's explanation was matter-of-fact, like he was teaching a masterclass in cutthroat commerce. Ms. Is that really how it works? Too right it is, but why would you? She trailed off, but Yang Hui knew what she was getting at. Why would someone at the heart of a nation's government be dealing with people like this? So he answered the unspoken question. Tell you what, let me show you around this place a bit. Then you'll understand. All right, truth be told, before arriving here, Nadarl had been proper sneering about the whole setup. But now that she was actually here, watching Yang Hui work his magic with these people, she found herself dead curious about the whole operation. Yang Hui led Nadarl off to meet Lo and his crew, and along the way, she relayed the encrypted message to the Archangel just like he'd asked. During their walk, Yang Hui deliberately took the scenic route through Banadal's trading district and manufacturing areas, which absolutely blew Nadarl's mind. Most of the trading stalls were selling what looked like complete random bits and bobs that she couldn't make heads or tails of. Broken components that looked like they'd been fished out of a skip, seemingly worthless junk that any sensible person would bin without a second thought. But some of the proper shops were flogging gear that made her eyes water. Legit Federation military kit, Zaft mobile suit parts, the works. And even though she knew damn well it was all salvaged wreckage, it looked good as new. Then there was the manufacturing district, though refurbishment zone would have been more accurate. They weren't building anything from scratch here, but they were repairing, rebuilding, and modifying everything under the sun: fighters, tanks, mobile armors, mobile suit components. Yes, modifying, that was the key word. Even the most knackered old fighters and tanks were getting the full treatment, with modifications that genuinely boosted their performance and firepower. It was like watching a bunch of backstreet mechanics turn rust buckets into proper war machines. What really knocked Nadarl for six was seeing fully restored Zaft mobile suits lined up like cars in a showroom. Jin, Sieg, Bu Q, Zout, Go ONS, the lot. And every single one had been given some kind of custom modification. How is this even possible? Told you there was no shortage of talent here. Believe me now? Yes, right then. Yang Hui was proper enjoying the gobsmacked look on Nadarl's face, like a country bumpkin seeing Big Ben for the first time, but he still felt the need to give her a heads up. Might want to rein in that expression, love. Don't let em think you're some wide-eyed tourist. In a place like this, looking naive is the same as painting a target on your back. Nadarl quickly composed herself, snapping back to her usual serious demeanor, but she still whispered to Yang Hui, "What's the story with all these mobile suits? They're for sale. Mercenaries, assassins, other dealers, even Earth nations or Zaft itself. You what? The Earth forces and Zaft buy stuff from these people. Does the Earth forces have its own mobile suits? Apart from the newly developed G project, the Earth forces genuinely didn't have their own mobile suits. If you wanted to research your own designs, having reference models would massively speed up the process. Even the G project had used captured Jin as the foundation for their research. And Zaft, far as I know, the aquatic and desert variants of the Jin. They got the prototypes from here, studied M, upgraded M, then put M into mass production. Right, Nadarl thought, nothing can shock me anymore. I'm completely numb to all this madness. But that numbness got a proper kick in the teeth when they finally met up with Lo and his crew. Bloody hell, that's a G unit. They'd arrived at Lo's team's private workshop area, and the first thing he did was drag Yang Hui and Nadarl over to admire his latest prize catch. The moment she clapped eyes on that familiar head design, Nadarl's composure went right out the window. What G unit? You know what this mobile suit is? Lo asked Nadarl, genuinely curious. He had no idea what to call the thing properly. He'd found two of them, one blue, one red, plus a golden right arm. He just called them by their colors for simplicity's sake. He'd lent the blue one to someone he knew, and brought back the red one with the golden arm as his personal ride and spare parts. Instead of answering Lo's question, Nadarl instinctively reached for the pistol at her hip, but Yang Hui caught her wrist. Pack it in. This isn't a G unit. That's impossible. Look closer. Nadarl studied the red mobile suit more carefully and gradually spotted the differences. No signature phase shift armor. The armor plating was made of foamed metal instead of the G-Unit's materials. It had miniaturized beam weapons all right, but the design was different from the G-Unit's standard kit. Even the overall design philosophy was distinctly different. What the hell is this thing? Search me, mate. Found it at Heliopolis, along with what looked like 2 others. Blue one's been borrowed, golden one's just an arm now. Low shrugged, his tone casual as you like. Hearing that, Nadarl stopped questioning Low and fixed Yang Hui with a stare that could have melted steel. Yang Hui was proper irritated by Low's loose lips. Now he couldn't wriggle out of this even if he wanted to. MBFP series, Astray. The red one's probably PO2. It's part of Orb's mobile suit development program. Yang Hui knew that if he didn't spill the beans now, Nadarl would never let him or Low off the hook. What? Orb's got mobile suits. Both Nadarl and Low shouted in unison. Hang on. Why's a neutral nation like Orb developing its own mobile suits? You planning to start a war or something? Nadarl grabbed Yang Hui by the collar, her voice sharp with accusation. Yang Hui didn't get angry at her reaction, he just sighed deeply. Maybe it was time to give Nadarl a proper lesson in world politics, because clearly she was still seeing things in black and white when the reality was 50 shades of grey. The workshop hummed with tension as the revelation hung in the air like smoke from a gun barrel. The red Astray standing silent, witness to secrets that ran deeper than anyone had imagined. In this place where survival trumped ideology and pragmatism ruled over principles, the lines between friend and foe, ally and enemy, had become as blurred as the London fog. Chapter 250. The universe's most legendary lucky bastard, truth be told Nadarl. Sometimes you're so bloody naive it's almost endearing, Yang Hui said, his voice flat as yesterday's bitter, eyes fixed on her with the kind of weary patience you'd show a child who just asked why the sky wasn't green. What did you just say? Nadarl's voice cracked like a whip, her cheeks flushing crimson with indignation. You reckon? Orb isn't already neck-deep in war right now? Course not. You lot at Orb are always banging on about being neutral, in knit. Said you'd never join a proper scrap, so why would you? Oh, right. In your world, war's just about tooled-up blokes having a go at each other with guns and bombs. Yeah. Fair enough, I suppose you're a squaddy, so that's all you'd see. Yang Hui's tone carried the weight of someone who'd seen too much of the world's ugly side, his words cutting through her assumptions like a blade through silk. What the hell do you mean by that? Economic warfare, trade wars, diplomatic battles, spy games. Each word dropped like stones into still water, sending ripples of uncomfortable realization across Nadarl's face. What? The words hit Nadarl like a physical blow. Her hands went slack, releasing their grip on Yang Hui's collar as she stood there gobsmacked, mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Orb's been at war for bloody ages, love. And it's a damn sight more dangerous than any shooting match. This one's got no smoke, no bang, but it'll kill you just the same. Yang Hui straightened his rumpled collar with practiced ease, his voice carrying the matter-of-fact tone of someone discussing the weather. But his words were aimed not just at Nadarl, but at Low, Yamabuki Jury, and Liam Garfield who stood nearby, their faces growing increasingly serious as the reality of the situation sank in like cold rain through thin clothes. Past few years, the Earth Alliance led by the Atlantic Federation has been squeezing the life out of neutral nations like a vice. Trade restrictions, economic sanctions, political arm-twisting. Never lets up, not for a bloody second. Can't speak for other countries, but Orb's been having a right rough time of it, forced to make compromise after compromise just to keep our heads above water. This little arrangement we've got going. Just another one of those bitter pills we've had to swallow. The hangar fell silent, except for the distant hum of machinery and the occasional clang of metal on metal. The weight of Yang Hui's words settled over them like a heavy blanket, smother in the easy assumptions they'd all been carrying about how the world worked. What's more, Yang Hui continued, his gaze drifting up to the crimson mobile suit towering above them. Earth Force's shiny new warship and mobile suits turn up on an orb colony. What do you reckon Plant gonna think about that? Maybe that we've thrown in with the Earth Alliance. And if they decide to have a go at us before we get too strong, what's Orb supposed to fight back with? How are we meant to protect our people? You could ask the Earth Alliance for help. We could, Nadarl's voice trailed off, uncertainty creeping in like fog through the cracks in her confidence. You believe that yourself, do ya? Nadarl couldn't answer. Part of her wanted to shout, yes. The Earth forces would definitely protect Orb, but after seeing what she'd seen today, learning what she'd learned, the words stuck in her throat like sawdust. Weapons aren't made for war, they are made to prevent it. And war, it's never the point, just the means to an end. Yang Hui's voice carried the weight of hard-won wisdom as he looked up at the astray red frame, its crimson armor gleaming under the hangar lights like spilled blood. Atlantic Federation wants political dominance, maybe even to wipe out all coordinators. The Earth Alliance wants more power, more control. Plant started out just wanting a fair shake for coordinators, a chance to live in peace. And Orb, we just want to keep our country and our people safe. Simple goal but bloody hard to achieve. You could join the Earth Alliance. That way, Nadarl tried again, but her voice lacked conviction. And what happens to Orb's coordinator citizens then? Orb was the most unique nation in the world, not just stubbornly neutral, but the only place on Earth where naturals and coordinators lived side by side in harmony. For the sake of everyone who'd put their trust in Orb, they had to stay neutral, couldn't pick sides between Plant and the Earth Alliance. To reach that goal, Orb needs to get stronger. Strong enough to protect our nation and people from both the Earth forces and Zaft. Do you understand now? Nadarl finally grasped what Yang Hui was driven at, and despite being on opposite sides, she could respect the sentiment. The desire to protect your homeland was something any soldier could understand. I'll report this to my superiors, exactly as you've told me. Her voice carried the weight of duty, the iron discipline that had been hammered into her since childhood. No problem, that's your job. And besides, Yang Hui paused, pointing at the crimson astray, this was part of my deal with General Halberton from the start. Why had Yang Hui agreed to let Nadarl tag along to the Junk Guild? Why had he deliberately taken the scenic route, showing her every nook and cranny of the operation? Why had he brought her to meet Lo, knowing full well the lad would show off his prize mobile suit? Why the long speech about politics and war? He'd been planting seeds in her mind, watering them with uncomfortable truths, hoping they take root and grow into something that might change her black and white view of the world. Yang Hui's assessment of Nadarl, a competent soldier but a failed military officer. Her military family upbringing had given her an ironclad sense of duty to the rules and regulations, but it had also made her see civilians as expendable assets in the grand game of war. In the original timeline, Muru had gradually changed that mindset through their arguments and conflicts, but that same change had led to tragedy later on. Better to reshape her thinking now with a heavier hand, broaden her perspective before Alaska, so she'd trust him when the time came and stick with the Archangel. Nadarl nodded and stepped back, keeping her opinions to herself for now. Lo, meanwhile, scratched his head and approached with a helpless expression. Mate, we're just junk dealers. You sure it's all right telling us all this heavy stuff? Despite his laid-back demeanor and tendency to charge ahead without thinking, Lo was no fool. He'd cottoned on that Yang Hui's little speech wasn't just for Nadarl's benefit, it was aimed at them too. So fancy lending a hand. Yang Hui grinned, his expression almost boyish despite the weight of their conversation. You never give up, do ya? Thanks but no thanks. My goal's to become the ultimate junk dealer, not get mixed up in some war. Lo's refusal was cheerful but firm, like turning down a drink when you've already had your fill. Expected as much. Yang Hui shrugged, not seeming particularly bothered. He'd lost count of how many times he'd been knocked back by now. No matter, someone like Lo could only be a friend and ally, never a subordinate. Yang Hui knew him well enough to understand that eventually, the lad would find his own path to opposite war. He just hadn't been hit hard enough by reality yet. With the astray red frame in his hands and connections to the Serpent Tail mercenary group, Lo was already walking down an unusual path. Sooner or later, he'd join the fight of his own accord. And besides, Yang Hui still had the Promise Fortress card to play. Someone with Lo's curiosity couldn't possibly resist the lure of infinite worlds. Speaking of which, this is your machine, in net. Want it back? Lo jerked his thumb at the crimson mobile suit behind him. Would you sell it? Course not. Lo's reply was immediate and cheerful, like someone asking if he'd sell his right arm. Well, there you go then. Yang Hui rolled his eyes, wondering when Lo had learned to take the piss like that. Ha, this baby's my precious treasure. No way I'm handing her over to anyone else with the closest of partners. Lo's voice carried genuine affection as he looked up at the red machine. Yang Hui served up another helping of eye rolls. The lad had just fished the thing out of Heliopolis' wreckage, fought with it maybe once, and already he was claiming they were soulmates. Keep the machine, but let me copy the data, Yang Hui requested. No problem. Oh, right, Lo suddenly remembered something. dragging Yang Hui to the other side of the hangar, where scattered components lay spread across the floor like pieces of a massive jigsaw puzzle. Found these in the Heliopolis wreckage too. Thought they might be useful to you. Yang Hui stared at the parts in front of him, then at Lo, a surge of exasperation risen in his chest like bile. Your legendary good luck really isn't a joke, is it? The components scattered before him were numerous and fragmented, but they fell into two distinct color schemes, green and purple. If Yang Hui couldn't recognize what these belonged to, he might as well crawl back into the womb and start over. A stray green frame and a stray purple frame. According to his memories, though he didn't know much about these particular machines, he knew where they'd end up. One would fall into the hands of Orb Ace pilot Barry Ho, who'd turn a realistic robot into something approaching a super robot. The other would be claimed by the extremist librarian organization and similarly transformed into something beyond normal specifications. But now, how had these two machines, which should still be in component form, ended up in Lo's hands? Too right, I am universe's luckiest bastard, me. Lo rubbed his nose proudly, like a cat that had caught the biggest mouse in the neighborhood. Name your price. I'll take the lot. Oi, don't be like that. Said I'd give 'em to you, didn't I? After all, you're letting me keep this beauty. Lo gestured at the red frame with a grin. No, business is business. I'll pay market rate for a complete machine. You're something else, you are. That's settled then, Lo. Friendship's friendship, business is business, can't mix 'em up. I've already got my payment for the red frame data on a natural pilotin, a mobile suit like it's second nature. That's priceless right about now. Yang Hui's tone was matter of fact, like discussing the weather. Is that so? Then I've been proper done over, haven't I? Haha, hardly. Yang Hui didn't immediately copy the red frame's data or pack up the green and purple frame components. If the Archangel and the G-units were Atlantic Federation secrets, these were Orb state secrets, couldn't risk them being nicked by the Earth forces. Instead, he placed another commission with Lo's team, asking them to escort everything to Orb's Morgenrote facility and the Heavenly Pillar. The green frame data would go to Director Erica Simmons, while the purple frame was specifically for Mina and only Mina. Not her twin brother Gina, not her old man, nobody else could take delivery. A friend's commission was something Lo wouldn't refuse, especially with the promise of a free red frame modification from either Morgenrote or the Heavenly Pillar as payment. That was an offer he couldn't turn down. With business concluded, Yang Hui led Nadarl away from the hangar. He'd just received word that the supply transfer was complete, time to negotiate refugee accommodation with Murdoch. Is that Lo? He's a natural, Nadarl asked as they walked. Yes, then don't even think about recruiting him. I've tried countless times and failed everyone. It's you lot, even less chance, don't underestimate us. The Atlantic Federation, what's the playbook? Invitation, threats, then outright coercion. Won't work. Lo's the type who responds to kindness, not pressure. Can only be a friend, never be forced. And I wasn't joking earlier, his luck really is frightening. Understood. But I'll still report everything I've seen to my superiors. Suit yourself. Yang Hui genuinely didn't care about Nadarl's reports, it was a soldier's duty after all. He was confident the Atlantic Federation wouldn't take it seriously, and even if they did, they wouldn't approach recruitment with genuine sincerity. More likely they'd resort to force and intimidation, which would just give Yang Hui the perfect opportunity to win these people over to his side, wouldn't it? The corridors of the Junk Guild buzzed with activity around them, but Yang Hui's mind was already several moves ahead, seeds planted and strategies unfolding like a master chess player who could see the endgame long before his opponents even realized they were in check.